of the film industry. How do you put your team together? How does a producer, from the time somebody comes up with an idea of a story, that starts the job. A producer becomes involved. A producer is from script to screen and forever on this film, because we continue to market, to sell. You are involved with the life of that film, everything that has to do with the film. The script, you will be involved in the redrafting, because at that time, technically abroad, you would be working at looking at who is going to finance this project. So when you're writing, you're already consulting the possible areas of looking for funding. Is there ways in the script that you can get the money to do it? Is there any CSRs that will look at it? NGOs, what are you doing with the film? What's the message? How's the script going? Is it the first draft, the second draft, the third draft? Is it the fourth draft? Even if that film takes 5, 10 years to make, the producer stays with the project until the film is made and it's sold, and it continues to be sold, and is forever looking out for ways to exploit that production. So, before I go any further, let me hear from you. Tell me what you want to learn. And then I think I will start to talk to you about those areas. Do not be afraid to ask any questions. Because, see, a lot of the time, you might not get this opportunity to ask me again. I may not be around for you to ask me. I may be very busy. But I will always answer emails, but you might not be as detailed. Do not look at the glamour of film. You have the opportunity. Some of us make films and we never see the money. And at the same time, we continue. Because there will be that break. There will finally be that particular film. People get different trips for making films. Some people are just excited to see their names on the big screen. Oh, wow, I made a film. Nah. Some want it to be that they walk the red carpet. Oh, wow. But some actually want to go to festivals and hear people critique their films. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about AMA for me, is that it's actually a technical award system. We actually work based on the award, the quality of the film. It may not be a popular film. I don't think half of the films that win at AMA are the popular films that you see everywhere. Do you understand what I mean? But they are the technical films that anywhere you go, you would actually be able to defend it. It's the same way with the Oscars. A lot of the films that win at the Oscars are not the popular box office films. So as a filmmaker, you have to ask yourself, why am I interested in being a filmmaker? That's the first question I want to put to you. Why are you here? Why do you want to be a filmmaker? Is it the glamour? Is it the job scope? Are you passionate enough about it? Because 50% of the chance, you're probably not going to make money in the beginning, except for the people who are the skill sets. But eventually you might. But there's a passion that drives you with film. There's an excitement. It's like a white piece of paper. You can draw anything on it. That's for me what drives me, that I can wake up today and every day is new on a film. You know, you work on a particular project for a while and then you move on to your next. For someone like me, that's the excitement. I'm a lawyer, but the idea of sitting in a courtroom drives me crazy. So not for me. What drives me is the ability to look at the idea of a film and say, oh, wow, this is going to be an exciting story to do. Do you understand? How do we get it done? How do I get the script? What's the dialogue? Who's going to be the cinematographer? And thanks to NFC, some of the best cinematographers are from the NFC. Yinka, Edwards, Pindem, Lot. They're my boys. They're very good people. Very, very, very exciting people to work with. Detailed, have an eye. You have some of the good script writers also from the NFC. Very interesting people. Some very good editors. I had an experience once with a group that worked with me. Ike, Omehe, Emenihe, Akasa, and Pindem. The director went on set. This is a true story. And what they shot, I was away. So what they shot did not make sense to me when I came back. Well, between IK, Pindem, and Akasa, they actually took what Pindem, because Pindem actually shoots according to his script. So he was able to re-edit the project back to what was on the script. It was amazing, but they spent days and nights doing this. So sometimes the cinematographer and the editor, your DP is one of the most, and your continuity person is one of the most important two people you must have in a room. Now, why are you a filmmaker? Or why do you want to be a filmmaker? Lady in blue, I'd like to hear from you right there. No, don't turn back, you. Yes? Is there a microphone? You can use mine. Okay, there's one gone to her. You can sit down anywhere you feel comfortable.
Okay, to be honest, I don't really have a drive, but I would like to learn how to be a filmmaker.
What aspect of filmmaking are you interested in?
The cinematography. Yeah.
Okay. Now, cinematography comes with a drive, though. You must like mm-hmm. Cinematography has a passion that comes with it. And I'll tell you what will excite you with cinematography. If you want to be a cinematographer, you must like things around you. You must like colors. You must feel the passion. You could just be walking past here and say, oh, this would look nice. If I frame it like this, it would look nice. Oh, but maybe if I light it like that. And then you start in your head. Because, again, what people don't understand is that cinematographers tell the story from the visual. So that cinematographer, for me, when I'm working on a project, that's one of the first few people I start to look out for. Who is going to be able to visualize this with the same picture that is in my head? Would that person, that person looks for locations with me because he has had to read the script. I don't understand cinematographers that don't read their scripts. And there's a lot of people out there that just go on a set and shoot. No. If you're a cinematographer, please read the script. Everybody on a production, for me, has to read the script. That's the first thing I tell my team. If you're coming to work with me on a production, you must be ready to read the script, analyze it, tell me your opinion, and then let's get to work. But if my cinematographer does not look at the script in any way or give me any understanding of the script, I walk away from that cinematographer because he hasn't got any interest on the film. Because a cinematographer will start to work with the storyboard artist to try to endeavor to give you a concept that may even help you in your final budget for that film. Because you might be looking at one location and you're saying, it's not going to work. You're not going to get what you really, really want from this film if we shoot here. Let's try here. These colors don't work. Because they are seeing at the end of the day the texture, the quality of that project. So for me, that's one of my key elements. You know, you must be able as a producer to have a relationship, even I call it a romance, with your director and your cinematographer, your continuity and your editor. These people, for me, are very, very crucial in ability to actually bring out the best of what the person who I call the foundation, that's the script writer, actually begins to tell my story. Are there any people that want to be script writers in this room? Okay. Why do you want to be a script writer?
Okay, good morning, all. I want to be a scriptwriter because I want to be able to tell my story, to give definition of what revolves around the world, what revolves around nature itself. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other person want to be a script writer?
All protocol duly observed. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ebenehi Yakubu Shapi. I don't know why everyone is looking at me. All right. Filmmaking is like a religion to me. I actually studied medical lab science because of, in Africa, you have your dad telling you that you must go and do this, you must go and do this, understand? So I still actually don't have a passion for a medical lab where I studied, but I had to study just because of my dad.
Welcome.
So, thank you.
No, it's okay, because I studied law for my mom, so she has the certificate, no problem.
So, right from my childhood, I've been like, I'm very creative. I don't want to blow my trumpet, but I feel growing up, I mowed clays, draw stuffs. So even in school, all my books, I draw stuff. So when I graduated, then I started working. Then this passion still drives. So I started writing normal play. Understand? Then I still have this vision for a screen, big screen. Then I decided to go to film school. So currently I'm studying BFA in National Film Institute, JOS. And the first time, what actually makes me happy is that I learned to write a screenplay because the format is different from play. So there was even a time when I actually tried to pay $300,000 to someone who doesn't even know how to write screenplay to teach me. Then until I got admission
into the school.
Yeah, into the school where I started learning the basics of screenwriting. So thank God I'm trying, and I actually want to be a script writing and directing. Yeah, and I've done some directing job that was actually good.
Clap for yourself.
Yeah, so I would like to hear more again, to learn more. Thank you.
Okay. You're a kindred spirit. You know, when I say kindred spirit, my journey is like that. I was a young writer here. When I went to boarding school in England, I wanted to just go back film school. I actually got into film school, started, and Mom came into England and said, nope, you got into Oxford, you're going to do your law. I'm like, Mom, I'm already in Ealing, I'm doing film and television and this. She said, sorry, you're going to school. I said, but I'm in school. Do you know she came, packed my things, and took me to Oxford Brookes to do law. So the day I qualified, I sent her, you know, after graduation, she said, you've got to do your bar. I said, this woman doesn't understand. I'm not going to practice. But I did all that in England for her, did the British bar, handed her the certificate, came back, went back, and I continued with what I do, which is this film, my passion. My dad understood. My mom was definitely Ada, Egabo lawyer. Album lawyer, no problem. But I'm a filmmaker. My mom's 91. If she come to her right now, she's going to say to you, oh, she's a lawyer, but she says it's film. Like if she's apologizing for me, but I'm used to it. Script writing for me is the foundation. It's the foundation of filmmaking for me. And I'm sure you'll find it along the way. If the script is wrong from the beginning, there's nothing the rest of the crew is going to be able to tell anybody. The biggest mistake is a lot of people think when they write a story, it's a script. So they just get a story in their head, and then that's a script. They don't look at the dialogue. How many films, Nigerian films, have you watched over the years, right, where you can actually remember some lines from the script, from the film as you watch it? But I'm sure if I ask you today for some films abroad that you may have watched, you're going to remember one or two lines of the dialogue. For us, a lot of us remembered things that Amaka Ewe may have written in some of her films, all right? In Rattlesnake, even Living in Bondage. But I have not actually, in recent films, watched real films from Nigeria where dialogue becomes very, 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 very important. And for me, when scriptwriters don't realize that dialogue within the script and the, what I call the rhythm, I say the rhythm because for me, a script is like when you write a song. Do you understand? It must have different volumes. You must be able to emotionally carry your audience. If you're not doing that, no matter what the best cinematographer comes in and the best director comes in, and they have a shitty script to work with, and then the actors come in and they're not feeling the script, so they're not delivering lines that could make somebody watch the film till the end, it becomes an issue for me. And this is the bane, for me, of 99.9% of what we call the Asaba films today, okay? Now, I have a very deep respect for those films. They actually have very good stories. Excellent, interesting stories, which is why when most of us switch on to African Magic Epic or African Magic, and you're watching the film, you, as a filmmaker, you're there hating on everything about the technical side of it. Do you understand? But you actually just keep watching. Have you noticed that? You just keep watching because the story actually is driving you. But you're realizing that, wow, if they just spent a little time on this script, it would have been something else. And sometimes they get convoluted because they have like 4 stories in one. So you're actually trying to figure out which story is this one, and then this one, and then this one. Okay, I think it's Royal Prince. I'm trying to remember. It was one of my last trips to Abuja, so I was watching this on African Magic. First, a pot was missing, and that pot is the royal pot from the king's palace. And if that pot is missing, something will happen. Then the king's son is in love with a girl that they say is a bit not well and is an outcast or something. Then the king's brothers and friends or chiefs, their children steal the pot. Then the girl that, another girl that the father is one of the king's men, also is in love with two boys that came from Malaysia and is sleeping with them. And they're sleeping with one village boy as well. All in one film, okay? So you had a plot going about the missing pot. Then you had another plot going about the love between the prince and the girl. And then you had another one going about the village girl and these two Malaysian boys and the village boy. And I was trying to connect it. There was like, and that is why it became volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, because there were 4 stories. Meanwhile, a good scriptwriter would have been able to tidy that up and found how we could tell that story and arrive at that same issue of the pot. And it wouldn't have taken 2.5 or 3 hours of your time just to get to the end to find that it was the boy in the village, they're the father's chiefs, and they all died at the end, and to God be the glory. So, what am I trying to say? Script writers need to take us on a journey that listens and tries to think about the people that are going to sit in that room watching that film. Why are you writing? Spend that time on the dialogue. Think about how you talk. Think about what interests you. Think about the language. Do research. Oh, please, I beg. Scriptwriters, I beg you on my knees. Research is so key to whatever film you want to write, whatever script you're writing. Little things make a difference. Even if it's something medical, it makes a difference. Don't just, because you hear it outside. Okay, if you hold a Nigerian flag, they won't shoot you, right? Hell no, that's not an army law. But just do the research. And don't let social media deceive you. Don't believe the hype. Read, 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 read books, read books. Every filmmaker, read, read, read anything. Just read. Read stories. Think of the pictures in your head. When you're reading books, imagine, how will this look as a film? Do research, I beg you. One little mistake, maybe on something medical in a film, can actually disqualify a film. Because some people will say, if you use this, you're going to mislead the viewers, because it's not true. It's really important. You see us in our films when an accident victim on a road, the first thing you see people in the film is rushing to grab the person up. Any medical person will tell you no, because you don't know where the wound is. So you don't actually lift. You try to stop the traffic and then try to protect this thing and issue first aid on the person there on the ground. Do you understand? Movement might actually kill the person. But hell no, no. The filmmakers always just show a scene of you rushing to the scene, grabbing the person and throwing them out. Medically, you may be killing the person. But we are telling that story. People are seeing that. And that's what they continue to see. That's what they continue to believe. And that brings me to why the fundamental issues of the foundation of script for me is important and why research is important. the easiest way to affect people and affect people is through motion picture. Therefore, it becomes and behoves on us a sense of responsibility as filmmakers to make sure that whatever we are trying to explore, whatever we're trying to say, is as authenticated as possible. So even if you're doing a satire, or even if you're trying to make a mockery, or even if you're trying to, make fun, please do it with some sense of responsibility to the people watching it. Do not deceive your audience in the sake of clickbaits, or you just want to have fun. Because what you do has the potential of many things. You may deceive people, you may encourage people. I feel that some of our works today have increased moral decadence within our society, whereby we celebrate boys that have coming from Malaysia, okay, in a lot of the films. Omo Malaysia, Lotago. So now they are in the village. Okay, there's no, but we can still tell that story without celebrating it. We can tell the story of Nigeria that makes it difficult for a young man to make it, and then for some reason gets into this problem of having to go away and have a hard time. But tell the story. Don't just make it look like once the guy got into Malaysia, he started making money, and then he came back to the village and he bought up the whole village and he took out the best girls. Hello? That's not positive. It means that instead of the young people sitting here trying to learn film, you're hustling to want to go to Malaysia because you're presenting it as where they're going to make money. We are not showing through our film, and it's responsible on us as filmmakers to keep the hope alive. One of the biggest propaganda tools that America, Britain, have used to colonize almost all of us in the world today is the power of motion picture, visual movement of pictures, telling a story. America is always a hero. Do you understand? The way people dress. We all love jeans. Why? Because we got used to it. It was the picture that was painted for us. Boys started to sag because it was the picture that was painted. You didn't understand that it was something used in the jails, but it was a picture that was painted. And it became normal because you were seeing it over and over and over again. My grandmother used to say, when you allow a bad habit to continue repeating itself, it becomes normal. It actually sounds better in Igbo, but I'll leave it there. Because the truth is, they say, when a bad habit, it means that the continuity of it. So when we keep celebrating nonsense, everybody begins to accept it. So dialogue, research, reading, style of writing is very important. You must decide on your style. Are you doing conversations? Are you doing monologues? And try and think of it. Who are you actually writing for? Do you understand? Always do your audience assessment in your head. Okay? I'm going to put out, let's just discuss something now. That is very important for us to look at as filmmakers. And then I'll ask, any other person want to be a script writer here? You. So I have 3 script writers in this room, 4, okay? 5, 6, 7. Okay, so if there are like 8 or 10 of you, I'm going to put you in a group and I'm going to give you an idea. And I want you guys to just look at it, flesh it out, and just let's think about it and see how we conceptualize this into some form of short story. Now, we know what happened with NSAS, right? It started as a peaceful protest. Young people agitating for reform. But there's so many elements to NSAS. It started being broken down. But there was a group also funding NSAS, and that's the Yahoo Boys, right? So, and they're Omo Malaysia, do you understand? So they were bringing in this money in their own way or whatever. They were not giving it to it wasn't about the NSAS prospect, no. It wasn't about that. It was making sure that they were not going to be harassed by the police people, right? So that they had a different agenda. How do we tell that story? Do you understand what I mean? That's what I want you to look at. That's all I'm going to say. Now, for me, on this particular story is dialogue, destination, ideology. What are we trying to say? What is the illusion? What was the aim? How do we tell the story of how something that was positive was accidentally hijacked? There were many different interests, okay? So now this is just one. That doesn't remove from the fact that all of us agreed with the fact that we needed to say something. We needed to act on the issue. But I'm actually coming to something here. And as a film person, I've been in my head looking at this film. Do you understand? Because I don't know if any of you have seen a film that they said they spent $1 million doing called The Nigerian Prince. It was sponsored through Tribeca. I don't know if you can find it on Netflix. Just watch it. But it was actually just, as far as I'm concerned, it's a terrible film on the Nigerian 419 system. And then the other film I'm going to say to the scriptwriters to look at is the romance scam that's going on between Nigerians and the international thing. How they use social media to deceive women abroad. The whole process. Do you understand? So those two ideas I'm throwing out there, and I'm coming back to them with the script writing team. Okay. I've given assignment to the script writers, and I'm forming teams based on this, right? Because I'll still come back to Joss. Let me go to those that want to be actors. Any people here that want to be actors? Please say no. Any actors in this room or potential actors? Oh, wow. I'm in a room. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let me find out why you want to act.
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm giving the cameraman a real problem today following me around. I'm sorry. But I'm trying to make this interactive so that it works for you people at the end of the day. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Obadiah Gala. Actually, my life is all about acting. I just believe in acting. Anything that is not acting for me, I feel like in this life we're all actors. Anything we're doing in this life is acting. I just have passion for it. I don't know why. That's me.
The life is a stage. That's true. Next person who wants to do acting, behind you, the guy in brown.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Ma, for this opportunity. I have the passion for acting as well. And for me, I like singing. And I believe there are some stories I'll be able to tell very well, because I've witnessed some things and I know I can express them through acting, and I can follow up. I am flexible when it comes to acting. So I believe I can tell stories very well with my actions, my expressions, and everything about me. Thank you.
Okay. Just like I said about script writers, the same thing I tell actors all the time. Read your script. Become your character. Become your character. Interpret your script. Listen to your director. At rehearsals with your director, try and understand what the character you're playing is actually trying to do. If you're taking on a major role, become the character. I tell a lot of people that one of those problems is that people jump from set to set to set. They don't have enough time here to become the character, because if you want to be a particular character, you have to understand and become that character. You have to imbibe the habits, understand the mindset of the character you're trying to become. If you're going to act like a drug addict, you have to research how drug addicts behave. You don't have to just say, oh, I saw it in one film, that's how drug addicts behave. No. You have to understand that there are different types of drug addicts. Do you understand? So I always tell people, again, why it is extremely important to do your research. I also have found out in my trainings across Nigeria that a lot of filmmakers don't watch films. I hope that's not the case here. Because I did a training in Enugu last year, and half of the filmmakers I was training hadn't been to the cinema to watch a film. And I had to ask them, then how do you learn what's going on? How do you learn new styles? How do you do things? Because I tend to go to film festivals abroad whenever I have the opportunity, and you probably won't find me walking around. You'll find me in the cinema wherever the films are showing, because I like to consume what is out there and then be able to know that this is what people are watching, and audience, or always watching out for the audience reaction. You have to grow the audience. There's a lot of hype that, oh, Nigerians only like comedy. So at a particular point, the cinemas were driving people to just make comedy. That was all. Forgetting that we also had grown an audience with films like Living in Bondage, Rattlesnake, Violated, Check, and then you had series like Ripples, Checkmate, Bassi and Sons, all those kind of things. So we are used to storytelling. Actors need to be patient, read their scripts, interpret the scripts, understand the director, and respect the director on set. You cannot, as an actor, disrespect the director on set. The director, at that point in time, is in charge of that set. Even if you want to have an argument with him, not on set. I have a terrible habit. I have zero tolerance for actors on my set. Because, yes, you might be the face, but you are not necessarily the value to my film. The value to my film is, how do I tell that story? Are you patient enough to interpret the story and make it a visual feast for the viewers? Most of the films I've made in the past, I don't use known names. I look for raw talent, because I can keep you on my set and we'll work the script till we are happy. I don't want somebody coming on my set and saying, I have to leave in 2 days' time. You must finish my... No, I can't shoot like that. I don't do it. You're on my set, you're on my set. It's important you realize you're on my set. So, again, it's very important that actors decide to be loyal to each production that they go on. I know that sometimes the biggest problem in Nigeria is funding. And because some feel that they're not getting paid enough, they want to jump from set to set. But this business we're all in, called filmmaking, is more about passion than it is about money making. Money comes with the passion. They actually walk hand in hand. The better you are, the money follows you. You may make a film, you may be an actor and work on a film for free, but that's the film that's going to push you, and then the money follows you. Don't follow the money as an actor. Follow the script. Don't follow the money. Follow the script. Follow the script that will bring out your talent. Follow the story that is about to blow. Read the scripts. Understand that if I play this role, where might it be? Look at the director putting it on. It's always important not to follow the money. That's why I keep saying this. As you are here today, build your teams. If you're all in the same school, build your teams. Work together. Understand each other. Find a director that feels you. Find a cinematographer that you understand the way, how they feel. I'm going to come back to directors now. A lot of directors on Nigerian sets have just become like hired helps. And no, that's a no-no. You're a director. You need to read your script, understand it, work with the producer, explain to the producer your style of working. Let no producer come on set and tell you, I have 3 days to shoot this film. And then when you are working with your cinematographer trying to position a particular set and make everything. Hurry now, hurry, we need to be, no. That's a no-no for me. A director may take the same scene 100 times if he has to, until he gets what he or she wants. Therefore, rehearsals for me are vital, and the blend of the director and DP or cinematographer that he's using and his AD, that team should be able to work together. The director needs patience, needs understanding, and needs the ability to work the team. Ability to work the team. How many people here want to be directors? Good. You? Okay. I'm coming back. Can I hear from you? And then I saw you want to be a director, so I'm coming back to you as well. The guy in blue? Okay. Yes, I see you, sharpest.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, why I really wanted going into directing is I have this thing I actually love acting, but I have a problem with seeing other people maybe I go on set with, or like, okay, let me say, for example, we're acting in a film and then they are not giving the best, and I feel I keep trying to correct them. So I feel I should be in the position of trying to get the perfect thing, because most times when I create things, I like to tell someone about my own perspective towards that thing, or ideology towards that thing, and how to improve them to give me what I want. So I'm this kind of person. I really don't like just working with people, but like being in position of correcting or getting things perfectly done. Looking at some of my people, like the people that my mentors, especially that Kunle Afolayan, I go through all his work, and he's actually an actor. For example, October 1st, but he acted a role because one thing he said in an interview was that he's passionate of saying something very perfectly or something perfectly done, and that is how I am. And that is why I really want to go into directing. Thank you.
Okay, you know that there are different types of directors, right? You might not be a director for the set, but you could actually be a casting director. So you work with the producer to cast for the film. There are different types of directors. You may not actually be a set director. From what you're saying to me, just hearing you speak, I think you would be very good in that aspect of looking at actors prior, whilst you were trying to cast them for the film. And that's one of the major problems we have in Nigeria, is that there are not a lot of casting agencies and casting directors out there, and it's something that we can look at. So just think about it in your head, process it. It still means that you learn the whole thing that you're trying to do. Somebody else, he said he wanted to be a director. Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Destiny Obi. I'm a student of NFI. I want to be a director because I've actually seen in different places where I go, I see people watching. They're not really watching Nigerian movies. When you ask them, they'll tell you that before they start watching the movies, that they have already known what will happen. And sometimes the mise-en-scene, like the lightnings or other things, actually not really good. So I say, coming to a film school to NFI, let me just go into directing so that actually I can study the mise-en-scenes of filmmaking and I can actually produce a very good films.
Okay. So you just mentioned one of the problems, which actually starts from the script. The ability to know what's going to happen in the end. It just shows that there was a failure, basically, from the scripting stage. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even if you become the best director, if you haven't actually got a fantastic script to work with, it's going to be difficult, because that whole storytelling process and ability to carry along and to keep the suspense going and the whole elements of filmmaking starts with those people. That's the foundation. It's like building a house. Each step, we have to first of all buy the land. Then we start to build a foundation. The foundation and the buying of the land, for me, is those people, the rock. Then comes us, the producers. Now, I want to talk about producing. Producers, for me, hold a project together. You, as a producer, must, at all times, be a listener. You must listen. You must hear. And you must be attentive to detail. One wrong move from you can actually make or mar your project. And for me, the most important thing as a producer, I say one of my key elements as a producer is finding the money, for me personally. That's something that I have a habit of being able to look at the script and say, okay, what are the ways to look for the money in here? Funding is key. For you to make the right kind of film, funding is key, because it affects everything you're going to do on a project, from the quality of film to this thing. And I'll say something to you people, because there's this whole thing, like Steve Lucas was saying yesterday, oh, I'm going to make a cinema film, or I'm going to do this. No, you're going to make a film. And whether you have 1 naira or you have 10 naira, you have to try and make the best film possible. You must have the habit of having a network that can make your net worth higher. And net worth doesn't mean just money. It means that you must be able to have a relationship with people that will be able to do work for you, understanding that they are filmmakers. It's about passion. It's about getting the right thing out there. And don't mind signing a contract that shows back-end payments. Do you understand? You may not have the cash up front, but you can always agree that after the project has been finished and you start making money, you will pay this percentage back to the team. So that brings me to why there are problems in the Nigerian film industry today. A lot of us don't want to work with proper producers. People think producers are paid hired help. No, we're not. A real producer goes from the script to the screen and beyond. So when the script comes in, you start to work on every element. You find the money as well. So how do you find money? Let's talk about that, because that's one thing everybody keeps on talking. Money comes with that good script. Money also comes with you understanding what you really need. What do I mean by this? Cameras, how you shoot your film is very important. So your equipment is something that you have to work on. You have to look at what is the best equipment that I can use to produce this film within my budget. And again, this brings me over to those people that the director and the producer must have a romance with, the cinematographer. There's a a cinematographer from NFI, Pindham. At one point, I think it was the PD 170, if you allow that cinematographer to work the work, and if the cinematographer understands the camera he or she is using. Pindham, I always joke about Pindham because, you know, a lot of people say, Peace, how can you take it? Pindham drinks it, it goes. But Pindham can work a camera. He will work the camera and give you the best quality, even if it's the cheapest camera on the block, because he understands lighting. He understands all the elements. He just say, leave me. So if you're working with that kind of person, be patient with him. Ask him, this is my budget. Discuss with your crew. Tell them, be open. Tell them, look, this is the budget I have, especially your technical crew. Your sound man is also key. I mean, I haven't spoken about these elements, but because I find that most of the camera crew these days have their own peculiarities. They have their sound men. They have the people they come with. Another NFI student that does that around me is George Joel. He has a sound man. But it's key, because sound is one of the biggest issues. I don't even think that any Nigerian has won the sound achievement in sound in AMA till date. I don't think so. It's always South Africans. And why is that a problem? Patience. Patience. There's no need to cut corners. You as the sound man and you as the cinematographer, you're hearing that sound coming from the generator. We go manage them. We go edit them out for edit. Nah. Try as much as possible to eliminate what you can on set. And there's so many things that you can use these days to do that whilst you're shooting, so that it doesn't become an issue when you're editing. The equipment you use, once you have the right camera person, the right sound person, the right lighting person, speak to them. Let them understand your budget. Let them give you the best they can within that budget. And then make sure you have enough time for what you want to shoot. Don't be in a hurry. There's this thing about, make we just shoot them. Nah. We're telling a story. If you're not ready, just take it easy. One thing at a time, because it's a blend. Do you understand? It comes together. And at the same time, you're working your team. So for me as a producer, I try to put together a team that understands themselves. I don't try to bring strange bedfellows together because antagonism on sets don't work for me. If they're not going to work together, I'm going to get a problem at the end of the day. So I try as much as possible to have a crew that does not have any pre-existing issues. Because we already know that we have diva actors and actresses. So let's have the back end very solidly put together, and then we're able to put a crew on the front end. The actors will now be the lesser of our problem. So basically that's, for me, how I work. I also begin to look at budgets from the aspect of, okay, I try and, as much as possible, get a crew cost that is normal. But I also will tell people this: treat your crew as importantly as you treat your actors and actresses. If your crew is happy, they're going to deliver. If your crew is not happy, they will not deliver. If your crew wants to have a drink and that's what stimulates them after shoot, please help and buy the drinks and just make them happy. Because when they get on set the next day, they're going to still give you what they want to give. If they come back and they're not happy and you're not making them happy, they're not going to be happy putting the pictures together for you. A lot of people are anticipatory about actors and actresses and how they behave on set, so they always begin by trying to make sure, oh, the food is ready for actors and actresses, and then you forget the PAs and all the other people, the ADs and the electricians and the gaffers and all of those people on set. Hell no. Those are the ones that should eat first, because they are the runners. They're the ones going to be standing almost all the day long. So even if you're going to give actors 2 meals a day, try and give your crew 3 meals a day. And if they're the type that want to have a heavy breakfast, give it to them so that for the rest of the day they're fine. There are so many different ways of looking for money, and that's one of them is by attaching your project to a distributor right from the get-go. It's something that a lot of young people don't do, but now that we're having distribution companies in Nigeria, it will be important for maybe getting 1 or 2 of them to talk to you, and also for you to send out your synopsis to as many distributors across the world. I mean, the internet is helpful. There are like agencies that do that. And they can attach your story, if possible, to an agent that will help you find the money. Because distributors will tell you what is likely to sell. What are the elements that you might put into this script that might make it possible to have it bought quicker, or what will make it easier for somebody to be interested in. And it may be something you're not thinking about. So always try and find a distributor for your project even before you start shooting. A lot of people are impatient, they just want to shoot, and then when they finish shooting, they'll start to call Auntie Pizza and say, I'm looking for a distributor, nobody's talking to me. No, let's try, since you're students, let's try and start doing it right. Consultation, consultation, consultation. It always helps you at the end of the day. So you already have prospects by the time you're doing the film. As you are here today, I would like you guys to look at making as many short films as you can as teams within the NFI. Send them out. Ask people for critique. take criticism as, you know, take it like a cover, your bed sheet, or the clothes you wear. Criticism makes you better. Criticism makes you better. Do not get angry if anybody critiques your work. Learn from it. Even if you feel that the person is not coming from a good space, you already know. I have a habit. I like to hear what my worst enemies, who most of the time actually your frenemies, do you understand, have to say about a project before I even take it out to those that I feel are outsiders. Right? Sincerity of purpose is key. Always don't be angry about criticism. Take it on board. You're a filmmaker, for goodness sake. It makes you stronger. It makes you get better. I have a senior brother, Charles, and as I was growing up writing, he'll take a red pen, rubbish, and then I'll go back again, write it. And the intensity of me going back and writing again and taking it to him again was because I always felt he was my hardest critic. Do you understand? So when he now says yes, I now know that the other people will be fine. And it's funny, we've had a funny relationship he's my third brother, and I always say to people, he doesn't like me, he's always critical, but he actually made me a better person because he was very hard on me as a young writer. I would write and he'd tell me, rubbish, nonsense. And my mom always reminds me that Charles was the first person when I was very young that taught me how to read and write in English and everything as I was growing up. And I was like, okay. But hey, he did very well. As when I went into kindergarten, and instead of doing kindergarten 2, they said go to grade 1. So hey, he tried, because he taught me at home. So as I always look back, even today, whenever I'm about to do something, I send it to him, and he looks at it and sends it back. Okay. I say, thank you. So don't be angry about criticism. Take it on board. It is actually one of the best things to do. Contemporary relationships. Build teams and build relationships based on honesty. This is one thing I want to talk about with filmmakers. The creative industry, for me, is not a competitive space. It's not a competitive space. When you're a filmmaker, don't go into it based on competition. Oh, I want my film to be better than this person's film. No. I want my film to be a good film. Filmmaking is a complement. It's a completion. It's about all of us. It's about telling a story as a team. It's not a pyramid. There's nobody on top. Filmmaking is a circle. It's a circle. There's no competition for me in the creative space. Today I'll make a film. You'll say it's rubbish. You will make a film. Somebody will say it's beautiful. But another person will watch that film that everybody's saying is rubbish and say, oh, wow, I've never seen a good film like this. A lot of people will see some of the works by Abba Kana, like Green, White, Green in Nigeria, and they say, I don't understand this kind of film. But Green, White, Green is one of the most traveled films made from a Nigerian filmmaker. But a lot of Nigerian filmmakers and a lot of people in Nigeria will dismiss that film, but it has its own peculiar audience around the world. It is one of the most traveled films from Nigeria. He makes a particular type of genre of film. So Last Okorocha and all those kind of films. Fine. So you have C.J. Obasi, you have ABBA, and then you have people like Kenneth on the other side, Kenneth Gang, and then he has done Olotre, Confucian Nawa, all those kind of things as well. So there are different types of filmmakers. Neither one of these people are going to tell me, I'm better than this person, or I'm better than that person. No, in filmmaking, learn to understand that it is not a competition. I really want everybody in this room to understand that. Because there are things I hear on different sets and locations. Oh, this one is doing this to this person. No, 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 no. It's about teamwork. Everybody has their destiny within their own lives. You're going to make a good film, you're going to make a bad film. But once you build your teams, you should celebrate each person's success as your own. And once you build those teams, you'll also be happy with each other, and you would grow with each other. So please, one of the big takeaways I want you all to take away from here is filmmaking is not competitive, it's about completion. A circle, not a pyramid. A circle, not a pyramid. It's about respecting each other. It's about holding each other's hands. It's about being there for each other. It's about listening. Because there are days you're going to make it and your film brother or sister doesn't have. You should be able to allow that film brother or sister crash in your house. Because that's the industry we're in. It's an industry where there are highs and lows. It's not all the time we have work. We're almost all self-employed. Like you can see with COVID-19, we're mostly the most affected because, we're contract workers. We're always on a project. So that's why you have to be your brother's keeper. You have to be able to share. You have to be able to be patient. But that doesn't mean that you have to abuse somebody's understanding either. Do you understand what I mean? So even when you don't have, like my best friend and I, she's a set designer. Her name is Linda Stefan-Dotti Kleinders. She's Icelandic and she's a set designer of films. And we grew up in boarding school together until today. We always talk about our journey because sometimes when we leave school and we go and intern or we go and work at the BBC, we might sleep on the floor because we didn't have transport. And remember, I didn't have parental support for a lot of the stuff I was trying to do in film in England. So some of the time, we might not have the transport to go back. So it was easier to just stay back at the studio and then take a bath and then start the day again because we wanted to learn. But when I look at Linda today and where she is, and she can charge whatever she wants, she's one of the most successful set designers I know internationally. At a point, even when we're just starting, and she got her first in St. Martin's in university, and then when she started saying, "Oh, I'm taking $10,000 an hour," I was like, "What?" And she said, "Yeah," but she had paid her dues. But what is the key thing today for me is that we've never stopped being the friendship we had when we started as young people. She can call me out, I can call her out. If I send her a script she don't like, she's going to tell me rubbish. If I see something on the net I don't like that she's done, I tell her, she tells me, "Oh, no, 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 no." And I say, "No, that's not it." Because she's my tribe. Do you understand? We are a team. We understand ourselves. We've been through the journey. So there's no competition. I can never, once she came and did my whole set for AMA, I think 2007 or 2008. She just flew in and built the set. That's her. She didn't charge me, but I paid for her to come for the trip. But she would sometimes just look at sets and then send me a design. That's what friendship is about. And we have been friends now for ooh, 42 years. We started in secondary school together, and we've been friends. There's no jealousy, there's nothing. There is unity, and that is she's like a sister to me. We work. The other person is an architect, but he's into set design as well. Just that's what I'm saying. Once you build your core team, they stay with you. I can call Pindem today. I can call Ike, I can call David. David Ura does most of my trainings when I can't do them. If I call David Ura, I say, David, we need to train in wherever. Get the team together. And that's it. We actually have a particular training called Film in a Box. It's a 3 weeks training course that we trademarked in AMA. And we normally go around and do that training. So we have people being trained in all areas of film. So there's theory and practical. And part of what I've done today is I've given you guys a little bit of the stories behind, but I've also set an assignment. All right? The assignment is on the script. And then we will find a way to make the shorts on those films. That's what this is going to be, because for me, it's not just about telling you. It's also taking you through the process. So when the script writers get together, so after this, I'll meet with the script writers. When we get together, we look at what we're trying to do. When they're ready, we'll find a way. I'll come back to Joss. I'll put another team of the directors and the set, and then we'll go to work and see if we can come out with a short film. It might be a big film. It doesn't matter. We'll just find a way to do it, because I would like us to go through the process. And this is one thing I have done over the years whenever I've trained. So even with my young filmmakers in Rwanda from 2 years ago, a lot of them have gone on to other things. One of my biggest joys a few years ago was a young lady called June Chuvala from Malawi, who I had done training with in 2013. I think she won the AMVCAs a couple of years ago. And for me, that was one of my biggest nights, because that was a success story for me. I had trained over 1,000 youths in Malawi, and both in Lilongwe and Blantyre. So her winning in that particular was for me a night of joy. The key elements, like I would say, is teamwork, understanding your craft, whichever one you have decided to go for. Live it, dream it, work it. Follow the story and the passion. The money comes with it. The money does not come before the passion. This is one job where you have to prove your quality and who you are before the money comes with it. If you try, there's no way to cut the corners in professionalism, internships, bombard emails. Don't take rejection. You never know. For me, I've always known that no is not the answer, but I'm also have my own ways of keying in and following it. People say to me, how have you sustained AMA for 16 years? I said, because even when someone says no to me, I keep going until I find someone that says yes. Do you understand? And understanding your terrain, where you are, understanding the power that you all have as visual filmmakers is also essential in building what you want to build on your journey to filmmaking. It's a responsibility, as all of us are in here. Our responsibility is to tell stories, but to tell stories that impact on the mental state of everybody. Don't just tell a story because you just feel like telling a story. Do your research, read a lot of books, and let the passion drive you. Any questions?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew from National Film Institute. Mine is not actually a question, but kind of a contribution to what you've said. First of all, I want to thank you very, very much for this. In fact, it's indeed a master class because I have been with some persons, mainly Fred Amata and Chief Obaseki, when they gave talk like this. And for me, it was like they were speaking from the business aspect and not from the in-depth for upcoming filmmakers. But this is the first time, respect to all speakers and every other person that have been here before, but this is the first time I sat down here and I listened to a talk that really, went in depth to bring the spirit out as upcoming filmmakers, as students that we are. And I want to say a very big thank you to you and also for everything you said today. But also I still want to appeal to you that I'm just one of a upcoming filmmaker than most of the students out there, just like you said that you will soon come to Jos. And I await that time and I wish that you come. This is one of the beautiful things about Zuma, that this is my first time attending Zuma, and I wish that the subsequent ones, they will get more upcoming filmmakers to listen to lectures like this and grow from it. It is my pleasure to ask you if you can also come to NFI. Many students will want to listen to this. Many students would like to have you and also make film with you. Thank you very much and God bless you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. There's someone here, lady.
Hello, everyone. My name is Peace.
Hi,
Yes,
Peace.
Hi, Peace. Okay, I have a question concerning script writing. When you're talking about script writing, you mentioned the importance of scripts in in the movie process. Is the very first and is vital. But then I understand that there's something called directorial license. Yes, and it allows you to do what you want. But then I have watched several stories. One is half of a Yellow Sun. I think I watched the movie before I read the book. And when the both of them, they didn't just, and that was some of the critics were saying about that. That no, they don't flow. When you read Half of a Yellow Sun, it's wow, you're wowed. But when you watch the movie, it's something basic. At least that was what most of the critics were saying. And I saw, to an extent, what they were saying. So my question is, how important, you kept on stressing on the importance of a script. That, okay, like they talked about the predictability of Nigerian movies, and you talked about the script. But then a director has the ability to pick up a script and turn a boring script into an interesting one. You can decide the ending. I do that in the theater, because I'm a theater artist. I do that in the theater. Sometimes we pick up an ending and we change it to swap it. I am a lecturer. One of my lecturers here. So, yeah, we swap the ending. We do that a lot. So I wonder, why is that not done in films? Why is the importance of the script writers overstressed? Or not over? I don't know. Why is it just stressed?
No, I'm not overstressing it.
Okay.
In the sense that the script is the foundation, the dialogue in the script. If it's not a good script, you won't even have anything to change at the end. Do you understand? There was a fundamental flaw in Half a Yellow Sun, the adaptation of the book into a screenplay. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That was where the problem was. If they had gotten the adaptation the way it should have been, then there might not have been these comments, and the journey of Half a Yellow Sun, the film, might have been totally different and would have been as successful as the book. Right from the get-go, there were issues with people about even when they said, oh, who was writing the actual script? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And then there were also issues on the whole project of Half a Yellow Sun. So when I say about the script, if you don't have a good script, as a director, and this given, when I talk about script, I talk about what we all understand, the suspense, the storytelling, the style, the dialogue. If those are not there as elements, when the director gets on set, he's not going to have anything. And if the director is a good director, he would have read the script when the producer sends it to him and probably have a meeting, a conference, a script conference with the producer and the script writer so that any elements are checked out and done. And most of the time, it depends on the producing team. For me, I always have my director and my script writer with me through the process. So I call on them because for me, dialogue is important. Do you understand? That does not stop the director from having the director's interpretation of the script. That is allowed. He's telling the visual story. But that's why also the process of storyboarding and everything comes into play so that we're all on the same page.
Thank you very much.
So the pre-production of a film is essentially the film. Do you understand what I mean? What we do in pre-production is essential. That's what I was saying about being comfortable with your team. Do you understand? If your team, sit down, sis. If your team is the kind of team that you all understand each other, you can all decide to hang out at one person's house, tear the script together, work it back again, drink coffee, drink more tea, drink water until you get it right. Storyboard it, critique it, send it out until you actually feel it. And once the crew feels it, I can tell you that the pre-production, if it's done right, the film people on set are just going to go bang, 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 bang. It's going to come out well. But if it's like the team just comes on set and then they start working together, sorry. The story will just be there as far as I'm concerned. So for me, it's about pre-production. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Oluwatimilane by name. I'm a student of National Film Institute. Back to directing. We all know directing is all about artistic and creativity. So I think there is a little misconception about directing too. Like, I don't know, this is my opinion and I would like to get it right. I believe that at some point, though directing is like the highest stage. So me as a VFS artist, if I'm good at what I do, like both creativity and artistic. So if I decide to write a script that, you know, tells about what I do and I direct it, though I might not be a director, like as I've once said, I'm a VFS artist. So because I direct that film and I put my name as the director, does that mean I'm not a director, I'm just a VFS? Because there is, I believe even a light guy, if a light guy decides to shoot a film and direct it, if you see the film and say, wow, the lighting is smart, it's nice. If a DOP decides to, okay, this is a script and I want to direct it myself, maybe through the camera movement and everything, you say that no, this person is a, you know. So now, now in my script, if I decide to stand up and say, okay, I want to be a director, I'm a director, they begin to look at you, what do you do as a director? So now the question is, can I just be an ordinary director, like a flat director, or I have to go through a channel, like, okay, I am a DOP, I grew up to be a director, I am a scriptwriter, I grew up to be a director. Or, okay, you get the question right.
Yeah,
yes,
you can be a director. It just depends on your understanding of what a director is. The lady standing here, sometimes I'll tell you the truth, most of the time, the person who is actually directing the film happens to be these people, the cinematographers, in a way, because they are the ones that are visually, but the director is there to understand the depth of the story. You know, I'll tell you something I used to say to the two people that I'm quite close to. You know Izu Ojukwu? Okay. Izu is, for me, probably one of the best cinematographers that ever came out of Nigeria. Do you understand? Listen to my word. The best what? But Izu is not a cinematographer. He's a director. Correct? Ifeanyi Onyabo, on the other hand, for me, rest his soul, was a fantastic director. So I always wanted a day that Ifeanyi will direct a film that Izu would be the cinematographer. I felt it would be dynamite. Do you understand? But they were both directors, and there was never going to be a compromise. Do you get what I'm saying? It's egos. If you have a team that understands you, they'll work with you. Even if you're a VFX director, they'll also appreciate the fact that maybe you want to direct this particular film yourself. Nobody stops. You see, that's the flexibility with filmmaking. But there are just certain aspects of it that you need to have professional knowledge of, which is what the biggest problem with Nollywood is. Everybody feels that they can be a cinematographer. Everybody just carry a camera. No, it's a profession. Every day a new camera comes out. You have to learn it. You have to understand it. You have to understand the lenses. You have to understand about lighting. There's so many things. If it's so easy, you can learn on the job. There are people that learn on the job, but there are basic things you also need to understand. I have seen cinematographers in Nollywood in the earlier days that didn't read and write. You know, when the DSR 200s came out, I had a particular cinematographer work with us. May so rest in peace, late now. And he wasn't used to the camera, so there was the closure on the camera. He said, "This camera, no, they walk, madam, return them. Return them." And I had to keep quiet because everybody kept saying, "This is one of the top guys in Nollywood." Do you understand? But it was a new camera, and they had not worked with it yet. So the first thing he should have done was pick the manual, read it, understand it, before engaging with it. That's the difference of what I was trying to say earlier today about you can be anything in film, from the script writer to the directing. You have people who shoot everything. Do you understand? When I was doing my talk show, if I couldn't afford a cinematographer or crew, I used to do a one-man thing. I'll set my camera, have the sound, the mics, put it on, and interview who I want to interview, and then go home and find a rough way to edit it out and put it on. What I'm trying to say to you is that, but getting the understanding of it is key. Does that make sense to you? Doesn't mean that you cannot be whatever you want to be. It's just try to understand it. When you work as a team, you learn each other's jobs, so you're backup for everybody. And that's why I was talking about criticism earlier, that allow yourself to be able to take criticism. Consume it. It's part of you. It's part of this journey. You may be doing something wrong. I tell you, don't get angry. Understand why I'm telling you. Try and see it from my eye. Don't just be quick to say, this woman is just talking too much. Listen. As I am now, I have team members that will tell me, what you're doing right now, piece is crap. And I have to listen. And I'll go back to the drawing board and we'll try it their way. And I don't like yes people on my team. No. When you're a yes person, anything I say, you say yes to, you're not on my team. You're a spoiler. Yes, because that person will never tell you the truth. And if you don't have people that tell you the truth on your team, they don't want you to succeed. So I don't like yes people on my team. If you're a yes person, don't come to me. I don't want you around me. Doesn't mean I want people who agitate me, but I want criticism so that the best will come out. Not if I say this, okay, no, this is blue. You said, no, it's green. Well, we can both see that it's not even green or blue, but you said because Auntie P said it's green. It's green. No. Auntie Chris is blue. Blue. Maybe you need glasses. It's the truth. Tell me. That's the only way I can get better. You never stop learning. So don't look for your friends that are always quick to tell you, no problem. Yes, it's okay. Anyway, we go manage them. Yes, if it's about, we go manage them together, but not because I said so. Do you get what I mean? Okay. So when you try to do the directing, and a friend of yours that is actually a real professional director gives you a criticism on it, listen to it. Okay. Okay, I'll take 2 more questions.
Sorry that I didn't come early to listen to you, but there are some issues that came up when you were answering the questions. You are very right to say that, you know, in the whole film production business, there must be what we call division of labor. There's no way one person will just be the jack of all trades. But in the industry, the director is the most significant, especially when it comes to the artistic realization of that particular film. And normally, the director liaises with even the cinematographer, with everybody. The director must have knowledge of all aspects of the film production, scripting. There are even situations where in the early history of film, we have the author director, that the director that do everything, the script. Even sometimes it is the director that write the script. But like I said, division of labor in the industry is very, very significant. It will bring the quality of the film to a high pedestal. Yes, I agree with you that you can learn on the job, but that doesn't make you to be a director. You have to go for the training and know the ABC of it properly, so that when you are directing, you have a lot of confidence. You not make a lot of mistakes. Thank you.
Well, there are many approaches to filmmaking. Sorry. Okay. Well, I did speak about that earlier, about don't believe the hype on social media. I mean, come on, guys. I'm spending my hard-earned time here, and I hear that most of you are just browsing the internet. You're not really interested in film? Hey, so why am I here? I could go back and I'm 2 weeks to AMA. AMA is on the 20th. I'm working. This is time out for me. It's crucial time for me. So if you're sitting here looking at your internet, then you don't want to be a filmmaker. Because like I said, you might not get this access. I get paid in America and at Berlinale and all the other film festivals to do this workshop. I get paid a lot of money. So when you're getting this for free, you should appreciate NFC. Seriously. Seriously. Yeah. So if you're sitting here just browsing, I'm sorry for you. You won't have another opportunity to find me. I'm telling you the truth. And I always know the people who really want to be filmmakers. I can tell you that. I also know the people who just are doing it because they're lazy and they think filmmaking is a lazy project. But that's not true. This is one of the hardest industries to be in.
Good morning. My name is John Ray, and I'm from NFI. So my question is about the body that defends filmmakers when it comes to the censorship of what they speak about. Like when she talked about Half of a Yellow Sun, back then I was interested in film. I was still doing fine art at the time, but I wasn't sure yet if I was really going to go into filmmaking. And then when I read the book before the film came out, and when the film was about to come out, there was this news online. After I watched it, I realized that if you remember the scene where she was in Kano and the whole civil war broke out, there were a lot of scenes that were already shot concerning that, depicting what the story had said. But what was in the news was that the government body that governs what you put out there asked that those scenes be pulled out because it was going to cause some sort of uproar in the whole country. Now, when as filmmakers you are being witch hunted by a government that doesn't let you speak out, but speak out to a certain place, or like, you know the saying that says there's freedom of speech but no freedom after speech. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. And I'm more attracted to stories that make your heart beat while you're watching, or while other people are watching your content. You can't really tell. Well, I'm not that attracted to Mr. Ibu and Ukwa being the main characters of a story. I'm more attracted to, I think you get what I mean. So which body defends filmmakers when you...
The producers are the people. Producers are the people that actually go to censor the film. Very interesting that you should bring the subject up. Right now, there were 2 films that are out there. One has just been submitted as Nigeria's film for the Oscars, The Milkmaid and Voiceless. I can tell you that we're lucky that we now have someone like Mr. Dedayo Thomas that we can discuss with at Censors Board, because there was a lot of tension on these 2 films. But as president of the Association of Movie Producers, we wrote to him. We worked the work, talked the talk, worked with DSS, worked with the army, worked with the Islamic people to understand the elements that were in these films that may incite. Now, you have to also remember that we are in a country that is divided by religion and tribalism, which is what I was trying to say earlier indirectly to us as filmmakers, that research is key. Understanding our terrain is also key. You can still tell that story within the film without showcasing our major issues, so that it does not cause tension within the country. So let me explain. In this film that was submitted for the Oscars, in The Milkmaid, there's an inscription in Islam that for Islamic people shouldn't be in a particular room. It's haram. Does it make a difference if that inscription is not that particular inscription in the film? It didn't make a difference. So it could go, right? But the film could still. But now, if it probably was some of the people in Censors Board and they didn't have a strong producers guild to fight it, because first of all, the film was not allowed to be processed. So when we found out and we dialogued and we went through it and we watched it and we had continuous screenings until everything and elements were taken out, we still could see that it wouldn't affect the film. Do you understand what I mean? So why is research key? That inscription, if the person who did the research had understood that that inscription may incite, it might have been a different inscription on the film. We're storytellers, but also custodians of our community. We don't need to have fights. We also spoke to the DSS people. They understood. They came, they watched the film. They agreed with us that the story needed to be told so that we begin to empathize with what's going on up north with Boko Haram. Because if we don't see it on our screens, we will not be able to understand that these people are living every day with terror. People coming in, killing them. We can't feel their pain. But when you watch Voiceless and you watch The Milkmaid, you can actually begin to get angry with what's happening in the north and say, no, we must secure the north. It brings out the emotion in us. So with storytelling, we still have to be responsible, but the people that will do the fight is the Producers Guild, and I am the president of the Producers Guild, and we did manage to get both films censored, okay? Now, what did it take? It took patience. I came to Abuja almost 9 times. I watched the film with all different kinds of people. I got people in government to watch it as well. But with Mr. Thomas, we were able to dialogue. We were able to express the need for these things to be shown. There was also an element in the film which we needed to explain, okay? So without giving out too much on Milkmaid, it's submitted, it's at cinemas, you may be able to watch it as well on Voiceless. There are things that, just like there are things in the Bible, like, okay, when everybody wrote to Netflix because of the depiction of Jesus as a woman, to say, bring the film down. Do you understand? It was against certain religious views, and people felt strongly about that. Now, since we belong to a country that has this tension on it, we cannot be responsible of inciting any unnecessary war, but we can still tell the story with a little bit of decorum. Do you understand? But still not lose the story. That is where that research comes in, and dialogue, and being able to look at the script and say, how do we say this without inciting? How do we say this? Even when somebody is about to give a speech or talk about religion, or I have a problem. Let me give you an example. The African traditional religion has been bastardized by our filmmaking process in Nollywood in its interpretation. So when you tend to see certain things that are normal in our films, like divination of Ifa, you start thinking it's Babalawo. Hello? No, it's not. Christianity and Islam are not the only religions of the world. African traditional religion exists, and it's not all negative. But we have helped to give the image of a red cock and this and that. And so even normal herbals that treat you are seen as diabolical. What have we done? We have created another interpretation rather than seeing that there are things. When you understand that Ifa is not a Babalawo, Ifa is divination. In Igbo, is Igbafa. It's divination, it's spirituality. In Igbo cosmology, it's an understanding of your fate. Do you understand? But when you now see it in our films, it's always about money rituals or something that, no, it's not. When you understand either Yoruba cosmology or Igbo cosmology, you begin to understand that the same elements that are in the Bible of treating your neighbor as yourself are part of what we have in the Ifa religion, we have in Igba Ifa, our traditional religions. Do you understand? But what have we done as filmmakers? We have created fear. We have now created those things to look at, rituals and babalawos. It exists. Voodoo exists, it's different. But also voodoo is also a religion. So when we talk about the Oshun River goddess, some people say, oh no, this is that. Or you talk about black soap. They say now, oh, black soap is for juju. Hello? There are different things that black soap is used for. Our natural herbalists who treat us, give us black soap if you have a skin problem. I have a skin problem. To all the doctors in the world. But I'll tell you the truth. It's dogon yarrow, neem, shea butter. And I have almost 87% of my pigmentation back. But if I spoke now about it, somebody would say, now juju. No, it's not. There's the monks at Ewu, Pax Herbals. They come up with different natural things, which our ancestors did. They used it. But colonial mentality has made us to look at the way we interpret our stories to make us look at X, Y, Z as this. So it creates a sense of responsibility. And that's why I always tell people about my journey in my health issues. A few years ago, I wasn't walking because I was put on steroids when I lost pigmentation. And so they said, oh, it's autoimmune, it's this, it's that. My auntie saw me and said, no, 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 no. There's a man in this village in Ohafia. He does this, he does that. You know, the Catholic mother and my mother, oh, it will. My brother, my late brother said, no, Mom, we'll go and find out. If Papa was here, we would go and find this thing out and see if it would work. My aunties, my aunt, my late brother, everybody, we started to research. Even when we got to India, it was the same name, which is Dogon Yarrow, that we, we take as common, but that gives you back pigmentation and also helps your internal, stops the fever, stops the cough, bitter cola, turmeric, everything that we have naturally available are put into capsules in India and given to you. And I can stand here as a testimony to African herbal medicine because I am standing today mostly based on drugs from Pax Herbals. Do you understand what I'm saying? And being able to ingest pure shea butter as a spoon. But if we talk about it now, if I say to you, oh, Ifa divination, the first thing you're going to tell me, oh, those people in the red hut and killing chicken and this. No, 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 no. And then they start to tell you, oh, issue is this, that is that, and forgetting everybody has their own. Do you understand? As the late Maria Makeba would always say to me, may she rest in peace, she will say, the white man came and they told us everything African is not good for us. So we have to believe in people with long hair. But, you know, they tell us about one woman that was the mother, and she died, and they say we should not think about our ancestors. Because the first thing they tell you sometimes in some of the churches is you shouldn't respect the spirit of your ancestors. But African tradition means that you call on your ancestors when you need help. So when Mama was about to die, when she felt she was growing older and she would die, you know what she said to us? She said to me, Peace, you know, I have so many children all over the world. I've told them, when I die, I want them to throw my ashes in the water. I said, Mama, why? She said, because you don't have to come all the way to South Africa, to my grave and talk to me and tell me what you want. Go to the nearest water and tell me. I will do what you want me to do. Her understanding of it is that the water has no beginning and no end. So when her ashes are in the water, if you need her, you just remember her. Just go there and talk to the water and say, Mama Makeba, you know, I need some distressing right now. Because what Mama used to do is when she got back to South Africa, she went back to Guinea where her daughter was buried, her only child. She took part of the sand of the grave. She brought it back to South Africa. She went to because when her mom, her grandmother, and everybody died, she wasn't around. So she needed to feel closure. So she went to where they buried them, took parts of the sand, and then did like a place in the village, in her house. So it was like an altar space, you know, in her house. So whenever she wants to talk, she would go there, and she would make funny jokes about sitting there and having a glass of wine. I said, talk to them. Tell them. Her mother was a Sagoma, which is like a spiritual doctor. And in South Africa, they actually don't demystify the African traditional religion. You find radio DJs and people like that that are Sagomas. When the calling comes, they go and do the traditional rites. They don't pretend or say it doesn't exist like we try to do here, or dehumanize it. It's actually part of them. They say what is in the physical is in the spirit. If somebody is ill, they like to look at it both from the spiritual and the spirit. So you find the Zionists who always believe in the water. So what I'm trying to say is that as filmmakers in Africa, what we have done so far is, like Nigeria most especially, is the depiction of African traditional religion as a negative element as ritualistic, not separating the two. There's herbalist, there's Ifa, there's Igbafa, and the other things. But all we see is a depiction of the Babalawo who kills and blood money. And that's not what our traditional religion is about. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to make you understand that if we want to censor our research, our understanding, and conceptualization, as a director, you will be able to still tell that story without incitement. Are we fine now? One last question, and that's it. Okay, so I'll come to you, but
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abdul Karim Mohammed. I would like to emphasize the presentation of our president that filmmaking is not a competitive space. This is very key because as young filmmakers, we need to understand the issue of specialization and the issue of competitive advantage. It is when you specialize into an aspect of production that you will have something to offer to what she calls the core team. And I vividly remember when Titanic swept 11 titles in one night at an Oscar event. It was the first time that happened. And David Cameron, who was the director of that film, was asked one of the most fundamental questions that needed to be asked to be related to what you have said. The question was, how was he able to sweep 11 Oscar awards in one film in one night? Do you know his answer? The answer to me, till today, remains what emphasizes what she said. Because his answer was, Titanic swept 11 Oscar awards in one night because he was, according to him, obsessed with the idea of making the film. And in the process, he met other core team members that were either as equally obsessed with the idea or even more than him, and that is how the core team were able to sweep the Oscars. Meaning, teamwork is key in filmmaking. Meaning, if you have developed a competitive advantage in what area, whatever aspect of filmmaking you strive to prove yourself, you will have something to offer to the core team. And I think that is what she is charging us to do, to identify that innate core competence that we have, build on it over time, and that is the issue of training you are talking about, retraining. I graduated with a BSc degree in radio, television, and film from an American institution 30 years ago. But I remain relevant because that level of education only enabled me to keep at pace with what is happening in technology. Because if you are in a technology-driven field, you cannot afford to say you have arrived the destination point of education. So it has to be a continuous process because technology brings change and we need to plug into that change to make ourselves relevant at all times. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So, just one last question here, and
Good morning, ma. My name is Nathaniel from NFI. Earlier you mentioned why Nigerians don't usually emerge as winners in sound, that's in AMA. So my question goes there. I observe mostly we are used to the common stereo, that's two speakers left and right. But I observe there's a format that most American or foreign movies, they do come out, their audio sounds come out as DTS, that's digital theater sound, I guess. And then our own movies, which makes you use of 5 speakers, 6 speakers, or above, as which is placed in mostly theaters, and even in this place we can see it has 6 speakers to give us full surround sound. Well, like as in the movie you watched yesterday, I observed in the cinema, it is in the cinema, but the sound is flat. The sound is basically just the stereo. It's not surround. It's not surround. That's whereby I can hear maybe someone is coming behind, and then maybe the dialogue is coming from. I'm in the cinema. I can hear the dialogue coming behind me. I could actually relate. So our movies are not like that, or some of our movies are not like that. So is there any measure put in place which our audio mixers or our sound men, our audio engineers for movies, is there any measure put in place whereby our audio sounds will come out in those formats, or whereby upcoming filmmakers will be exposed on things like that? That's on the surround sound, how it works, and then how it could be recorded, how it will be mixed in films, so that our own sounds in Nollywood will be up to standard.
Okay, just quickly, sound mixing is actually a whole big area on its own, and that's why the post-production of a film is not a hurried element. It takes a lot of time in order to get all the sounds put together, and it also depends on how the films were recorded on set. So it depends on what equipments were used on the particular set before you go to sound mixing and color grading and all that. So post-production is key. And then it also depends on the film that you were watching yesterday at the cinema, whether it was on a DCP, so that it could have been projected properly. But being a festival, more than likely, they only submitted a hard drive, so you're probably not getting the full sound, do you understand, of the film. So, because most digital projections should give you the proper sound. But it also depends. A lot of our films here are not actually mixed at the moment. It's also a process that I know the cinematographers and the sound people are working on to try and get sound studios, etc. And also it depends where you record as well. Do you understand? So the work is in the post a lot of the time. I'd like to thank all of you, but like I would want to leave you with some quick thoughts. Like Uncle Abdurrahman said, decide your core competence. Let it drive your passion. I keep talking about passion. I'm accused of sleeping, walking, talking, dreaming this industry. I've succeeded because it's what I want to do. It keeps me awake at night. It's my joy. I love training young people because I was a young filmmaker. My journey in scripting and writing started when I was 9 years old. I made my first short film when I was 16. This has been my life. But I am lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. My life has also helped me succeed. But it didn't come from just the work. It came from the passion. Okay? It came from the passion. Somebody said to me, why did you bother to come out and run for the Association of Movie Producers? You don't need it. I said, it's not the title, it's the work. I needed the guilds to work so that producers and filmmakers start to make money from their productions, and so that they don't have to keep on making so many films just to survive, but they begin to just make the quality products that they will be able to live with and make a lot of money, because there is money in the industry, but you just need to make sure you have the right contracts and understand what you're doing. Guys, let me just leave you with another thing. Even when you're doing my friend business, so that there's no bad blood between you if that particular project blows. Just have a document between both of you, especially if you're with frenemies, people that you laugh with but you're not sincere with. But that's not who you need around you. Find your true enemies who are actually your friends to work with. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is not a competition. Be happy for everybody else. Always remember this. Be happy for whoever makes it. That's what creativity is about. It's the joy of seeing that one friend of yours succeed. Wow, this film is going. This film is out. This person made this film. I love when my friends are making good films. The number of times I came when these two films were having problems or whatever, and the times I would call Adedayo Thomas and say, Edie, you understand this, that. He would say to me, you're mad. But I knew that he understood. You must let your passion drive you. That's what filmmaking is about. Learn, learn, learn. Enjoy learning. You never stop learning. You're never too old to learn. And anytime you have an opportunity, attend festivals, watch films when you're at the festivals, take notes, even look at the mistakes, go back, ask questions, research, 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 send those emails, reach out to anybody you can, never stop asking, never stop learning, and just go with your passion. Let your passion drive you. Thank you very much.
Please, if you did not leave your hands at home, please, let's put those hands together for her. Thank you very much, Madam Peace, for that wonderful presentation. It's always nice to have you, and we hope that we'll keep partnering to make sure that the Nigerian film industry continues to grow. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are going to be having one important event of the Nigerian Film Corporation, and that is the annual film lecture. And I'm pleased to inform you that our special guests and important dignitaries are already in the house. We are awaiting the arrival of the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy. But before then, I possibly would want to believe that we can commence, because the representative of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture is already around, and the Chairman Board of the Nigerian Film Corporation is also around. And we had said that we will start exactly 11 o'clock, and we are 15 minutes behind 11. At this point, okay. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Mr. Fong. Yeah. So just go straight. Yeah. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the representative of the two ministers of the Federal Republic are already in the house, and we will kickstart the event straight away. Please, may I have the pleasure to invite to the high table here representative of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, Mr. Babajide. Sir, Mr. Jide, sir. Sit somewhere in the middle, the two ministers. Thank you. We also want to invite the representative of the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Pentani, represented by Dr. Abimbola Alele. She is the Managing Director, Chief Executive, NICOMSAT. Thank you very much. I would like to invite the guest of honor and chairman NFC board, Engineer Abubakar Umar Garbo. Thank you, sir. I would like to also invite to the high table the Managing Director, Chief Executive, Nigerian Film Corporation, and Chairman, Organizing Committee, Zuma Film Festival, Dr. Chidi Amadwe. Thank you very much. I would also like to invite Lawa Ahmed. He is the Zonal Director, NTA Lagos Zonal Office, representing the DG NTA Malam Yakubu Ibn Mohammed. Thank you, sir. I'll, at this point, invite the guest lecturer for the 2020 edition of the Nigerian Film Corporation Annual Film Lecture. Here, Engineer Yakubu Musa. He is the Ecosystem Development Manager, Software and Human Capital Development, representing Alhaji Inua Abdullahi, Director General, NITDA. Thank you very much. I also now like to invite Mr. Michael Akpan. He is representing the DG Nigerian Copyright Commission. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll be rising up for the national anthem. But I'd like to inform you that we have one of our own that will be moderating this annual lecture, and I would like to introduce him as Malam Abdul Karim Mohammed. Please, can you stand up for the people to see you? Thank you. I also want to use this opportunity to recognize all of you filmmakers from far and wide, and management and staff of the Nigerian Film Corporation. We have the Director of Finance and Accounts, Director of Human Resource, Director of Planning and Research and Statistics, all the management staff and staff of the Nigerian Film Corporation. Please, we welcome you to this occasion. Please, may we rise up for the national anthem. If you are not ready, we will sing it. Are you ready? Please, let's sing it. 1, 2, go. Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our father's land with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be. You can take your seats, please. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to bore all of us with the essence and the importance of the annual lecture to the Nigerian Film Corporation and the growth of the Nigerian film industry. It is therefore my pleasure at this point to welcome the Managing Director, Chief Executive, Nigerian Film Corporation, Dr. Chidi Amadwike, to present his welcome remarks. Sir.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the creative industry assembled here this morning. Good morning, our able representatives of the minister and other senior. We are there with the drama aspect of it. It is indeed worthy to know that from this annual film lecture, we have developed policy papers that today have become instruments for implementation for policy directives in the industry. I recall that when we had one of such annual lectures, we now crystallize the issue of archiving policy. We move from there, the next annual lecture, and we had the issue of the national tariff data policy, which is in the making. And today, we are going to be given a bumper harvest by the presenter, which will take us to the next level. On this note, I wish to express my pleasure once more to welcome you to the Nigerian Film Corporation Annual Film Lecture Series, the 2020 edition. This is to be delivered by a distinguished personality spearheading one of the critical federal government agencies overseeing the rapid development of the nation's digital development. Alhaji Kashifu Enwa Abdullahi, Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. Can we give him a round of applause? I want to use this opportunity to convey the appreciation of management of the NFC to you for accepting to deliver this lecture titled Online Film Content, Acquisition, Distribution, Impact on Emerging Digital Economy. In our quest to ensuring that the nation's film industry receives the necessary and required policy direction, we have over the years used and will continue to deploy the annual film lecture platform where critical issues, challenges, and possible remedies are ultimately and robustly discussed. Over the years, and indeed within the last 2 years, the world's digital and internet space has provided filmmakers yet to be fully tapped opportunities that have the capacity to elevate film production activities from some stressful, time-wasting, and loss of financial and other resources to a more friendly, cost-effective, and secured return on investment. This year's topic of the annual film lecture is apt, as it perfectly fits into the current narrative of how best to sustain film production activities in view of the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We are not unmindful of the possible challenges that perhaps precipitated the full adoption or reliance by Nigerian filmmakers in online film content acquisition and distribution. Of course, there have been few instances, and lately too, of inroads into this window of film production activity. However, we are optimistic that the emplacement of a national policy framework will aid a rapid development of this critical window of film production. I want to therefore thank our vibrant Nigerian filmmakers who are making the nation proud through their creative work. The Nigerian Film Corporation shall continue to promote engagement such as film lectures series platform to drive the process to rapid development of the film industry, which has capacity to double down as a sector with huge potential for massive employment generation and wealth creation at the same time. Distinguished guests and participants here present, and those who are participating virtually, I want to assure you that this year NFC annual film lecture shall be a memorable one. I express my profound appreciation to Alhaji Lai Mohammed and Dr. Isa Patami, Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, as well as Honorable.
I'm referring to our handsets, which of course, you know, are gradually replacing the television sets and the computers that we have. This technology has greatly impacted on the characteristics of all human activity, be it social or economic. For the film industry in Nigeria, especially with the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, the cravings to use the internet to drive online film content and distribution has attracted the attention of stakeholders worldwide. This is so because of the economic imperatives and vast investment opportunities that abound within the global digital space. I have no doubt, therefore, that the topic of this year's NFC annual lecture is apt. I commend the management of the Nigerian Film Corporation for sustaining the annual film lecture series, through which it is using to contribute positively to the involvement of a robust, creative economy with the support of the digital space. The step we have once more taken today, including the choice of this topic of the film lecture, will not have only be celebrally engaging and assuring, but will also lead to the activation of other processes and engagements for the rapid development of the Nigerian creative economy. Finally, I wish to enjoin our students in the Nigeria National Film Institute, most especially our students in the National Film Institute, and upcoming artists in the film industry to take the business of film very, very seriously. Apart from perhaps the oil industry and maybe the financial subsector of the Nigerian economy, I do not see any other sector of the Nigerian economy that is so promising, so robust, so engaging, and so challenging and motivating like the film industry. I am therefore calling on our youth to, channel their creativity, channel their know-how and their energies and everything that they have, in them, given by God, towards making the best use of the opportunities that the Nigerian Film Corporation is availing them, so that, as I said, they can be one of the greatest in film acting, in film producing, film writing, everything, scripting and so on. And I'm sure if there is anything that needs support, my board will support the Nigerian Film Corporation, and I'm sure the parent Ministry of Information and Culture, with the support of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, will give. With these few remarks, I want to welcome each and every one of you to this year's annual lecture. I wish us happy deliberations. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful address. We want to move speedily with time, and so at this point, I'm pleased to invite the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Issa Pantani, here represented by the Managing Director, Chief Executive, NICOMSAT, Dr. Abimbola Alele, for her opening just remarks. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for the Minister.
Thank you, the MC. Standing on very well-established protocol, may I seek the permission of the representative of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture to abide by that established protocol. So, on this note, my name is Abimbola Alale, and I'm here to represent my Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Issa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, FNCS, FBCS, FIM, who has asked me to convey his apology for not being able to be here due to other national pressing assignments by the Mr. President. And he asked me to convey his appreciation and to congratulate both the board, the governing board of the Nigerian Film Corporation, and the MD, Dr. Chidi Amadikwe. The Honorable Minister asked me to actually give you his personal regards. And like he would always say, he has asked me to also say, tell you that may peace, mercy, and the blessing of the Almighty be upon everyone here. And well, now it is my honor to actually represent my digital minister at this annual film lecture. And with this, yes, the Dr. Chidi has assumed the position of the MD. This is his fourth in the series, but generally this is the 11th annual lecture series. So he's been able to add 4 to the existing 7th annual lecture. So I congratulate you, Dr. Chidi Amadikwe. And yes, the title of this annual lecture is very apt, like the chairman of the governing board actually said, because we're driving digital economy in Nigeria. There is no better time to actually involve the people in this sector, to carry them along in all the various policies of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, because the ministry has a national digital economy policy and strategy. And inside, contained in this policy and strategy are different policies that this sector can actually take advantage of, because you're talking of online content acquisition for the IPTV. And now everything is, globally, everything is digitized. So you have been there, you have been there, but it's content on IPTV and even via the direct to home TV, that's the broadcasting platform, on podcast, and of course on online streaming. So you've been in that sector, but what you now need to know is to realize the power that you have in the digital economy space, and that is what the Ministry of
Communications and Digital Economy has done to be able to formulate different policies to enable you deliver what you already have. And also, in addition to that, National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, the ministry also has a national broadband plan. Why a national broadband plan? Most of the content you've been developing, how do you make the people in the rural areas to see them? It is via broadband. Without broadband, you can't carry everybody along. You have to wait for the regular people, the TV, and what of those who can afford TV but at least are able to afford their phones or their handheld devices? It is only broadband that will enable them to actually view your content. And I'm sure even at the Ministry of Information and Culture, you've already, I'm sure ethics have been discussed well in this thing, so that all your, because through your dramas, you are able to let people know what is going on, the feel of, the general feeling of what is going on. You let government know what government needs to improve. You let people know what we need to do through your actions and dramas. So, but how do you now make sure that everybody is included in actually listening and watching or hearing your message? Is via broadband. And the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy has formulated various policies to help you deliver everything you're doing so that everybody is included in listening to you. It's an all-inclusive digital economy sector we're trying to build. And on this note, even the annual lecture that is going to be delivered by the DG NADA, it's going to speak, I mean, it just tallies with what the ministry is doing right now, because the Nigeria economy cannot be left behind. Global economy is being digitized, and Nigeria economy is also being digitized right now. And like I said earlier, it is what the policies we have in the ministry is to provide platforms for all of you to take advantage. You can, if there are any doubts, there are several, you can have meetings, you can call on, you can decide to have meetings with us in the ministry on how you can take advantage of the different policies already put forward by the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. Those policies are there to guide you, to be able to enable you, especially in your skills acquisition. I see in the program that you've had different trainees, which is what we also preach, because with that skill acquisition, you can move further. All the young people who are very interested in this sector, they need to be enabled, because skills drive the digital sector, the digital economy sector. So skill is very, very key, and I can say that several people, their competitions have gone on, different skill trainings have been given. So please continue to take advantage of the opportunities being presented by the Nigerian Film Corporation to develop this sector, and also abide by different regulations that will enable you to expand further. So on this note, once again, I would like to congratulate the board, the chairman of the governing board, and the MD of the Nigerian Film Corporation for this lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the wonderful presentation that you just made. It might interest you to know that she is going to serve as chairman of the annual film lecture. So after the presentation, she will guide us through with the assistance of the moderator. At this point, I have the singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, here represented by Mr. Augustus Ajibola, to make his own presentation, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to share some few remarks and ideas and thoughts with you. But before I start there, let me say my good felicitations to representative of the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, represented here, the chairman of the board, Alhaji Abubakar Umar Gambo, my good friend, the MD of NMC, Dr. Chidia Madweke. I will say a few thoughts and ideas, because the ministry has actually been engaging the NFC in a lot of fronts. In the area of policy making, we have always wondered why there's no archives for film in Nigeria. And what do I mean by this? If you notice, most of the classics, television and thereabout, you hardly see their reruns. Cockroach at Dawn, Village Headmaster, Mirror in the Sun, you hardly see their reruns so that the new generation can see them. I don't know the reasons for this, but from what I gathered, most of those films have been lost to attrition and other things. So I'm happy to tell you that this year, the NFC actually wrote a request to the ministry, to the minister. And I'm happy to tell you that it was approved that NFC, henceforth, all films, even the president's broadcast, must always be archived with the Nigerian Film Corporation. Secondly, in July, sometime in July, can somebody just put on? It's my phone. I'm sorry. Around July, the ministry has actually been interfacing with the Bureau for Public Enterprises. We all know what the Bureau for Public Enterprises do. They reform and commercialize. And the NFC and the ministry realized that with evolving times, the role of NFC has to change. From being a pioneer in documentaries like Zuma, which was kindly digitalized by us, by Arsenal Institute in Germany 3 years ago, it has transited into other roles. And one of the roles we want the NFC to translate into is to become a player in the industry. Not a competitive player, but at least be a positive and vibrant player in the industry. And towards this end, we are interfacing with the Bureau for Public Enterprises to carry out a reform and commercialization. I said there is a lot of responsibility and without prejudice. It's not privatization, because commercialization is different from privatization, so it's not the same. Because I've heard some people telling me, oh, you people want to privatize NFC, and I've told them no. It's to commercialize the operations in order to reinvent and re-engineer their operations. So that's on the second phase. On the third front, one of the things I find most edifying about the relationship between the ministry and the NFC this year is that in spite of the COVID-19, this year alone, we are able to get Ministry of Justice to approve at least 5 international MOUs with France, India, South Africa, Brazil. I can't remember the last one, but I know there are 5. So we are able to do that in order to energize the international cooperation, synergies, and partnership with this organization. And on that note, I think I want to keep it short, and I wish that you have a fruitful deliberation and engagement with the public lecture. Thank you.
Please, let's put our hands together again for Mr. Augustus Ajibola for the remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed. At this point, I want to crave your indulgence to take my leave. I'll just step aside. I'll invite the moderator, Malam Abdulkarim Mohammed, to take over from me. Malam, please.
Well, with the beautifully set out protocol, I would like to ride on it so that we can gain time. I would like to say thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. And I think the first thing I would like to do is, we know the theme that we are going to listen to at this annual lecture, but we do not know the discussants of the theme. And let me start by introducing the two, shall I say, the titans of Nollywood that are going to discuss what the annual lecture is going to discuss. And the first one is Mr. Madu C. Chikwendu. Madu, we were in South Africa for an African filmmakers meeting, and somebody walked up to us because we dressed in Nigerian clothes, and he was asking us, please, I'm looking for Madu. We said, you are looking for Madu. Madu is not here, but wait. When he comes, he will announce his presence. You don't need to ask us again. And not quite some few minutes later, Madu walked into the hall, and the guy announced his presence in his own way. And that same person, after the event, he said, you guys know this guy so much. Yes, I didn't have to ask anybody. When he came, he announced his presence. That is the person that we have that is going to moderate the paper that is going to be presented today. And I can assure you, many of you have come across him, but some of you will be coming across him for the first time. I have no fear of contradiction that he's going to do justice to discussing this paper. The second person that is going to discuss the paper that we're going to listen to is none other than the fresh, new president of Association of Movie Producers of Nigeria. And she is an MON, I believe. And that is because she shares the passion of film with us as a nation. And by the way, let us understand that there is no sector of the economy of Nigeria that has taken us to the level that it has taken us to more than Nollywood. Back in 2009, I was in the Media and Communication Committee of the Nigeria Vision 2020, and the aim was to take Nigeria to the top 20 nations by this year. But that 2009, an announcement came that Nigeria had been adjudged with 98 other countries, and it has emerged the third largest producer of film titles in the world. There is no sector of the Nigerian economy that has attained that up to now. And from 2009 to date, Nigeria has remained on the top 3 list to this point. So Mrs. Peace Anyim Osigwe is one person that I know that has been instrumental in getting us there, and she is the second person that is going to discuss this paper. Where is Madam President? Right there at the back. Please let us welcome her. And incidentally, this morning, I was in her class that she shared some wonderful experiences that I think will be able to shape the lives of many young filmmakers that are here already. So that journey is going to continue through the discussion process. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with this background of knowing those that are going to discuss the paper, let us call upon the paper presenter. It was supposed to be Alhaji Kashifu Inoa Abdullahi, CCIE, Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDDA, but he has sent a representation of Engineer Yakubu Musa, who is the Ecosystem Development Manager and Software and Human Capital Development Director at NIDDA. So let us welcome Engineer Yakubu Musa to make his presentation. after his presentation, there will be the discussants that will come in to discuss the paper, and then we'll do general discussion on it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, sir, permit me to stand on the established protocols. My name is Yakubu Musa, and I work for the Office for Nigerian Content Development in ICT, which is a subsidiary of NIDDA. I'm standing here to represent my boss, the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency, Mr. Kashifu Inu Abdullahi CCIE, who is unavoidably absent due to other pressing engagements. The DG sends his apologies for his inability to be here in person, and I hope his apologies are accepted. So I would quickly go through his paper, and if time permits, I would say one or two things on the topic. The topic of the lecture is online film content acquisition and distribution, impact on emerging digital economy. May peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you all. I am delighted and honored to be part of this important event and to deliver the 2020 Nigerian Film Corporation Annual Film Lecture titled Online Content Acquisition and Distribution, Impact on Emerging Digital Economy, which is actually in line with our mandates at the National Information Technology Development Agency under the supervision of the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, which is to encourage the use and adoption of digital technologies in both the public and private sectors. Undoubtedly, the theme for this year is timely because digital technology is causing disruptions in virtually all facets of our lives, from entertainment, education, construction, finance, transport, telemedicine, and several other sectors. It is safe to say that digital technologies and especially the internet are significantly reshaping the modern motion picture industry, as globally, media consumption is increasingly happening in digital formats. The rising number of devices with capabilities to support digital media and the increasing internet access speed has given consumers the option to access content of their choice, be it information, entertainment, or social activity, anytime, anywhere. These have led to the emergence of companies providing a variety of online video content, which is disintegrating the traditional media platforms, such as television and digital video discs, DVDs. Information and communications technology, ICT, has proven to be the general purpose technology that has become embedded in and central to the business models across the economy. In order to improve flexibility and efficiency, as well as extend reach into global markets, businesses across all sectors are now able to design and develop their operating models around technological capabilities. According to a report by the World Economic Forum, the growth of the global middle class from 1.8 billion people in 2009 to an estimated 4.9 billion in 2030 will lead to an increase in demand for new media services with a focus on convenience, education, premium content, and video on demand, particularly in emerging economies. The Nigerian film industry has come of age with records of blockbuster movies in the past decade and contributions to Nigeria's gross domestic product. The Nigerian film industry is an integral component of the arts entertainment and recreation sector, which available statistics from the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, show that it contributed 0.19% to real GDP in the third quarter, Q3 2020. The Nigerian box office contributed a significant value of 4.3 billion naira in 2017 and is expected to grow to an estimated 6.4 billion by 2022. The industry remains one of the driving points for economic activities in Nigeria, as entertainment is fast becoming one of the highest employers of labor in our country. As one of the biggest film industries in the world, Nigeria has performed remarkably on the global stage by producing and promoting movies that present our diverse and rich culture. This has largely been enabled by digital technology and other medium of displaying content online. Additionally, Nigerian youth have found ample space to showcase their talents using platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as alternative platforms for upcoming artists to tell their stories to the world and attract multi-billion naira investments into the Nigerian entertainment landscape, thereby creating direct and indirect jobs. Recent data from the Nigerian National Film and Video Censors Board indicated that of over 1,000 Nigerian films approved by the board annually, English language films surprisingly constitute only around 12%, while the rest are being produced in indigenous languages. The rising number of Nigerian language films indicates that despite the global media focus on English films, Nigerian audiences seem to prefer productions in Nigerian languages. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a substantial impact across all sectors, including the global film industry, where film production was halted, cinemas and movie theaters were closed, festivals canceled or postponed, and film releases moved to future dates or delayed indefinitely. However, even before COVID-19, video on demand, VOD, was having a huge impact on the industry. Therefore, the pandemic has accelerated the ongoing digitization of film production, distribution, and consumption, which will significantly affect the structure of the value chain. Video on demand service providers have opened a competitive market, and consumers are always looking out for better and diversified content. Platforms such as Iroko TV and Ibaka TV are making waves in Nigeria and Africa at large, especially now that there is a high demand for online content due to the coronavirus pandemic. The American streaming company, Netflix, launched Netflix Niger and has been consistent on buying indigenous content, which has significantly boosted creativity in Nigeria. These are clear pointers to the potentials of the Nigerian film industry in attracting investments and contributing to our digital economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the journey to a digital Nigeria, as championed by the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Isa Ali Ibrahim Pantami, FNCS, FBCS, FIM, has started in earnest with the launching of the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy. Additionally, the Nigerian National Broadband Plan 2020 to 2025 will see a significant increase in broadband penetration, which currently stands at 45.43, and rapid growth in the number of internet users, currently over 151 million subscribers. Therefore, it is necessary that the Nigerian film industry keys into this very important journey and takes advantage of the many opportunities presented by digital technologies, particularly the increasing mobile and internet penetration. As the government agency mandated to regulate the Nigerian IT industry, the National Information Technology Development Agency has designed many programs and initiatives aimed at supporting indigenous tech companies, including digital content providers. NIDA is equally open to collaborations and partnerships that will spur economic activities and grow our digital economy. Therefore, there is need for a deeper collaboration between the film industry, our indigenous digital tech companies, and relevant stakeholders for the desired impact on our emerging digital economy. As we adapt to the digital economy, there's the need for lifelong learning and innovation to keep pace with the evolution of technology and accommodate the disruptions that come with it. On a final note, I urge stakeholders in the Nigerian film industry to have a strategic focus on digitization for a wider and quicker distribution across regions, reduction in piracy, reduction in production costs, and increased content penetration. This will go a long way in making the desired impact and contribution to our digital economy. I wish you a successful event. Thank you. That is the DG's paper, and I would want to quickly add that digital transformation has come to stay. And for me, ICT is not just an enabler of other sectors, but rather ICT should be seen as a strategic partner. There's no doubt that digital transformation would have a significant impact on employment, as there will be more demand for skills, related digital skills. So therefore, for us to survive digital transformation, there's need for us to continuously learn and be innovative in order to accommodate these disruptions. And some of the likely impacts of digitization of the film industry would happen maybe in terms of the disruptions, because we have companies flooding of the space by people now just producing content and sending it online, thereby disrupting the traditional value chain for the film industry. Also, issues around regulations as well, because there is no legal framework. The legal framework will always have to do catch-up due to the dynamic nature of ICT. So on a final note, I thank the organizers for the inviting the DG of NIDA to be the guest lecturer for this year. And we look forward to more partnerships with the NFC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Yakubu Musa. Certainly, digital disruptions are the truth of the matter. No matter what way you want to look at it, digital disruptions will not stop, and you cannot stop it, but you have to plug in. Now, the critical challenge for us, when he was mentioning Netflix America, I felt sad. It should be Netflix Nigeria, because once you are not controlling the source of information today, you are disadvantaged. And if you are disadvantaged in the ICT world, you are disadvantaged economically, socially, physically, mentally, and anything you can think of. So the challenge, I think, for the institutions of government in Nigeria is to ensure that we develop indigenous technologies that can be able to plug in and make us at par with others. On that note, I would like to say that NFC has done something that is very crafty and very strategic. What they have done is they drew two industry bigwigs to discuss what has been presented today. But equally, they drew two industry-related agencies of government that should discuss the paper. One of them is NCC, which is the Copyright Commission, and the other is the Nigerian Television Authority, a content developer and also a content distributor. This, I think, is very strategic. I would like to commend the management of the Nigerian Film Corporation that have craftily done this, because this was sneaked into me when I realized what has happened. And one of the discussants from the agencies, I would like to do one thing. You know, we will take a public sector discussant, and then we'll take the private sector, and then we'll take the public sector, the second, and then the third will be the private sector-driven discussant. So I would like to call upon Mr. Mike Akpan, who is, he has been quite a long friend of the industry because we have met in several fora, and he's very passionate about the legal aspect of copyright administration in the country. And we are lucky to have him here representing the Director General of NCC so that he can be able to discuss this paper that has been presented. So Mr. Mike Akpan, please. Can you help me welcome him, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the moderator. The honorable ministers here present, the chairman of the board of NFC, the managing director, and management staff of NFC, distinguished industry practitioners, my very good friend and co-discussant, Madhu, and the chairman of the AMP, Peace and Nigerian Copyright Commission, Mr. John Assain, who is unavoidably absent today, and he sends his very sincere apologies. This is the kind of forum that the Copyright Commission always attaches premium to, and the DG does not fail to honor appointments of this nature. But because he was late yesterday, summoned to appear in the National Assembly, he's unable to be here. He sends his apologies. Let me, before I go to the substance of my contribution, to congratulate the NFC for this very wonderful show. The Zuma Film Festival has come to be the flagship of festivals in the film industry in Nigeria. If I'm not mistaken, it's close to 2 decades since this festival started, and it has always provided industry practitioners, regulators, the platform to rub minds and improve upon the fortunes of the industry. As Alhaji Abdul Karim has rightly pointed out, some of us have been close to the industry by virtue of our jobs. This is the industry we serve, and I'm always delighted to come listen and take as much as possible to enable me do my job comfortably. The topic of discussion today is very, very critical, and I'm happy with the keynote presentation. Unlike what we normally see, this was a rather very concise and straight to the point presentation, bringing out all the key issues that we have to look into. And I'm sure going forward, the industry will be better for it. From my own perspective, I'll basically do what may look like a footnote to that presentation, because all the advantages of the digital economy for the film industry in Nigeria has been outlined, and there's very little we can add to it, except to just underscore some of these points being made. As Nigeria is transiting from a consumer of creative content to a major provider, we can no longer afford to have an industry that cannot take advantage of the modern technology that is available. Online content distribution is a transnational venture, and therefore likely to create some complexity in managing the multi-jurisdictional issues. From the perspective of the legal protection of such content, we must consider the state of development of the laws and the effectiveness of enforcement. In the keynote address, one issue that was highlighted was the issue of piracy as part of the likely challenge of online content distribution. Incidentally, the copyright system offers the very basic framework for protection of creative content, but unfortunately operates from a very national perspective. Intellectual property laws, even though there are international conventions, but you need to domesticate them and allow them to operate in the national context. Therefore, our own intellectual property laws, including the copyright legislation, operates essentially nationally. But the online distribution platform, which is digital and electronic now, operates transnationally, which means contents that we upload anywhere in the world could be accessed at any point in the world. And when there are issues of infraction, it may no longer be within the context of a national legislation. Therefore, it poses a challenge of enforcement, regulation, and monitoring. This is an area that, as this industry is evolving, we must begin to take proactive actions. When such infraction occurs, it becomes quite challenging to deal with because sometimes the architecture of the online environment, like the internet, does not afford you clarity. For instance, the anonymity that follows participation in that context may sometimes make it difficult to track and trace who is behind what action that affects the content of such act. So the global best practice that has emerged eventually is that we see people looking into what we call technology protection measures. Now, people put out content there and attach technological protection measures that makes it difficult for people to access content except they are properly licensed or given the access code. As much as this is a good system, we also know that these systems sometimes are not foolproof. And what is the recourse we have? The recourse we have is to ensure that we erect the legal framework that can sufficiently protect those measures that people adopt to safeguard their content in the online environment. Secondly, we are also beginning to see new business models that enable people to properly distribute content and recall their profits in appropriate ways. Mention has been made of various platforms, Amazon, Netflix, our own Iroko TV, and so on and so forth. Much of that is going to emerge. But we must also, like somebody mentioned, begin to look at other new and engaging business models that could be localized to enable us leverage appropriately on our content distribution. And like I said, we can no longer allow the framework of protection of this content to remain behind technology. Our laws must be updated to meet the challenges of a new era. As many people here may be aware, the Nigerian Copyright Commission pushed for reforms of the copyright law some years ago. In 2017, we led Nigeria to ratify some 4 copyright treaties, among which are 2 critical treaties to the online dealing environment, which is called WIPO Internet Treaties, the WIPO Copyright Treaty and the WIPO Performances and Phonogram Treaties. Part of the reason for the reforms that we are pushing for is to enable us to domesticate these treaties, because when we domesticate these treaties, we are going to be able to redefine the rights of content creators in the digital environment and also redefine the sanction system that attaches in that digital environment and deal with the transnational issues that arises therefrom. It is in this regard that I find a dialogue of this nature very important, because we need a collective push of the industry practitioners to ensure that we have an expeditious passage of this legislation. Incidentally, the Federal Executive Council had approved that this be transmitted to National Assembly, but it has not yet hit the National Assembly. The good news, however, is that we are beginning to gain some traction, as there are indications that the presidency is tidying up what needs to be tidied up to move it to National Assembly. But we'll need to speak as a sector with one voice to push for a more expeditious passage of this bill, because it sits at the root of powering the issue of online protection, online distribution, and dealing in creative content. Other countries had been proactive to erect these kinds of legislation. Nigeria can no longer operate a system that is behind technology. We must also step up and bring our laws up to date with technology. I'm happy to hear about policies that are going to be evolved. In the speech of the MD, he made mention of policies, film policy that will be brought on board to guide production as well as distribution and engagement in the industry. One of the areas we must also look at is managerial issues. Managerial issues must be upgraded. As the industry stands today, many people, this is with all sense of responsibility, we need greater structuring of this industry and to evolve a system where there are standard practices in terms of management of content. Filmmaking, incidentally, is not like other creative journey that a single person can power from beginning to the end. Filmmaking is a collaborative venture with a lot of content that can stand independently as rights in themselves. So when this content fused together to bring about this composite production, it must be so structured that in the distribution of the benefit, it must trickle down and cascade to all components of those who make up this production, from the script writer to the producer, to the director, to the costumier, and to every other person. So what is the mechanism of managing this interface? It has to come to a point where there is proper contracts, proper engagement. And proper engagement will also involve collective bargaining, where people set standards. The Artists Association must have standard of engagement, so that when the producers engage with artists, they should be able to define clearly what the benefit and value trickles down to them. Finally, the issue of attacking piracy and other enforcement issues cannot be fought from one perspective. We need a collaboration between the regulators, the law enforcement agencies, and industry practitioners. We must begin to see that anti-piracy is a subset of your budgeting when you are making movies, so that at the point of distribution, when these issues arises, we should be able to galvanize ourselves to deliver. Finally, maybe what I would also like to emphasize has been said in a major way in the keynote address. Infrastructure is very important. I'm happy to know that our bandwidth will increase. If our bandwidth will increase, then it's good news. From the statistics I see from Nigerian Communications Commission, telephony penetration rate is above 80%, and half of these are used for internet access purposes. Nigeria has a population that can support this industry even without the external distribution component. So we must build our infrastructure so that we can leverage the huge and phenomenal statistics that we see in paper, about internet access in Nigeria. It should be possible for me to stream content without buffering. Today, if you want to stream a 5-minute video, it may buffer for 10 minutes. So we must turn that around if we must leverage on our internal capacity and our internal market to make the regime of digital content distribution more profitable. With that, we can now look more on the external and international distribution as a continuation and strengthening of our image project, which is already being achieved. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mike Akwam. The next person I'm going to call is the industry icon, the industry specialist, Madusi Chikwendu. And Mike has done something to you. He has shown that we need to peg time, so 5 minutes will be the time for this. Please help me welcome Mr. Madu.
Yeah, but before I start, you know, there's one thing with moderators. They spend so much time introducing discussants, they don't introduce themselves properly. Yeah, Abdul Karim Mohammed is not just a Kannywood pioneer. I shared an experience with him yesterday. He just organized the Kano Indigenous Language of Africa Film Festival. It was virtual, and it was so rich. In fact, when I saw him at Zuma last year, he compiled it into a book. So because I believe in paying for things, I insisted on buying the book, but I could have gotten the book free. By the time I finished reading the book, because I told him yesterday, I realized I had cheated him in paying such an amount for the book. He did something very wonderful and significant. In fact, the conference was so rich, I have been promoting it free of charge. Killer on 25th and 25th managed to bring together Nigerian film scholars and gave them a voice. So we don't need to rely on foreigners again to come and tell us about Nollywood and Kannywood. Malam Abdul, I thank you very much. I am personally very grateful. I don't know about the rest of the industry. Please, let's clap for him. I don't know whether I should say, let me rest on the existing protocols. Everybody has said this, so I guess there might not be any need to rest on any protocol again. We are talking about technology. In effect, we are talking about change. And I thank the speaker for the film lecture series, the paper presenter. The father of modern management, Peter F. Drucker, he said that the most effective way to manage change successfully is to create it. That is actually the advert that UBA borrowed. It's Peter Drucker that said it in 2003. And so you need to anticipate change. If you wait for change to surprise you, you would never be able to manage change. And I give you a classic example. People are busy talking about the ravaging impact of coronavirus. I hope you are aware that China, the economy did not shrink. They are supplying face masks to the world. China and Vietnam, and I'm telling you, are two countries that actually grew stronger from coronavirus, from COVID-19. I am sure you're also aware that Netflix skyrocketed to the most capitalized company in the world at $230 billion US, ahead of ExxonMobil, which is an oil-producing company. What are we saying? Change can represent an opportunity. It's just a question of what we see. Nollywood itself is a product of change. In fact, in 1927, when sound came with the movie The Jazz Singer in Hollywood, everybody thought that the Hollywood studios are going to collapse. But they leveraged on change and became stronger. In the 50s, when television came, everybody thought that Hollywood would collapse. Again, they rode on the wings of change. As a matter of fact, the Cartoon Network, which was started by Ted Turner, was based on the old animation library of Hanna-Barbera. So change can present an opportunity, but you do not wait for change to surprise you. And you need to spot an opportunity. Like what I said is about the difference between a half-empty glass and a half-full glass of water. If you wait for change, it will shock you. You will not be able to cope. That's why Drucker said again that to survive and succeed, every organization must have to turn itself into an agent of change. Nollywood itself is a beneficiary of change. But when I graduated in 1989, alongside a lot of other people, in fact, I consider myself, should I say, an unfortunate Nigerian? Because when I entered university in 1985, they abolished free food in the universities. When I graduated in 1989, they banned unemployment. So we rushed down to Lagos to look for work. There was no work. Luckily for us, at that period in time, technology came. They invented ENG cameras, remember, Laji? Light portable cameras. Before then, they were using film cameras for news covering. And so, of course, the Yoruba film industry had been there. So everybody embraced this new technology, including even VHS cameras. And even again, by the 90s, the cameras became lighter. Again, I'm talking about change. So Nollywood is an industry, in terms of its history, has been a great beneficiary of change, from ENG cameras to digitization, to miniaturization, which ultimately democratized filmmaking. If we had listened to convention when they told us that if you need to make a film, you have to get $1 million, there would be no Nollywood. But we were able to take advantage of that change, which is what we're talking about today. The paper was quite short, but it touched on the key issues. However, I'll start by saying, look, what is the most important thing we need to capitalize on this change that is all around us? The speaker mentioned a lot of data and quoted this same figure from National Bureau of Statistics. But in my own analysis, and also in looking at a lot of the figures that are flying around about Nollywood, I found out that a lot of these figures, frankly speaking, are inaccurate, because they're based on secondary data. Extrapolation that is 20 years old. Somebody says, oh, if there are 2 million people, therefore, not the one from NIDA, their own data is correct because it's digital. I mean, you know how many people have mobile lines. You know how many are active. But I'm saying a lot of the data from the MBS is not based on primary data. At this point in time, we need to know, even the census board, can they accurately tell us how many movies are being released? Because we know that in Kannywood, in Lagos, in Oshobo, a lot of movies are being released without going through censorship. It is important that the government and the agencies of government decide that, look, if we really, really want to move forward, let us create the database that is necessary. How many movies are actually made? And then, when you talk about, all the time people talk about the position of Nollywood, whether it's number 2, number 3, whatever is the number, is really not important to me. What is important is the economic impact to the country. Because yesterday we had a very robust debate here, that what is film? Is it just entertainment or is it a business? And we agree we must find a measure of the two. So if you look at the massiveness, I remember that once we went to the Cannes Film Festival, and the producer from Germany said to me, with a bit of envy, that your industry is number 2 in the world. But he was staying in a hotel that was costing around 1,000 euro. And I was in a hotel of 200 euro that was like maybe in Nasarawa State. I have to travel from there to. I said, but I'm number 2. And I'm almost 100 kilometers away. And you don't have a number. And you're right opposite the venue of the festival. So what is much more? What is the value of this number? So it's not about numbers. What I'm trying to say is that for us to move forward, we need to create a database that is reliable. We don't need some overpriced management consultants that will tell us that, oh, and rely on secondary data. Because right now, in all honesty, ladies and gentlemen, the data around that is reliable is only the one from Cinema Exhibitors Association of Nigeria, which he rightly quoted. That is the only reliable data that is available about Nollywood today. So any discussion that does not address the issue of data, the outcome might be, we'll continue to build on extrapolations. My father used to say that the danger in lying is that when you tell one lie, to cover that first lie, you tell another one. And then to cover the second, so at a point, you have a mountain of lies that must eventually collapse. And honestly, with the greatest respect, this situation we have with data, we have extrapolation upon extrapolation upon extrapolation. So somebody just sits and says, oh, what's the value of knowledge? Okay, let's give them 50. I've not even started. Anyway, so let me quickly just, Yeah, so we need to, Plato used to teach the philosopher. He taught his students by asking questions. If you look at what has happened in the last year or two, Noliflix has grown during COVID-19. But a lot of our own SVOD companies are closing down. Ebony Life just shut down their SVOD platform. Everybody seems to be complaining. Iroko is complaining. So we need to ask ourselves, what is the problem? Why is it that SVOD, VOD platforms in other countries are growing very fat and we are growing very lean here in Nigeria? It's a very fundamental question. And I also expected that the speaker would also share some information with us about this national digital economy policy. Because last year, this issue was mentioned. And as a sector, we had expected that there will be some level of interaction for us to also be as the players in the sector, which is back to the issue of synergy. We need to have a lot of synergy, not just between Film Corporation and NIDA anytime there is Zuma. There is life post-Zuma. We all need to be able to put our heads together. We have been doing some work at the National Development Plan. I'm a member of the Technical Working Group 2020-2050. And we've raised some of these issues. The issue of the cost of data. It is simply too expensive. We discussed this issue, yes, I'm rounding up. We discussed this issue last year. 12 months down the line, it will be very helpful when you're responding for us to have an idea of exactly what has been done to reduce data, because right now, like you rightly observed, people are living inside their mobile phones. That is the truth. That is the easiest and the most efficient way to distribute any content right now. It will be good also for the agency involved, some of them represented here, to look at the rev share formula. We are getting a very, very raw deal at the hands of the telcos. Some will do 20, 80, 70, 30, 70%, 50, 50. And then you see that the organizations called value-added service providers take part of it. So at the end of the day, if you look at the gross, maybe the content owner is getting like 5 to 10%. So we need to have legislation that will protect the creators of this content. Because, like my brother Mike Akman said, he touched on copyright. The fundamental principle of intellectual property is that the creator of intellectual property has a right, a moral right, to control the exploitation of his product, not just because of the economic benefit, so that he can have an incentive to continue to create. Because if you're hungry and you're broke and maybe you die, you will not be in any condition to create any masterpiece. So, seeing that there are government agencies, it's very important that when we talk about non-oil exports, they always talk about two things: tourism, creative industries. Because I want to appeal that let us take very, very, very concrete action. Because we have a very big advantage. These sectors are not new. I mean, film has been in existence for over 100 years. So we don't even need to, all we need to do is just copy and improve on the copying. And on that note, I thank you for listening to me.
Madusi Chikwendu, we sincerely appreciate and we say thank you. Nigerian Television Authority happens to be the mother of many of us. I started my broadcasting career in December 1979 after finishing my youth service with the Nigerian Television Authority. And right here we have the representative of the Director General of Nigerian Television Authority, who is going to discuss the same paper that Madusi Chikwendu has presented. Incidentally, Lawan Ahmed is my younger brother, and he's the Zonal Director of Nigerian Television Authority in Lagos. He's the one representing the Director General, Yakubu Ibn Muhammad. So may I call upon you to share with us one thing that I have consistently criticized my mother, is the fact that the introduction of The Rich Also Cry crushed the local content initiative of the cockcrow at dawn. If The Rich Also Cry did not get into Nigeria, we would have had many cockcrow at dawns that would have been shown today, and it would have developed our sector much better. This is my personal conviction, right? So on that note, I would like you to take a look at the opportunities on the horizon as been discussed in the lead paper presentation, and let us hear your thoughts on this. Lon Ahmed, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. I would like to also do the same, just like every other person has done, just to do my own too, based on the existing protocol. We have to save time. I was actually wondering if I was going to be called at all. But somehow something told me that if I have a brother here, definitely at the end of the day, he's going to call me, and he just did that. Thank you. I would like to start from where the veteran movie maker stopped, about the collapse of some of the VODs that we have, especially the ones that we just heard about here in Nigeria. Iroku is about to collapse. Ebony has collapsed already. And for me, the reason for the collapse is following the fact that these are subscription-based VODs. They always have a problem, especially if they are coming from do that. Besides that, we stream 24/7 on our own platform, not through Facebook or through YouTube, on our own website. Now, this is the very first time this kind of thing is happening in Nigeria. No single TV station does that. So, you see, we talk about access to content. Internet has hugely opened up so many opportunities. And most of these opportunities are around capacity for distribution. Why do you think people are avoiding going to banks? Why do you think now we even have less number of people going to the ATMs? It's because of possibility of distribution of money, of cash, without having to, waste your time. If you buy akara from a lady by the roadside, if she is on POS, you don't need to do, if she has a bank account, you don't need to pay her cash. You just transfer. Distribution. So essentially, it's about that platform. So people now have access to internet, so they have access to opportunities and possibilities. So it is up to the content provider, the content producer, the content owner to be able to target specific audience segment and give them what he or she feels they want. So it's about identifying what they want and producing according to exactly their taste. So when we talk about content everywhere, content anytime, but also it has to be content according to the needs of the audience. So don't just think this film idea or this movie idea is, to me, good. No. Yes, to you is good. What about your target audience? Is it good to them? So those are some of the questions you need to really address. Then I think also because we have left the era of tapes, we have left the era of DVDs and the rest of them, we no longer store information of them. We now do cloud. So production now becomes cheaper and safer for us in the industry. Of course, you may talk about crashes and so on, but if you do a lot of backups, your data would still be safe. So I think that those are some of the things we need to be thinking about. So the distribution networks, I think, need to come together and provide the filmmaker a very robust platform that the viewer or the potential person that would want to consume such content would not be afraid of accessing. And of course, like I said at the beginning, it has to be free. It has to be free. No Nigerian, or maybe the average Nigerian, would not like to spend on data and then spend on subscription to want to watch. So the solution to that is to do it free, so that whatever money you would want to make, you, the distributor, the owner of the platform, or the owner of the movie, you'll be looking at adverts. Now, again, I think the agencies that are supposed to provide for very robust and very reliable internet in Nigeria need to do a lot. Those platforms have been collapsing, and they will continue to collapse because of lack of very, very reliable internet in Nigeria. Because as I'm talking to you, we know how hugely we are paying for us to be able to remain on our website, for instance, streaming live and providing VOD 247 year in, year out. We know how costly that is. So we also are aware that if you want to come to our website to do this, you also pay so hugely. So it is very important that we need to understand these links, because it is only when we understand them that it will make a whole lot of sense in terms of patronage, distribution, access, and the ability of the person at the end to want to consume, to get attracted. And it is only when we attract them that it will all make the sense that we want to make. And that's how the economy will now benefit from all these links. Thank you so much.
There is a saying in Hausa that says, when they are scraping your head at the barber's shop, the closer they are to the forehead, the more painful it becomes. Mrs. Peace, you are at the verge of that scraping of head, because you will be the last discussion that we are going to take. But I have no doubt in my mind that you are going to peacefully discuss the lead paper that has been presented this morning. Is it morning, afternoon? So come forward, it's okay. Yeah. Help me welcome Mrs. Peace. My president.
Good morning or good afternoon. I'll be like Madam. I'll say I stand on all protocols observed. Thank you very much. One of the first things I would really like to talk about, listening to the speech and what everybody has said, is that I find a serious disconnect between everybody that is kind of working with the film industry and the film industry. Madasi Chikwendu spoke earlier today about the need for data, for us to have the actual, real numbers of what is actually going on in the industry today. And this information is so critical for everything that the government is doing today. The whole world economies are finding that the creative industry is actually where to invest in and where is bringing in the most income into their economy, indirectly and directly. And how can we harness that? We harness it by forming some form of collaboration that continues the discussion post what we're having here. We have this habit of, when we come together at different forums, we talk, but the real nitty-gritty is in doing the work. We know that what have affected our SVOD and VOD platforms is actually a lot to do with the cost of data, which affects the ability for the average Nigerian to download and watch films on those platforms, as well as pay for subscription. How can we bring data costs down? How do we make sure that the films that are also going on these SVOD platforms know that they can make it in such a way that the data consumption is not as high as they find on some town, showing them different ways of uploading and downloading so it makes it a little bit easier. How do we also make government understand how much money and how many jobs that we can create, that we have already created in this thing, in this industry, and how if they harness talking to us, as in collaborating with us, which when I say us, I mean the institutions within the industry, the guilds and associations, the corporate entities within the industry. A lot of the time, there is a problem with government in their interaction with this industry. And I would like to respect both the NFC and other regulators for trying to understand that the unions within the industry have to be the ones to dialogue. Because you see, the grassroots members of this industry are affected by the fact that a lot of things that government has tried to do to help this industry never actually gets to those people that they are potentially putting it there for. And a good example is the CFI loan that was released last year by the CBN. 99.9% of the people who that loan was actually targeted at could not be able to access that loan. And what was the reason? The people that sat with government to write the documentation about how this loan will be implemented had no clue about half of the people that are in this industry and how they work. It's the guilds that can tell you that, look, a lot of people who are working in this industry don't understand X, Y, and Z. They don't have collateral. They don't understand that they need paperwork. They don't have paper trail. There's a lot of unbanked people in this industry. So you need to start from the nitty-gritty of knowing how many members does each guild and association have? How many people is NFC training at any one time? What are the problems with this training? What are the problems in these institutions? How do we affect these institutions so that they can enable? What about master agreements? What about minimum guarantee? You need to work with these people. Information is key, data is key. I stand here today as the president of the Association of Movie Producers. We have almost 7,000 members across the country. We're trying to update our database. Now, each and every one of those producers, a lot of them, like Mado said, are not even censoring their films. So, let me give you an example. Kogi State, there's probably an average of 10 to 15 films being made every week in Kogi at the moment. I'm aware of that as a filmmaker and as the Producers Guild. But I can tell you that at least 8 of those films that are being made that week are not going to be censored and are going directly on YouTube. That for me is also another problem because that income, that knowledge is not being explored between us. Do you understand? So this is why I feel that communication, how will I put this subtly and with a lot of respect to everybody? The industry is complex, but don't listen to the noise that we're not united. We're actually more united than what people think. So a lot of the time, people tend to look at those that make a lot of noise out there rather than the substance of the industry. I thank the NFC MD because he has found his way within this industry to actually understand the complexities of it. It's not so much the noisemakers that understand the nitty-gritty of what is going on. The nitty-gritty of this industry is that it's a financial model. It has worked. As we sit here today, you will tell me, like we had a discussion yesterday and they said DVD. I went to Onitsha this year, I think it was in August, no, it was July. And I can tell you this, there were truckloads, containers arriving of DVD, still being sold in Onitsha market. As you come down the bridge, they were offloading. Every single week, at least 200 to 300 films are released. Now, obviously, the consumption is still going on. But we can also find out that those same films will end up on some platform, on YouTube eventually. Maybe 90% of them, again, not censored. So, are we still making a lot of films? Yes. Should we have data on the whole complexity so that Nigeria can actually begin to understand the impact, one from the cultural side, and the impact we've had across Africa with our films, how much we're really making for the country. And once you begin to track this money with data, you might actually find that some of these dollars we're looking for can be coming back into the system when we begin to understand what we're playing. Because if you go to any African country, the first thing you're going to see is Nigerian films. On anything you will watch, what is the most popular channel in East Africa today is African Magic Epic. Who are the major suppliers of that content on that particular channel? Nigerian filmmakers in Asaba and Enugu. So can you ask yourself, how many young people are employed on a daily basis? Who do you think is driving the numbers on your data consumption in Nigeria? It's actually these young people. Employment of labor, understanding that not just making a loan available, but make sure that those monies you're making available actually reach those people that need it. It becomes important. Otherwise, you're not going to be affecting the people that you want to affect properly. And at the end of the day, the frustration still comes out. This is an industry that can work and collaborate with the government in terms of trying to understand the dynamics. It's also an industry that can help the government to look at motion picture as a way to drive a message of what they want to drive. Documentary filmmaking, all these things are all part of this big picture. I want to appeal about collaboration between government agencies and the proper structures within the film industry in order to get the correct data and in order to affect the employment and unemployment and also to create the wealth within the community and within Nigeria that needs to be created. It's all there, but it cannot be done by divergent voices or by not speaking to each other at a level of understanding how this industry operates. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have concluded the session of submissions. We are now moving into the session of discussion. So we are going to allocate some time for those of us that have something to either comment about or ask questions about the submissions so far made. This is the platform you can do that. So if you have anything to make, yes, Dr. Ahmed Sarari, I can see you. Microphone there.
Good afternoon, everybody. I like to thank everybody for the fantastic presentation and the discussant for an elaboration on the topic discussed today.
You need to tell us your name and introduce yourself first. Sorry.
My name, my name is Dr. Ahmed Sarari, the National President of Motion Picture Practitioner Association of Nigeria, MOPAN. It's an observation and your question to the DJ Nida. Based on what we have heard from my friend Modi Chukwendo, the online platforms the indigenous online platforms that exist have been shrinking, while the foreign ones have been getting fatter and fatter each and every day. In fact, some have already collapsed. Nigeria, as an IT-based parastatal we have in Nigeria, and it's doing good. What can your agency do to help for proper monetization of our platforms, of our indigenous baby platforms, I call them baby platforms, so that they can be protected from the giant platforms such as Netflix and others? What can they do? What can you offer for us? That's one. My second question goes to NCC Copyright Commission. With the advent of so many online content and so many online platforms, as you have said, in online distributions is transnational. What is NCC doing to protect the IP, the intellectual property right of the content providers? For instance, I upload my content or I distribute my content through NTA to AVOD, and then somebody copy that content, the next day I see it on YouTube. What is NCC doing to protect my intellectual property in that regard? Thank you.
All right, we have two questions now being, one to NCC and the other to NITDA. So take notes so that when you are responding, you can respond to the yes, lady.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my question I'm Mrs. Chinwe Okonkwo. I'm a lawyer. My question will go to the main presenter from NITDA. I had looked for regulations, the laws that will regulate the cyberspace, all the films that are put out there, and I stumbled upon NITDA. But from his presentation, it looks like there are no regulations that have come up with. I don't know what that was what I heard, and I'm surprised because I should think that we are set up to do that, to make sure that films and all contents of the cyberspace are regulated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alex, yes.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Alex Enyego. I'm the former president of Association of Nollywood Co-Producers, ANCOP. My question is to the NTA. I am very thrilled with the information I had, at least as a producer, because as a producer I chase every revenue stream. I chase it with torchlight in broad daylight, you know, and I'm very thrilled, and I'm hearing that for the first time. I don't know if any of my colleagues here are aware of such platform. Obviously, most of them are not aware. And NTA is the biggest TV platform in Africa, I believe. And I don't know, you have such a platform, and NTA did not, you know, deem it fit to engage, even for purposes of information, the content providers. I think it is very important that NTA should, you know, have even a town hall or engage the leadership of the associations and guilds in the industry so that we help you disseminate the information appropriately. Thank you.
Yes? Anybody? Okay, over there.
Good afternoon to everyone.
I am Dr. Suru Damisa.
Yeah?
Dr. Suru Damisa.
Go ahead.
I want to ask a question just to support the penultimate speaker. Most of these movies, oftentimes they will tell you the movie you're about to watch is not for viewers younger than the age of 13, 16, 14, 18, and so forth. And the next thing is activate the parental control. Sometimes parents are not even at home to activate these things. And children younger than, or the viewers, are usually not supposed to watch such films. My question is there no way you can censor this if, without all these regulations, other than giving instruction that you should activate the parental control? In essence, it could be time for showing some of these films, probably when the young ones or the audience that are trying to prevent from watching such movies will have gone to bed. And you know, adults these days, they only listen to news, AIT, channels, and so forth. And you are saying activate parental control when you are at work. Is there nothing that can be done to restrain such things, please? Thank you.
Right. Your question, Doctor, seems to be more appropriately belonging to the National Film and Video Censors Board. We don't have any representative of that board, but we throw it open so that if there is anybody that is wishing to respond to it, it can be responded to. Any other? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Imafido Andy. I'm the Chief Responsibility Officer of PV Abuja. Let me quickly answer, Doctor, your question. Your decoders, if you're talking about decoders or at point of sale for movies, your decoder actually has a parental control function that you can actually activate, whether you're at home or you are away at work. You can activate it that any content that is classified as 13 and above, your words cannot access it except they have the code to open that particular channel. So in that regard, it's actually your responsibility in your home to control content that you don't want your word to have access to. So, you know, sometimes we have to also take responsibility in our, circle for things that are our responsibility and not wait for the government or agencies to control that. Now, movies are made, and when you go buy them, they have, grading. So you have to take that responsibility to make sure that you control what your words have access to. So you're waiting for the Nigerian Film Video Censors Board, to do that for you, then that's giving them a responsibility that is not theirs. They censor the movie for specific audience. You go buy it, and then you make sure that when you buy that you make sure that it's the audience that you bought it for that can watch it. I'm sure that maybe your other questions will be for online buying of this kind of content. Is there a form of control for age, age-specific viewing? I think that's what you should be looking at. But in terms of at home, it's your responsibility to have that control. Thank you very much.
Even though that question has been answered, Doctor, yes, it is our personal responsibility. But I want to believe that the National Film and Video Censors Board should also put up a public sensitization campaign that can be able to tell our people. And that is, I think, the gap, right? So any other comment, observation, question? I would like to now move over to those that are responsible for responding to the first question raised by Dr. Ahmed Sarari, that what can NIDA do to mitigate fall of local video-on-demand services that are falling in the country. So you have that question, and then which other one? Do you have another one again? Yes, cybersecurity policy. Yes, so please. Or if you want to sit there, all right.
Thank you for the question. I think the question goes how NIDA can help in promoting our own indigenous video-on-demand platforms. I think so far NIDA has engaged some of these digital content providers in terms of support to them. And like it was rightly outlined by some of the speakers, one of the challenges for these online speakers is that of infrastructure. Maybe the cost of data and the likes. But I want to assure you that with the launching of the national broadband policy, it would go a long way in addressing some of these challenges on data in terms of penetration, which will significantly increase the coverage in the country and will bring down the cost. And NIDA, like I said, has been engaging some of these companies in terms of support to see how we can support them in terms of capacity building and the likes. So maybe the industry can collaborate with these indigenous companies we have to see how we can promote our own indigenous content on such platforms. And probably maybe a national policy on restrictions on some of the infiltration by some of these international platforms in the country. Because, like, for instance, in China, for instance, some of these sites are blocked, thereby helping them to promote their own platforms. So maybe it takes that also to address this issue and promote our own indigenous companies. Then on the question on regulations on cybersecurity, NIDA is currently engaging stakeholders in issuance of an information system security policy. We've issued the NDPR, which is essentially to address the privacy of citizens going online. And we're currently in the process of engaging stakeholders to also address issues of cybersecurity concerns in the country. Yeah, maybe that's, I don't know if that has addressed the question. Yeah, thank you.
So next is the NCC. What are you doing to protect content providers? That's one of the questions that I've captured.
Yeah, thank you, Alhaji Abdul Karim. And Dr. Sarari, thank you for that question. The limited time I had to make presentation did not allow me to delve into specific issues that NCC is doing. First and foremost, let me say the protection of content is largely dependent on the effectiveness of the law, the framework of the law. And that's what I said earlier, that we're pushing for reforms that will bring about a law that accommodates the online dealings. You know, the present law does not fully address issues of online dealing. Take, for instance, if your content is illegally streamed in any platform, you may not have recourse in terms of the manner of arranging a takedown. So the new law we are looking at has a lot of options. Detailed provisions on notice to take down content, infringing content, detailed provisions on liability of online intermediaries, that is service providers and so on and so forth. And even the definition of what amounts to infringement in that environment. So it's very critical for us to have that law passed, and it will hopefully leverage what is currently the positive development that we are already seeing in the creative industry. Of course, also from our own enforcement point of view, we just established an online enforcement unit under the enforcement department, and it is dedicated to taking on complaints of this online infringement, even before the law comes on stream. And we are talking to a number of agencies, including NIDA and Nigerian Communications Commission, and of course, the Office of the National Security Advisor that is responsible for 24/7 response on cyber crimes and so on and so forth. So it's a collaboration. And that leads me to okay, it's on. That leads me to also maybe contributing to the issue of regulation of the online environment. Regulation of that, the internet, is not something that can be achieved from the perspective of one agency. NIDA, as an institution, may be looking at infrastructure and some policy position. But when you come to, for instance, licensing participants, like internet service providers, you'll have another agency dealing with that. When you come to content, it's a different law that will deal with how contents are being shared or managed online. So it's a complex situation of regulation and laws. Even the issue of identity on the internet. Take, for instance, you want to create a website, managing the domain, you know, the domain in the web, in the internet is also managed differently. So it's a fusion of different participants regulating different aspects. At the point where you are concerned, you have to understand which aspect of the internet operation is involved and how do you go about it. Who do you approach at that point in time? So I think this has to be taken care of. Thank you.
And now, lastly, Lawan Ahmed, you are supposed to address the issue of NTA Channel 2 Lagos is not known to content providers in the country. So how do you respond to that?
Thank you. There is a spin-off from that that I think I should respond to, and that's a question that had gone to NCC, the issue of protecting the owner of the content against piracy. So what we've tried to do on our own platform is that once you click on the video that you want to watch, it doesn't give you options. It doesn't come with options. So you know there is no copy. You can't copy. How do you copy? So even if you go maximum screen and you want to use other means of recording screen, once you activate your application for recording maximum screen, it goes back to small screen with all other videos. So you can get that option. In fact, we are thinking about doing so many other things, including whether we should go through blockchain technology to really, because we know how this is important to the producer and to the owners of the content. So having said that, let me address the question that came to me directly. Why is it that NTA2 is not popularizing its video on demand platform? Because the answers are two. One is because at the launch of the platform, that was also the beginning of COVID-19. So we had very serious challenge going out to really popularize the platform. So what we did was to just open it up, put all sorts of NTA-on content to really test how strong and to what extent it can take. We know how strong it is. We know we're not having any doubt about sustaining it for a very long time. No doubt about that. But we needed really to run series of tests so that whenever we are giving it out for use to filmmakers, we know it is something that is highly, highly reliable. So we've gone past all those tests. As a matter of fact, soon after we finish all those tests, we now shut down, we now deactivated the platform. It's there, but we are looking to do this synergy, this partnership between filmmakers and TV content owners before we can now maybe officially relaunch the platform. So if you go to our website, you click on our menu, you see the NTA2 VOD. If you click it, nothing comes up. Why? Because we have deactivated it. It's there, but we have deactivated it because we need to finish this synergy, work out what will best work for us before we can come on. Then, besides offering it to conventional video producers, movie producers, we are also looking at live VOD, so that if you are into gaming, because movie producers now have, expand into even doing gaming. So if you are into gaming, if you are into anything live, we can use the video on demand platform to give you access so that you can, as much as possible, promote your content. So those are all the possibilities we are looking at. So engagement is coming. Thank you so much.
Well, I'm very, very sure that this session has been enriching, because if there were a scale outside, I would have measured my weight outside, less the knowledge I have picked. I know the weight I will pick when I get out to reweigh myself, and I'm sure it is the same for everybody. What is key out of what has been discussed is that we know that there is technological disruptions. We know that it is unstoppable. But what is more important is that we need to key in our nation on that platform by who we are and how we are. It is through this true representation of us that we can be able to say to the world, hey, Nigeria is here and we are up where you are, disrupting each other's territorial spaces. Unless we do that, I don't think we are being kind to ourselves, and I don't think we will be kind to those that are coming behind us. So with this, I think I will take the challenge of my president, Mrs. Peace, to tell both the government agencies that are represented here and the industry operators that beyond this platform that is being provided by the Nigerian Film Corporation, the discussion should continue. It should not end here. And on that note, I'm going to call on Brian Etuk, who is going to give the vote of thanks on behalf of Nigerian Film Corporation. I have the privilege to say thank you to NFC and to a wonderful audience.
Thank you very much, Madam Abdul Karim Mohammed. Please, let's put our hands together for him for moderating this session. With that, we've come to the end of the 2020 edition of the Nigerian Film Corporation Annual Film Lecture Series. And we want to use this opportunity on behalf of management and staff of the Nigerian Film Corporation to convey our deep appreciation to the two ministers of the Federal Republic here represented. And our guest speaker, we thank you so much. We would like to have the paper from you, soft copy, like I said. And also the board chairman, leading other board members. We have other board members who are also here with us. The representative from NCC, thank you so much. Your DG was with us last year when we were still having this conversation on content connectivity. We started the conversation from there, and we are still going to take it to another level. I'd like to inform you also that the film festival events, all the events are streaming live on YouTube and on other channels, on Facebook also. So if you are out of here, you can still follow events from anywhere you are across the globe. The DG 9 Comstat, thank you very much, Madam, for coming. We will keep your contacts because we are going to open a new chapter of conversation with your office in trying to drive this policy direction for the country. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to inform you that we are going to take a 30-minute break before we move into the other session. We would like you to stretch your legs when we arise, and then by 2 o'clock, we'll be back in here for the next session. Please, if the technical crew, if they are ready, we would like to rise now and take the national. Please, we have the backdrop outside the press. If you want to interview any of our guests, please, you can just move your camera out there and they'll be there to talk to you, please. Just move outside the foyer. Okay. No, give it to, you can't give it to her. Give it, where's her? See, give it to that lady. Give one to that lady. Okay.
And the keynote speaker is Mr. SADIQ BALEWA. He will be having us virtually from Kaduna. Mr. SADIQ BALEWA, if you are hearing us, please, I want you to introduce yourself and thereafter recognize all the participants and other guests that are here listening to you, please. So thank you.
I'm a filmmaker. These days I work in documentaries. I also teach in film and media in one of the universities, Ahmadu Bello University. I welcome this occasion, and I would like to thank the MD Nigerian Film Corporation, my colleagues, fellow filmmakers, the invited guests, some of my students, and all of you who have taken your time to come to grace this occasion. I think we live in very perilous times. So those of you who managed to get to Abuja from your respective locations, I do salute you, because it's not easy. I just pray that all of you will go back safely, despite all the kidnapping, all the banditry, all the confusion that's going on around. I think we have to acknowledge that we live in very difficult times. Can I start? Okay, I'll go ahead.
Hello? So you have the floor. You can go on, sir. We are hearing you. As you can see, the whole.
I'm sure a lot of my colleagues are there. I'm sure that Karim is there. I'm sure Madu Chikwendu is there. You know Madu, the man always tells it as it is, and I think that's why we all value him. Abdul Karim was always there to support this kind of initiative. And there are so many more people, I'm sure, who will be around. The topic, digital content creation and consumption, I think is relevant, and I'm not sure how the organizers managed to do it. By having a virtual keynote address, I think it makes it very clear that the relevance of this time of the digital technology. A few years ago, it would not be even possible for this kind of link up to happen. So we have to embrace the technology. How has digital content production, creation become relevant? I think we should try and look at what was obtaining before. In the past, those of you who have a very long memory, we know that always content influences form, form influences content, and above all, technology influences both content and form. In the early days when the whole filmmaking thing started, we know that the development of television advertising actually influenced the content that was being produced as well as the form. The short film that is becoming more and more at play, even in these present times, was largely influenced by the development of television as well as advertising. It opened up new possibilities. I remember on a trip we had to the US some years ago, we were taken to some research facilities. They were researching how to compress data into an accessible kind of form so they could use it to be able to present films. It took them over 40 years of trial and error before they were able to do it. And the reason why we're even talking now about how it has influenced the filmmaking business, because they succeeded. To compress so much data and to store it has opened up the possibilities of being able to project through different forums. When the newspapers started out, the print media was heavily dependent on traditional forms of service delivery. Just as before, if you make your film, you think you are going to go and have it exhibited in the cinema. Later it became to put it on the video. But now all those old kind of platforms are becoming obsolete. When you went to the cinema in the old days, you used to carry huge cans of film, which you distributed to the various cinema houses. I'm telling you, that was unbelievably expensive. And also it was a great labor to carry so many different cans. And before it moved from one cinema to another cinema, the projectors would cut and scratch the films. So those of you who can remember, you're watching films which were scratched. All this has gone out the window now. Now it is possible for you as a producer, especially the big studios around the world, to be able to stream your films directly from one source to multiple different cinemas. That has given the producer a tremendous release and an ability to cut out a lot of middleness. We are becoming more and more a visual culture around the world. That's why the print medium is actually dying, and they are finding different ways to employ the internet as a form of survival. Nobody likes to read anything anymore. We like to see it on screen. So for all of us who are into the business of creating content, it has given you an additional advantage. There are opportunities which are arising. What are the different platforms which modern digital technology has sprung up, which might give the filmmakers more control, to more accessible, and give them a little more power in the process of making and delivering films to your audiences? We all know that of the online services which have appeared, YouTube, Vimeo, Twitch, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, all of them now are providing a facility for streaming content. There are many more which are being created, are coming up. When you watch a film now, or you stream a video, you can get an immediate return. You can watch it whenever you want to watch it. It doesn't have to be a specifically controlled period of viewing like you would have in a cinema hall. You can choose when you want to watch and how you want to watch. You can store, you can record, and watch at your convenience. The term is now video on demand, VOD. There are many other terms, and I'm not going to go through all of them because these are all it's all jargons of the jargon of the digital the digital area, and we'll just mention one or two which are relevant for this discussion. OTT, over the top, is OTT. It refers to materials which are distributed directly to the viewers over the internet. OTT really is a subset of VOD, video on demand, which can also include cable networks, satellite services. It goes on. The increasing gravitational towards OTT content simultaneously frees us from the cables, geographic restrictions, and broadcast schedules, which fundamentally change the way the video is sold, produced, and consumed. Now you don't have to be straitjacketed by a broadcast schedule. You can create your own schedule basically because you have more control on how you store the information, how you store your content, and when you're going to watch the content. Under all this technology, there are also a number of business models that control our access to the content. Again, here there's a lot of jargon, which I hope later you can find out because there's so much of it on the online service. You know, SVOD, AVOD, TVOD. Subscription video on demand, advertisement-based video on demand, transactional-based video on demand. SVOD is similar to the traditional television packages because it allows users to consume as much content as they desire at a flat rate. Mostly it's per month. Such major services are Sky, Netflix, Amazon, Prime Video, and Hulu. There are new services which are coming up gradually, like Apple is getting into the market, HBO, Disney, these are all coming in. Nigeria, Netflix is got into the market earlier than the others, but I'm sure because of competition, the other platforms will have a more increasing presence on Nigeria. For Nigerian filmmakers should take note on that. Netflix is not going to be the only platform available. International capitalist competition will necessitate that other players come into the market. Why is the Nigerian market so important? Well, our population is huge, and that is very attractive to anybody. I don't think in the world you can consider this area as a business without taking into consideration the kind of potential markets which have been tapped and also the greater markets which are yet to be tapped. And it all boils down to the population of Nigeria and the kind of products which are being made, which are cutting across and reading to broader and broader markets. So it's definitely an encouraging sign that some of these major players are going to come into Nigeria and they might give more opportunities for filmmakers. So far, very few films have been selected on this platform. We're happy that some of them have, but many more should be. And I'm certain there will be in the future. I'll try to skip all the jargon so that we can get down to the nitty-gritty of what we're talking about. TOVD is the opposite of subscription video. Here, consumers purchase content on a pay-by-view basis. There are two categories known as electronic sell-through, EST, where you pay once and gain permanent access to your material. You can download it on rent, DRT, all this jargon again, where customers access a piece of content for a limited time for a smaller fee. Those of us who are involved, is particularly relevant for me, because when you get on the net and you're looking for archival footage on all these international archives, there are some where one download, you know what you pay. And they are making a killing out of, the content. And I'm sure some of you must have had similar kind of experiences. TUVOD offers more recent releases. They're providing right holders with higher revenues and giving consumers timely access to new content. TVOD services typically retain customers by offering attractive price incentives. So they continue to come back and come back. For example, TOV services include Apple's iTunes, Skybox Office, and Amazon's Video Store. There are other new ones which are trying to come up. All these ones are competitive. Unfortunately for us, the bottom line of all these platforms is that unless you create your own, and there are attempts, and I think this is the direction that eventually everybody has to go, especially in Nigeria. These global conglomerates do it for business. But at the end of the day, unless you start your own, and you can, and I think there are attempts for people to start their own platforms, you will always have a difficulty. You'll always be playing catch up. What do these platforms, how do they relate directly to you who is creating this content and producing this content? You are doing things exactly as you've been doing it in the past. Because at the end of the day, you must realize that everybody wants to see content that is, the pictures have to be good, the sound has to be good, the story has to be appealing and entertaining from whatever different audience you are targeting. There's no two ways. So you as a creator of content, you have to maintain or increase your level of technical competence to be able to exploit these new platforms which are available now. Of course, just like I think there are other spillovers which will happen. I think the short film is going to take a new lease of life, because now the digital technology has made everything as a platform, from your watch to your pen. And I think they're saying your glasses, that they're trying to get these glasses of mine, you'll be able to your car. Everything will be a platform to view content. And I am certain that people want to have a product that is accessible, that has a time space which is engaging, which is attractive. I believe the short film, those who are making short films should be encouraged, because I think there are more, these persons are going to create a bigger niche for short films. Now, films that are made, which we used to go to the cinema, you know how long you used to take to get your investment back. You know, box office, and how it takes you months, sometimes years, to get anything. But some of these platforms which are already available on the digital platforms which are coming up, anytime you stream and download a film, you're paid. It's almost immediate. That is an attractive thing. So you don't have to wait 6 months, 8 months before you see a bit of return on your investment. These things, which it can be speeded up. The other things in regards to you as a content creator, and I think there are intelligent people who have realized this. For example, in Nigeria, if you make a film, you have to think of a much broader national audience in terms of your story to make it accessible. And that's why you are getting a lot of productions happening in different parts of the country. Stories which are involving different kind actors from different parts of the country. Locations of things that have been shot in different parts of the country. And we are using actors who are A-listed names from different parts of the country, all in an attempt to broaden out from traditional audiences. I believe this is going to continue. And I can see it even going international. I believe very soon you're going to see from all across the African continent, and maybe they'll be shot, more and more things will be shot in different African countries, all in an attempt to broaden out the audience. It's just a natural progression. These are, in a very, very summarized way, These are the opportunities which the digital technology is going to, is creating for Nigerian filmmakers. I'm sure that the workshop, because this is the keynote address, the workshop will look at all these things in detail and all the tangents and implications of what I said. But I hope it will, this address will be a kind of platform or a foundation for you to launch into different aspects of the workshop. So thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. SADIQ BALEWA, thank you for setting the pace for discussion. Before us here we have Mr. Osezwa Stephen Imobio, a discussant. He has listened attentively to your presentation. Also here is Professor Methuselah Jeremiah, is also going to react to your presentation. Thereafter, there's going to be a Q&A session that participants will ask you. Then you're going to speak further. So I want to use this opportunity to thank you for your presentation, so which will now set the tone for the discussants to react to your presentation. On this note, I will give the mic to Mr. Osezwa Stephen Imobio to react.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, I think the last speaker, he has actually captured, as it were, part of what we discussed yesterday, talking about content, the creation, and the opportunities for distributions. He talked about the HBOs of this world. He talked about Netflix moving their house. I won't be surprised if by tomorrow they're moving their head office to Nigeria, because it's a huge market here. And they were also smart enough to actually strike a deal with Mnet, the African Magic. So on your cable TV, talking about DSTV, they are going to carry their channel, talking about Netflix. So with that, I think that's a double blow for us. A lot of us see it as opportunity, yes. But then what I actually want to say regarding this is that it's high time we looked inward. I've spoken to some people, including, okay, it's not here, Dr. Sarari, from last year, that just imagine if Carnewood, as it were, they have their own VODs. In other words, you have the SVOD, the subscription video on demand. You have the TVOD, the transactional video on demand, just carrying everybody there. Tell their members, don't shoot your film and go and dump it on YouTube. You're not making money. We talked about how noisy that environment is. I mean, talking about the cyberspace. It's such that, like some of the statistics we saw yesterday, that every 1 minute, I'm not saying 1 hour, every 1 minute, about 300 new videos are posted on YouTube alone. Every minute. If we spend just 5 minutes here, you can times that by 300. So that's why you don't just, doing that is tantamount to just fetching water with baskets. YouTube, with about 5 billion daily viewers, It's a very good a platform for you to put your trailers, for you to use as a means of advertising for a particularly target audience. But you don't shoot your movies or your content, you go and dump it there. It's foolishness in my own submission. Pardon me to say that, but I think it's foolishness. Well, for those who are just doing all these little skits, if you know how to target it, like Mark Angel, she's making a lot of money from them. Our overheads is next to nothing. So what I told Sarari last year, and I also told him today, we are going to conclude, is that let's build a platform. Get all your members. Once they shoot, let them bring it there. So that anywhere in the world, anybody looking to consume Kannywood content, I know from here to Ivory Coast, Senegal, Gambia, and I believe maybe Indians too, they like this Hausa content. And even down south, they like some of their content. Can actually go there so that you don't just keep pumping money into or helping YouTube to be rich, helping Netflix to be rich. What is wrong if we have something like a Nollyflix? It's not crime. So that it can be our own content. It will be our own national carrier. Regional carriers, national carriers, because we have the population. You can now have, even in that thing, the different groupings, subgroupings, if you want skits, if you want all this comic thing, if you want classic, in that same Kannywood content, you can just get maybe a Kannyflix. So we can all go there, and instead of, so that DSTV will be begging you, can we have your bookie? We'll be paying X amount. Then you can share that kind of money across board. I brought the model, and I'm still pleading with people. You can come together and create your own group for a peculiar audience. For a peculiar audience. The one thing the digital medium has come with is a two-way thing. You can upload, you can download. So, but they are dumping so much on us. So let's have our own thing that you know, yes, this is a Nigerian thing, this is a Kannywood thing, this is a Nollywood thing. And that's where we need to start from, so that we don't just help others to be making money. There are so many windows, even for you to make money on all this. And that's why I just explained. Beside the table thing, the NTA man came in here today and he talked about that. If they have something like that existing already, NTA can say, okay, well, let's take your platform. We want to have something like a cable TV, and come and add your platform to that. The student group can group themselves together and say, these are some, just pick a peculiar areas and win that area over, instead of sometimes I shake my head when I see some of our colleagues in Lagos. Oh, this is Netflix standard, they are shooting things. And I'm just thinking, can't we just do something for ourselves? Let's do something for ourselves. Let's look inward. We can do it. And that's why this digital medium is coming in with so much opportunities. All we need to do is just to learn how to annex the opportunity that is coming with it. We are suffering in the midst of plenty. We are suffering in the midst of plenty. So I quite appreciate what the paper presenter says. He actually itemized some of these things. But what I see from what he's saying is that danger is coming. And the danger, we have to mitigate against it by coming up with our own thing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to my very senior colleague, SADIQ BALEWA. Thank you, sir, for
Good afternoon.
a beautiful rendition Mr. Osezua literally conscripted me, you know, when I was supposed to enjoy a little air. So I have been unable to follow much of Mr. Balewa's discussion. But for me, when I saw this topic, I said, this is just a continuation of the beautiful discuss of yesterday, the beautiful submission from Mr. Osezua. And I will still say it without sounding too patronizing. I think he said it all yesterday. What we can do today is to rehash. And like I said, in view of the fact that I wasn't privy to most of what my senior brother, SADIQ BALEWA, said, I can only rely on what I heard yesterday. But let me put it like this. Let me just say one or two things. The lecture that held, I had a question. And you know what? It's like the Spirit was working. Somebody got up and asked the question almost exactly the way I wrote it. So I just kept quiet. And my question was on, or is on, legislation. He has touched a little on it. If you followed the discussion in the morning, the resource person from NITDA, right? He clearly confessed there is no legislation right now on ground in protecting content producers and how they, you know, upload information online, especially more so that this thing is supranational. It doesn't stay within our own borders alone. These are things, this is information that is there in the information superhighway and the cyberspace. So a lot of international legislation needs to, you know, be brought in. Now the problem with that is, most of the time when these laws are made from outside, they are made from the point of view of the host nations there, much to our own what? Disadvantage. And so what we need to do is to encourage government to come in immediately. To come in as much as these things are now out there. Digital filmmaking, content distribution, and the rest has gone to the cyberspace. So government needs to come in immediately. And that's an area that needs to seriously be emphasized, or else, just like DSTV, you know, look at the war going on now, you know, with DSTV. You know, when DSTV came, many of us thought that we have reached the promised land. Unknown to us, we are just being what? We're just being exploited. And so if legislation is not made immediately, before you know it, the filmmaker, the content producer, at the end of the day will still find himself out in the what? Out in the cold. Mr. Cesar talked about this OTT, over-the-top, over-the-top platforms. And I really felt scandalized when I heard of Netflix Niger. All right? Netflix Niger. Why are we always waiting? You see, this new colonization, it has continued politically and even within this very big medium, this industry, you can see that they don't want to let go. Because the film industry is a money spinner. Like I said yesterday, if you care to go online and read how much Netflix made during the lockdown, I mean, it is mind-boggling. And so the idea is, I don't know whether it's a rhetorical question I'm going to ask. Who is responsible for floating this OTT? This over-the-top platforms, this video on demand more. Is it private businesses? Is it government? Is it both? Who is supposed to fire the first shot? All right? Who is supposed to, start out? So these are issues that I'm happy with what Ms. Peace said. It's not for us to just come here and dialogue, and discuss, and we leave them here. I do believe that if there is a follow-up on this, all right, local platforms will provide a better, better opportunity and probably more income, in my view anyway, for the what? For the content producer. I have a student I introduced to television. She is in Kano. Probably my elder brother Abdul Karim has worked with her too, without knowing, I don't know. And what she told me about what happens is, it all goes back to this idea of legislation. So I think I can only agree, all right? And I can only re-emphasize the need for local platforms. Says what I mentioned, I like it, Nollyflix. Who says we can't have that? Elijah Abdul Karim, sir, there's a suggestion for Caniflix. Sir? Notflix. So as many of them as we can. We have Netflix, we have Amazon, we have HBO, all right? There are other platforms out there, like Nigeria is such a huge station. Like he said, if you don't take time, you will soon have Netflix packing everything to come to where? To Nigeria, because the market is so huge. So, but before they do that, let's put legislation on what? On ground that will protect the content producer. For goodness sake, our content producers need to come up. They need to break even. Some of them take loans. And loans in Nigeria, loans are never in single digits. Even when they tell you single digits, it's a lie. There was one loan I wanted to take online. They say it's 6%. So when I checked the amortization, that is the monthly, and I calculated how much I was going to pay. At the end of the day, I discovered I was going to pay like close to 20%. And these are the kind of monies that these people take to produce content. And so, for them to be able to break even, and with the coming of this digitization and online streaming, there should be a very and serious effort. Serious, deliberate. And like I said, for us as a school, I always want to what? Marry it to my area of preoccupation right now. We are looking at all your suggestions, and it helps us to also craft and recraft our what? Our syllabus, our curriculum. Because when you need, you need people who are what? Who are trained. Who are trained in all this. We have students seated here, all right? So creating new platforms, creating new areas within the movie industry, I mean, it's also a good opportunity for them that they can use, that they will go out there and what? Because this time around, everybody wants to go into costume and makeup. There's a lot of money in what? In costume and makeup. So the whole place is now what? Is overflooded. But there are other areas. And this festival has, for me, I have got about at least 2 or 3 areas. Like I told you people yesterday, we are on the verge of reviewing our curriculum. 3 areas that I believe we can improve on, that we can also craft something new that students can what? Can graduate on. And who knows? Maybe the better for them. Thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. My apology for coming late. What I would like to add on what my predecessor has said about the content creation is we have a very good understanding of content creation and we know what it is. Any contribution of information to any form of media targeting your audience, that's content creation. That one we're aware, everybody like now, most of the youth in Nigeria, almost 90% are content creators in as much as they have a handset. They create content. But the consumption is what matters. There are various ways of consuming this content. Digital way is the best way, and I think it's the main topic of discussion today. Digital way of consuming this content. The digital way, even the CD, DVD are also digital ways of consuming the content we have. But now the place role is this issue of online content consumption. OTT, VOD, AVOD, SVOD. These are the main, so and general social media. We have seen the impact of social media. Social media is another medium through which we consume the content we produce. But you can either decide to make money with the content you produce. You can either decide to use it positively or negatively. As you can see the impact of content creation on fake news floating around. In fact, I was reading there for yesterday, I learned that there was a research that fake news moves 200 times faster than genuine news. With this trend, one day end up consuming fake news, and we understand the impact of such fake news in our psyche, in our psychology, and our behavior. If we look at the particularities here, we have been taken on VOD, and OTT, yes. But based on Nollywood experience, especially or Kannywood Nollywood experience, what we understand is those people who consume our content are the youth and the women at home. When it comes to VOD, you are referring to people who have the ability to subscribe, to use their research card. How many Nigerians, how many youths, how many housewives, how many women at home have that ability, have recharge card, have their credit card to use, or have the ability to use their credit card to subscribe to your platforms? The bigger companies are here. They are trusted, and they are mainly for the elite. We have been talking of Netflix. We should not allow it to discourage us. Because Netflix for the elites. I know, if I can ask everybody here, how many people are here have Netflix subscription, please? Please, if you have Netflix subscription, can you raise up your hand? Those with Netflix subscription. You see, I can see only 3. You see? And we all watch movies on daily basis, which means we use other medium, we use other platforms, not Netflix. Netflix for the elite. Not everybody will subscribe and be paying 14 or 18,000 monthly. Not everybody has that. Not everybody has the data to be enjoying that privilege. So we need to find a means. That's why I threw a question to Nida when they were here. What other means can we find to help our people? Not just bringing the data, not just bringing the cost of data down, but we need to be creative and innovative in thinking towards the way that can subsidize and make subscription and watching content much easier. How can we do that? For instance, there was a project, that's my personal project I'm exposing to you guys. I have a similar platform called Kanyu TV platform. What I did is, I tried to use a recharge card method for you to watch, for instance, 3 or 2 movies in that platform. You just buy a 100 Naira recharge card. You scratch, you input the numbers, and that will give you the ability to watch movie for 3 hours. It expires, you have to buy another one. In that way. And we are trying to improve on it, to talk with telecoms companies, to embed data in that scratch card we have. So that when you buy that scratch card of 200, for instance, you don't need to buy data. Even if you don't have data in your phone, you can watch 3 movies with 200 naira. I think in this way, many people can trust the platform and can go in. And in that way, we can have a blockbuster. I mean, we can have our own, not blockbuster, we can have our own ratings, we can determine the number of films released, we can determine the number of people who watch a particular movie. I mean, we can have the box office of that particular movie. So for us to have the right consumption and for the producers to have that ability, to have that peace in mind, to be rest assured that they will have return of investment in their project, we need to be innovative and find other means of making the platforms accessible, easier, and cheaper to the public. Thank you.
Just to add, I think let me just point out something. You are quite ingenious with that idea of the recharge card. It will work, it will succeed, if only government will stop a great input from you to better our storytelling, both with picture and with sound. But for now also, you can also bring yourself together. Look at area of interest. Look at your area of interest. Perhaps those who fall into your demography and some other audience. If you even start, I've seen people make some money, even using all this TikTok. Don't just show your fine face and you are sending that around. Do something creative with it. As a producer, for instance, I think when Prof was talking the other time, the paper presenters, he also told us about stock pictures and movies, that you need some certain videos or some certain to use to push your story forward. Maybe they are old ones. You can go on some of these platforms. You pay a particular amount. I think per duration, maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, you pay depending on that, and you can download that thing. And you can download that thing and use for your stuff. If as a content producer, I'm shooting and I need Welcome to Jos, I need establishment of Jos. I think sometimes you students, maybe as individual or the school, you can also have some shots of Abuja and all those places that when we are shooting movie in Lagos, I want to depict, man just arrive in Abuja, we should have a place we can go to, pay some money maybe per minute or per seconds or per a particular duration, we pay, we download. It will be cheaper for me than driving down, moving crew to Abuja or moving crew to Jos to come and take some of those establishment shots. So you should think in terms of that. These days, people also fly drones. You can get some beautiful area shots of wherever you are. You can even be in your village when you go. You upload some of these things and I think the way they do it, they reduce the picture size so that you won't be able to use it for, once you blow it up, it's a pixel. So that, okay, I like this, I want to use this. People can, these are ways we can actually use to generate money, even for yourself as students. So let's begin to think. You have to think outside the box. That's what we need now to move forward. There was something I saw last week. I mean, talking about thinking outside the box. A man was driving. He saw an old friend of his waiting for a bus at the bus stop. There was serious cold. There was the friend. There was an old woman who needs medical attention. And there was another lady whom the man said, I've been looking for opportunity to talk to this lady, to propose to this lady, like we talked yesterday. And he has chance to just take one person. And they ask, in that situation, what would you do? Who would you pick? The dying woman, the lady you have been dying to meet, or that friend that has been very, very good to you to take out of that cold. And that while waiting for the bus, someone gave an answer. And the answer means thinking outside the box. You know what he said? He said he will give the car keys to an old friend to take the old woman to the hospital while we spend the rest of the time chatting with that lady while they are waiting for bus. Yes, that is what it means to think outside the box. Don't follow convention. Sometimes you need to reverse it for you to. All these people are coming. They are coming to Nigeria not because they love Nigeria, like my brother said before, the DSTVs of the Mnet of this world. No, that's not it. There is a sea gold mine there. There's money. There are population. Our disposable income is high. We are shouting out, there's nothing. Let's look within. There's something that makes these people to come. We have stories we have not touched. We have places we don't even have the picture. If you go by water from CMS, for instance, to Badagry, you'll be marveled at the scenic beauty. In the hotel room here where we were lodged, yesterday morning, I woke up around 4:30. By 5, when I saw the sunrise, I thought I have only seen such I think in South Africa or the Serengeti in Kenya. I never knew even in Nigeria. So I went inside, picked my phone. I took the picture. Unfortunately, I don't have camera. What I will have done is just to wait for it, put my camera on record mode, and just plant it there for the next 1 hour, and I will get one fantastic shot. You have it all around there. Please, students, do more of this thing to raise funds. You will make enough money to shoot your film. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Caesar. Once again, I'm back. That's one important point I think we're missing here. You have been taught how to create content, right? You haven't taught how to upload the content, how to use various media for consumption of your audience, right? But we have not discussed much on monetization of the online content. That's the most difficult one. Do you know how to make money? Do you know what you do, how to do? Do you know when you do A and B, you make 1 naira, but when you do C and D, you make 1 million naira? Do you know that? I think maybe for the next Zuma, there's supposed to be a paper on monetization of online content. I think it's very important.
Thank you.
Discussants, to thank you for your warm contributions. I believe Mr. SADIQ BALEWA is still with us. Mr. BALEWA?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to... We all agree that unless we create our own platforms, he has started. There's a need to find a place where this kind of issue can be supported. I agree with that. But I want to share one story with you, which relates to coming together, united, and working together. And some of you there in the hall really know. When the Nigerian filmmakers were trooping to South Africa in the early days, attending all those film markets, and they've been prepared by the South African business to exploit that. What happened? Some people said, hold on. This might be the wrong thing to go. You need to go in unity. If you want to organize something, if you are together, you can be able to organize a better deal. But because people were so beaten by poverty and they were very quick to go and just get their film sales, they decided to get one by one, and then they began to play games, and people were given pittance. One of the people who were very interested and who recommended this, unfortunately, were not listened to, was the Nigerian Film Corporation. There are many things which you might not like about the Nigerian Film Corporation, but there is a role that can be played if people get their act together. If you are talking about external legislation, then definitely you have to involve government on one level or the other. Just the government has to be very, very serious and very focused to get this thing done. The other big problem that we have as presenting a united platform, I think it's a mistake to assume that this Zuma festival is going to solve, is going to bring out some very concrete decisions which can be used. I think the best that this platform can be doing is to get these ideas and to kickstart certain things which we can move forward. If you say about unity, what are you going to do? Are you going to come together on the basis of associations? Madu, you know, we've been doing this for so many years. That unity, that united forum has always been a difficult thing. Maybe we're going about it the wrong way, but these things have to be looked at very carefully. The other point I would like to make, legislation of the internet is one of the most difficult things in every form. Even societies which have much stronger economic power and structures and institutions than we do, I find it very, very difficult. That's the kind of minefield you have to work towards. It does not mean that you have to not try, but be very much aware.
I'm talking about the traditional television and the online television. I also discovered that the manufacturers of television today, they have also gone ahead. Like we're talking about satellite TV, you can watch it free. Satellite TV free, although they have a lot of adverts. You can watch any movie you want to watch. We also have a smart TV, internet-based television, where you can also browse whatever you want to do. You see, when I was trying to do some criticism of some things, especially I was trying to do something on the Amazing Grace. I did something on wives on strike. Do you know that the DVD that I had, I couldn't see it. It was destroyed. So something told me that why not you check it on what's it called, YouTube? I did. Do you know that the subscription I did for YouTube for 1 month, because I was trying to repeat and stop and view, stop and at the end of the day, 90 minutes program consume my data. Consume my data. And in fact, it has been doing that. I said, okay, let me buy this, what's it called, Explorer, where you can stop, you can record, stop, you can fast forward, fast backward. I discovered that the subscription every month sometimes goes to 15,000. In fact, it has gone to 15,000. So that is a Compact Plus. The full view is about almost 20,000. So what we are saying is that we're talking about creating our own platform. You see, when we're talking about that, it's very ideal for us to create our own platform. What about our own technological wherewithal? A localized technological wherewithal. Can we create that too, so that we'll be able to get a lot of money? But in terms of legislation, I think the federal government is trying to do some legislation on fake news. Well, can that be applicable to the movie? These are issues that I'm thinking that if such legislation are going to be done, then we in the movie industry, we should also try to use the opportunity to say, okay, let us do that. But I know that China have blocked a lot of news or film that they don't want to see. They don't want people in their country to see. Or they have been able to regulate a lot of their films, a lot of their news items. So what we are saying that regulation, like you said, is very difficult. But we can find a way out of it by high bargaining power. The guilds, Actors Guild, the Producers Guild, they should come together and really do something about regulating this thing. Because I know that this is a conduit pipe. That is these various Netflix and that. They are all conduit pipe that sucks people's money, both the consumer and the producers. So I will advise that we come together and have a front and have lobby too in the National Assembly, because I know there are some of the artists who are elected there, and to see how these things can be done. Thank you.
Any order, please? Any order? We want the interaction. Okay. A student.
My name is SADIQ Michael. My question goes to Mr. SADIQ, right? Okay, sorry. I have a blog, umbrellamedia.blogspot.com. So when I started using Google AdSense, immediately Google approved my application. They gave me a code which I started using. So after a day, Facebook blocked me from posting on Facebook. And I thought it's because of the Google AdSense, because I never posted any other contents on the blog that can make Facebook to restrict me from posting on Facebook. So since then, I've been battling with it. But there have not been any other option left for me to use, so I left the blog. So I want to know how to unlock myself from Facebook, and as well no other platforms which I can use to monetize my blog. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, I think my brother here will help me carry on with your questions. But what I understand is monetization.
Hello?
You need to. Okay. You need to,
Hello?
first of all, okay. Okay. We are continuing. You need to first understand the terms of each and every platform you want to monetize your content on. Facebook, they have their own unique terms. Samsung, Google have their own unique terms. If it is a motion platform, when you go to Google, it's definitely going to YouTube. Google and YouTube are one and the same thing. If they have blocked your something, you can start a fresh new channel or a fresh new platform for your something. But technically, I am not in the position to answer why this is blocked, this is not blocked actually. But maybe my brother can add something to that.
There are so many other platforms that you can use, both local and international. One serious one of such, though you may need to pay some money, is Vimeo. You can use Vimeo, get an account there, and you drive people there to go and see your content. Besides, someone talked about YouTube. You see, there are some people, I think their job is just to look for some good videos or content. When they see it, they go and upload it on YouTube, and they have no such right. It has happened to us about once or twice. But for such, because I don't know why they block you, I don't know what content you post. Any content you post that you don't have the right to, if the owners of the content, like I did in my own case, flagged it, and once you flag it and they realize, yes, you have the right, that is not for that person, of course, they bring it down within 24 hours, and probably they may have some other punishment that will be meted out to such person. So what you do is that from time to time, run your title, the title of run it on YouTube to see if you see it. Because sometimes the editors that are editing, they sometimes take that and they go on up. Because the other hand, we did the content for a, okay, that content for a client. We are yet to come out with it, and the client called that they are watching the thing on YouTube. Of course, immediately we flagged it, and within some few hours, it was brought down. Even though within that, less than 24 hours, the thing has generated over 500 and something views. So we have to, there are some people who just go out, they look out for other people's content to go and upload on YouTube. I think it's wicked. I even think it's satanic. Thank you.
Sorry if I may add once again to what my brother has said. I think there is an issue here, and I read the issue with the Nigerian Copyright Commission the other day, because most of us now, the content creators and content providers, we give our content to what we call content aggregators, who now, instead of supplying the TV stations and other platforms, they supply those content to YouTube. They upload those content to YouTube in their own name and their own right. And those content are recognized as their own content. By the time you are the copyright owner of that content, want to upload same content, YouTube will not allow you. That's why I say, how can YouTube verify intellectual property owner of that particular? Hello, it's back there. That's why I advise Nigerian Copyright Commission to have contact, to have understanding or an MOU with Google with regard to YouTube. Because this is happening with the guys in the US or with the guys in the West. I have a friend, he's a content creator, and he upload on YouTube. He had this, cloud TV. But anytime he gets a soundtrack or a clip from Nigeria, which was once used by somebody on YouTube, it cannot go, they don't accept it. But here we use it. I know the IP address is different between US and here. But it will come here, I want to come say it's gonna be very, very disastrous for us. Because most of us, we don't upload our content ourselves. Rather, we sell it 20,000 naira, 10,000 naira, even 5,000 naira in some cases for content aggregators to upload on YouTube. By the time you want to have your own channel or you want to use it yourself, you will not have that right to do it. So here, legislation is also very important. Nigerian Copyright Commission has to come in to create a basis, to create a platform through which at least Google or YouTube will be verifying the right property owners. Thank you.
Well, if I may add to that, I think the first thing is that content owners should stop selling their content very cheap. And because selling it to that person, it made you sign some things. He has taken that right. So, and most of us, we don't even read some of those, the agreements. So when you send the agreement to with him, he can buy for cheap thing and he go there and upload on anything. But what I advise before is this. Anytime you see anything that belongs to you, in fact, from time to time, run a search on YouTube of the various, sometimes they even change titles. So, but for big companies, you can have a department for monitoring so that immediately you flag it down, trust me, YouTube will bring that stuff down once they confirm that you are the original owners. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. BALEWA, are you online, please? Mr. SADIQ BALEWA? It's like he cannot hear us. No, he is there. Mr. SADIQ BALEWA? Hello?
Yeah,
okay. Are you on, please?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
The sound cut off, so I could not hear what was being said.
Okay. There is a veteran in the house that had said good things about you, but you were not with us online. We want to give him that same opportunity so that you can see him, so that he's going to say one or two things about you.
Fine, but yeah. As long as it's good things, not bad things, I don't mind.
Good day, Mr. SADIQ BALEWA. My name is Albert Egbe. I'm an actor, writer, producer.
Albert. Hey, where you there all these years, man?
I just want
Good to hear from you, man.
So nice. Thank you very much indeed. I wanted to show appreciation for the fantastic delivery you've just done for us here. My main point was to let the younger people know that you're never too old to learn. And I was telling them a story which I remember very clearly about you as a filmmaker in the days when we had no cranes, in the days when there were no helicopters, in the days when there were no drones. You were creative enough to climb a tree with your camera and get your overhead shot. And I said I'd never forget it. And I must, as a teacher, continue to learn because that's the only way to go. I'm proud that you're very much into digital filmmaking, and that is what I really would like to know. And thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you very much, Albert. You know, we are all dinosaurs, but I think we are still relevant dinosaurs. So thank you.
Okay, I don't know whether if there's any person with a contribution or a question. Okay. Yes, please, Ma, you can come up here.
What I wanted to say about uploading content to Google and the problems with NCC and everybody is that MOPAN and AMP and EDPAN, we need to engage with Google, with NCC as well, but we are the content owners. It's actually us that needs to write to Google and talk to them about the peculiarities of the Nigerian market, and it's something we've already started trying to do. The problem we have here is that we have a lot of armed robbers in the industry that just take films and throw it in without even asking or even knowing. And even, you know, when you see films in the cinema suddenly being uploaded onto YouTube as well, it takes time, but like Stephen said, it's easy to get it down once you know. But as an industry, we should come together and have a task force which actually just does that, visual monitoring for us, and it's a collaborative effort. So I think that's one of the things that we're already working on, and I will reach out to everybody, but for YouTube, that's the way it has to be. It's just constant monitoring until you can script and have other ways of holding it down. But also educating everybody out there that YouTube shouldn't be your first option unless you're creating content specifically for YouTube. Because the monetization for Nigeria changed, I think, early this year, so it's not as profitable as what it used to be. And that's another thing that we have to fight as a country with the Google and YouTube team. And Uncle SADIQ, good afternoon. I know you beat me. I'm sorry I came late. I didn't really realize I was on this panel. I am so sorry, Uncle SADIQ.
Hey, good evening. Good afternoon. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, please don't beat me, Uncle SADIQ. You know, I have absolute respect for you. I am so sorry that I didn't turn up on time. My 1,000 apologies to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, okay, Mr.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Alhaji Sadiq, good to see you since our panel on streamlining functions of film and videos. Okay, no, we were at Movie Stack. And I remember your example of Nigeria as a vehicle that was being driven by, is it drunk or so, and then the fuel is running on palm wine, and all the parts are falling off. The film industry. Now, we need to take the discussion even beyond YouTube. The fact of the matter, because for me, as a teacher and a teacher's son and a student, I found out that repetition is important. It makes people remember. And the point is that in this value chain, everybody has a role to play. There's a role for the individuals, a role for the unions, and there's a role for the regulators. Now, the reality is that the producers' associations, being in recognition of the fact that the producer is essentially an employer of labor. In fact, based on discussions here, there's a very hot argument going in all the Nollywood platform. I think Peace got carried away with itself about this, the comments that we made here. You know, because the actors are saying, no, how can you say that the producer is the, Alex, what do you say, the engine room, and you say the actor is the face, that the producer is in and all that. Yes. The actors in Nigeria are not finding it funny. They've been fighting for over 1 hour now based on the things they're writing. However, the point is that the producer, in the real sense of the word, employs every other person in that project. Therefore, a lot of the things we cry about, whether in terms of the contract, whether in terms of the remuneration, the fact is that so long as the dog does not bark, the goat will continue to enjoy his inheritance. The producers need to sit down and set standards about every other aspect of this industry. It does not matter whether regulation is in place. Set the standard first. There are players that will comply, and as time goes on, we may be able to generate the enablement and the mechanism for enforcement. But we must have a very clear standard in terms of what will constitute a standard run of a movie that's been acquired. What do you think should be the terms of our own payments? Since the entry of YouTube and other platforms into Nigeria, I do not think any group of producers has ever engaged them to say we don't agree. I do not think, and there are so many things that are wrong with the system right now. Right now, it is not only that the platforms that are buying have unilaterally over the years continued to reduce and reduce and reduce the money. It is only the fact that those that commission, like African Magic, the system is so opaque that producers are being hired. You don't even know who is hiring you. Nobody knows the procedure. Because when I was doing some research, I asked them, they said, well, sorry, we can't disclose the information. What is the budget? We cannot disclose the information. Why is it a secret? So, because in developed countries, there are very clear standards. If you say you're commissioning projects, there's a fixed time. You say, we know that SABC, at XYZ time, you call for projects. It's a transparent process. But this is not happening here because I don't want to indict the leadership of any association because they say, when you were president, what did you do? That one is for history to judge what I did. But the point is that we're dealing with now. So, whether it's YouTube, whether in terms of engagement with NFC, NFVCB, people who are buying the thing, payment of actors, the producers. Because our big problem is that each time, everybody keeps telling us to come together. They don't understand that filmmaking is not like the legal profession where you have just lawyers. And then you have the others in the judiciary. Filmmaking really, to a large extent, is a collaboration of people who are really basically equals. You can just say maybe the producer is the first amongst equals. It's the most collaborative form of activity in the world. That's why it's both an art and a science. So it is not easy to just come on the podium and declare the problem you have that people are not together. We are different people, even though there's something that brings all of us together. So I'm just saying that the producers who should lead the way must begin. In fact, we were having this discussion over lunch. Myself, Peace, and Elijah. And I'm going to tell two of them now that if I drop this microphone now, I'm going to publish it in all the media. That producers should sit down, irrespective of whether you're North or South. Filmmaking does not know region, or whether you're ANCOP or the issue is Bele matter, like my people in Delta will say. Now Bele matter. So let us understand that it's an existentialist problem. All of us need to survive. So long as the producer is hungry, every other person in that value chain will remain hungry. The actors will survive because they have face. People can dash them money. But that is a function of luck. Are you going to plan your life on luck? That maybe if I go to Abuja, I will see NFC MD, he will dash me 10 million. You cannot plan your life like that. So I'm just turning back to the producers We don't need this endless debate. We need to see some action. And the buck is on the leadership of the Producers Association. Let's stop mixing apples, oranges, yam, and banana together. The producers should, on their own, sit, say, look, these are the standard items, and publish it. Let's have something to hold on to. Thank you very much.
Sorry, although I'm a will-be producer, but I observed that over the years, people who started as actors, they end up being producers. Is there anything there? Is there, I think, why I'm raising this issue is that the producers are crying about revenue, but actors are still going to production. Those who are formerly actors, they are still actors, they are still acting, but many of them now are producers. Many of them are directors. So I don't know what they are benefiting from. Are they really benefiting from something? The producers must be enjoying something, which the actors have observed. Thank you very much.
Is there any other person, please? Okay. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for the robust discussion thus far. Our keynote speaker has done justice to the issue at hand and the discussions as well. They have talked much, and thank you also for the question and answers. We at the Nigerian Film Corporation, we want you to know that all these segmented programs of Zuma Film Festival are being noted, have been all the suggestions here, the recommendations, we are taking note of it, and at the end of the day, we will write a detailed report to the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture for further action. We want you to know that the outcome of last year's Zuma Film Festival has cascaded to the point that the Nigerian Communications Commission is doing something on the cost of data, So this discussion also on digital content creation and consumption will find a way of getting across to the various guilds and associations within the film sector, and from there it will cascade into initiation of a policy document. So thank you very much for this discussion. I don't know whether if Mr. SADIQ BALEWA is still with us for your concluding remarks.
I think there's not much to say. That it's good to talk. It's good also to follow talk with action. There's a lot of work to be done, but we just want to thank everybody who managed to come to this thing. It's not easy to move around in Nigeria. It is not easy. So, we have to appreciate people for that. And I have to thank the MD for putting this Zuma festival with his team. But it's not easy, again, working to put up a festival during this corona confusion. So I'm very happy to participate, and by the kind of intelligent people and their responses. We always know that this country has very talented people. It's not about whether you come from north, south, whether you're this religion or that religion. No, Nigeria has tremendous people, and that is what is going to push us forward and to make the country to be what it is, what it should be. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. SADIQ BALEWA. On this note, on behalf of the Managing Director of the Nigerian Film Corporation, Dr. Chidia Maduke, who incidentally is the Chairman Festival Organizing Committee, we want to appreciate you for your time, sir. We really appreciate your your paper on this topic. The discussants here from my extreme right, Dr. Ahmad Sarari, who is the president MOPAN, that is Motion Picture Practitioners Association of Nigeria. So thank you very much, sir. And also, Mr. Osezwa Stephen Imopio, thank you very much, sir. And Professor Methuselah Jeremiah, Director of the National Film Institute, to thank you very much, sir, for your time. And also Mrs. Peace Anyim Osigwe, to thank you, ma. Thank you, sir, Mr. Madu Chikwenzo, Malam Abdul Karim Mohammed, Professor Dama Omar Sola, and Mr. Albert Egbe. So thank you very much. Okay, and Mr. His name, yeah. Mr. Alex Eyango. So thank you very much, as well as the participants. So thank you very much for your time. Okay. By 4 on the dot, we'll be having the next session, which is a master class on sound. You recall earlier this morning, there was a challenge that no Nigerian has produced a sound that had won an Oscar. So it's a very big challenge, and I believe that through this platform today, that there's going to be a new narrative. So at this juncture, I want to call on Mr. Ray Dandaura for his presentation on sound. I believe he's here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ray Dandaura. I'm going to be talking with us today about sound. It's very interesting what the moderator just said about the challenge that was thrown. And I think that we have the responsibility to satisfy that challenge. And hopefully, we'll be on our way towards accomplishing that very soon. Okay, so I'd like us to do something together, all right? We are going to take a journey, and it's going to be a simple journey. At the end of that journey, I'd like us to interact for a few minutes, okay? We're going to try something together, all right? Okay, people at the projection desk, I'm going to need your help. For this thing, we are going to watch a video. But this video we are going to watch it with our ears. Okay? Are you ready to try with me? Thank you very much. We'll watch the video with our ears. So I'm going to invite everybody here to close your eyes, and for the next minute and a half, try not to open your eyes. Just watch this video with your ears. We can do it. Okay, are you ready? All right, eyes closed.
It looks just like you said it would. Hey, does yours smell like your beard? It smells like your girl. Let's go.
Who the fuck are you guys?
We're the guys that are taking your cocaine.
Not smart. You guys are gonna fucking die.
Where is it?
Freezer. Downstairs. You need a key?
Thank you for joining me on that short journey. All right, so short experiment. Who can tell me what just happened in that scene that we watched with our ears? Who can tell? Who wants to volunteer? Just tell me the story. Okay, hold on, I'll come to you.
Okay. While I was trying to concentrate very well on my ears, I can see with my eyes mind that it was a scene of suspense. Like there was, I could sense this because of the barking of the dog, then the sound that followed, which is leading us to the suspense of what is to happen. Then it all ended up with the slap and the request for key to a safe or something like that.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I feel like my own explanation is not as detailed as his. I just feel it's a raid that happened. Yes, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Okay, starting from the movement of the car, I can hear the sound of the car moving in a very rough path, to the point where those two guys, like there are two people in the vehicle. No, I can hear the conversation. Yes. So, at some point they open the car, come down, close it. Then they open an electronic door. I don't know if they insert a password, but I heard the sound of the door. Then they barge in and meet the other guy and request for the key for the cocaine. I can also hear the sound of the key, handing it over to them. Then they move down the staircase or up, I don't know.
What's your name? Sorry? Timmy. Okay. All right. I'll take the two of you and that'll be it.
Okay. From the sound, the first sound, I imagined that it was a night scene from the dog barking, and then the car that was moving, I felt they were robbers trying to go on a mission or something.
Okay, one person said it was a raid, another person said they were robbers. All right.
For me, I feel it was somebody going after other people.
Okay. All right, so we've heard 5 different perspectives of what we think happened. I'm going to ask our friends over at the media desk to play the video again. This time around, watch it with your eyes.
it's just like you said it would.
Hey, does yours smell like your beard?
It smells like your girl. Let's go.
We're the guys that are taking your cocaine. Not smart. You guys are gonna fucking die.
Where is it? Freezer. Downstairs. You need a key?
Okay, so did anybody really get what happened among the guys that spoke? Who got it? Timmy. So Timmy, can you tell us, how did you manage to watch this clip with your eyes closed? You were listening, right? Now, can you help me put up that PowerPoint? Like I mentioned earlier, first of all, put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much for helping me out with that experiment. Like I mentioned earlier on, I believe that the challenge of a Nigerian making sound that will win the Oscar Awards, that's a challenge every one of us should take seriously, and we should work towards accomplishing that. It starts here, with you seeing yourself as somebody who can accomplish that kind of feat. It's not an impossible thing. The people who do it, those who win the awards for sound at the Oscar Awards, don't have two heads. They have one head. Just like you, just like me. However, they operate by a different set of rules than the ones we operate by. And you will come to find in your professional journey that respecting the path that others have taken is profitable. It's not all there is, but it is profitable in helping you to arrive at destinations that such people have also arrived at. One of the major challenges that we have in Nigeria with regards to sound is that many of us filmmakers think that sound is a complementary asset to the picture. And that in itself is the first reason why we have not yet been able to clinch that award in the Oscars. We've not heard that any Nigerian was the front man for the sound team that won the award. That has been an error that has run around for many years in our industry, where it seems as if sound comes as an afterthought. But sound should never be an afterthought. Give me page 1, please. All right. I have prepared a PowerPoint to help us to streamline our thoughts so that I don't just escape and go off and, just keep talking. Yes, the next one. So I've written down something I called Ray's 10 Commandments for Creating Professional Sound. And as you can see over there, that is Brother Ray, the Moses version. Yes, permit my shoddy PowerPoint work. No, please take it back. you don't want me to appreciate my appearance as Moses. I've never been Moses before. That's my first time of being Moses. Allow me to enjoy it for a few minutes, right? So, the 10 commandments of creating professional sound. Now, I'm going to say this. These things I've written out here are guides to help people who have an interest in working in the sound industry and people who have an interest in producing professional sound. These are not the only rules that you can follow. As you have your own journey in this industry, you would be able to come up with things that you know will help other filmmakers who are aspiring to do exactly what you're doing. All right? So, let us go through them very quickly. All right? All right, next page, please. All right, commandment number 1. Thou shalt love your sound as much as you love your picture. Commandment number 1. All right? So the first reason people fail in sound is that people think that sound is secondary to picture. But in truth, sound in itself is an organ for storytelling. And it is possible for you to tell certain stories within a film with just the sound. And that is the reason for the experiment that we undertook this evening. Timmy came closest to explaining exactly what happened. But every single person that spoke correctly about what the scene was about. And that was because we were able to have some sound that gave us an inkling towards what the scene was about. So sound, you must love it as much as you love the picture. Number 2. All right? He that will have good sound must plan ahead. You have to plan for your sound right from pre-production. And when I say plan for sound, I'm talking about sound all the way to post-production. I'm sure that you have had some other talks on the stages of production, right? Have you had some talks on the stages of production? Okay, so you know that there are majorly 3 stages. Some other people expand it to 5, some to 7. But the 3 stages are pre-production, production, and post-production. The other expansions are valid as well. But these 3 help to give a good understanding, right? So from the stage where you are planning, you must plan the end of your sound from the beginning, so that there is no fluke. You don't get good sound by mistake. All right? You will not win the award for best sound at the Oscars by mistake. It's something you must plan for. Planning entails a lot. You will decide what kind of sound you're going for from the beginning, whether you want stereo sound, or you want surround sound, or you want Atmos. You must decide that from the beginning. It is that decision that will guide you towards the equipment and the personnel that you will try to use in the course of your production. Okay? Moving very fast. Number 3. So planning is key. All right? Number 3. Thou shalt not walk alone. Let me ask, why is it important that you collaborate with them? They know how to sync up that sound. They know how to send that walk alone. When you find yourself walking alone, especially on a feature, you will almost always find that you get stressed out. There's one problem with stress. Even when you know how to do everything, you make mistakes. I have seen this so many times where would be on a set, going to be responsible for putting the lavalier mics on the actors. He's going to be responsible for mixing on the mixer if there is a mixer. He's going to be responsible for monitoring the sound if they're recording directly with the camera. One person. By the end of the day, that guy is completely tired. I have been on productions where the sound man forgot to push record on the mixer and the recorder. Yeah, he forgot to press record. It's not because he did not know how to do his work. He's excellent at his work, but he forgot to press record. Why? He was stressed. And that now cost the producers a lot of money because now they had to go fix it in post. As much as it depends on you, don't walk alone, even when you feel like you know how to do all the work. Just because you know how to do it doesn't mean that you should do it all by yourself. Number 4. Now, that's a picture of Samuel L. Jackson. Look at that reaction on his face. When on location, thou shalt not say, we will fix it in post. Now, for people who have spent a lot of time on production sets, that statement is very popular. For those who don't know, it means that let's just record it anyhow. When we go to the studio, we will fix it there. But how many of you remember the basic rule of the computer? Garbage in. Exactly. That rule is true. Garbage in, garbage out. If you record faulty sound and take it to the studio, you can try to clean it. And thanks to technology, there are certain devices you can attempt, to use to clean your sound up. But the truth is that sound cleaning is not magic, all right? Time will not permit, but I will say this, sound operates in frequencies. Noise reduction operates in the same way. When you try to reduce noise from sound, what you're doing basically is doing your best to eliminate the frequencies where the noise is predominant. The problem is that there are also sound frequencies in that place. So you will lose some of the quality of your sound as well. So garbage in, garbage out. You want to record the best sound that you can get from location. Does this mean that there is nothing you can do in post? That is not what I'm saying. There is absolutely a lot you can do in post. However, as much as you can, record the best sound that you can record from location. Don't say we'll fix it in post. Thank you. Number 5. Thou shalt be helpful to other departments, but only when they ask for your help. This rule is a very important rule, especially for people who are going to practice film production in some other countries, Europe and the US. All right? I believe that this rule will also become very, very prominent in Nigeria as well. For now, some of the things that we do on set still pass. In some of the more advanced societies, you do not help anybody on location unless they expressly ask for your help. Because as Nigerians, we are very helpful people, friendly. We like to help somebody lift up something. You do that in some of the other industries, you lose your job. It is good to be helpful, but only help other departments when they ask for your help. All right? We might come back to that. There are some more things I'd like to tell you about that, but let's move on first. As much as it depends on you, use fresh batteries and cables from the start of every production. All right? We have a habit of recycling stuff from the previous production into the next. Batteries and cables are things that you should try to get fresh ones of every time. So any person who is into sound here, I advise you, get fresh batteries and fresh cables for every production. You don't know it, but a feature will take a toll on the quality of the cables you're using. By the time you wrap up the feature, your cables sound okay, your sound still sounds nice. But somehow, on this new production that you're on, there's a hiss in your sound. Your sound is not clear. There's a hiss, it's a problem. What happened? Your cables got old. It was that simple, all right? For the batteries, I need not tell you why you need to get new batteries all the time. Number 7. Never run sound cables over electrical wires. This is a common mistake that sound people make, and they wonder, why do I have this buzzing sound in my recording? The probable reason is that there were light cables in the place where you were running your sound cables, and because of that, your sound cables passed over electrical wires. And if the insulation on your sound cable is very light, you're going to have a problem. Okay? Another thing you'd like to know, if you're recording in a house where the floor is cement or it's tiled, electrical wires are passing, you'll have noise, a lot of noise in your recording, and you will not know where it's coming from because all your cables are new, your equipment for recording, it's new, everything is new, and yet you have this unknowing buzz. It's coming from the lights, the electrical appliances over there. You know, those things happen, especially when there are faulty wirings around. So you want to avoid that, all right? Number 8, resist the temptation to output your final sound from your video editing software without sending it to a professional digital audio workstation. This goes out more to producers, directors, and editors than it does to sound people. There is always that temptation to say, the sound sounds clean enough. It's on. Video softwares are not built with the kind of sound processing that digital audio workstations are built with. For that reason, they are unable to process sound as professionally as they should be processed for international quality films. Always send your sound through a digital audio workstation before you output it. All right, number 9. Always record your sound separately from the picture and have a backup. All right, one of the practices in our industry is we many times send the sound directly to the camera. That's okay if you want to get sync sound. However, even if you're doing that, always record your sound separately. Have it recording on your external device, all right? I put an example of a recorder that is pretty good out there. That's a Zuma. That one has 10-channel recordings. It will allow you to get some very good sound recording. It has enough channels for the kind of recordings that we do around here for our films. So always try to record your sound separately and always have a backup. When there is no backup, if anything goes wrong with the sound on the camera, you have a problem. If the camera guy, the camera operator had not set the sound to record there, you are in trouble because all your effort from location would be wasted. You'd have nothing to show for it. Okay, number 10. Thou shalt pay your sound guys. This sounds funny, but I promise you that this is one of the major reasons why sound in our films comes out bad. People feel underappreciated. They don't feel like they have been given their work's worth. And for that reason, they approach the work with a lackluster attitude. Does that excuse that kind of behavior? Not at all. However, people who do not feel appreciated for their work lack motivation to work. Now, it's easy to say, be a professional. Be professional about it. You're not working because of the money. You're working to improve the industry. Yeah, but when you get home, are you going to go tell your wife and your kids, I work to improve the industry today? Let's be happy with that. Let's be content. Let's just, thank God and drink this water and fast tonight. No, not at all. You're going to have to show something for the work you went to do. And so, producers, directors, please appreciate your sound guys. You may not be able to pay them everything, but let them know they are appreciated. Sometimes the greatest payment is not even money. There are things you can do for your sound people that will make them know, look, this person appreciates me. They'll put in their best. All right, I went through those commandments very, very quickly because that is not what I want to talk about today. All right, so I ran through them very fast. Today, I want to be more practical. I'd like us, to look at how we handle sound in the industry. Okay. The floor will be open. If you have questions, please ask. I'm going to do my best to keep to the time that has been given to me and not exceed it. So please bear with me and let's go together. Okay, can you help me put up that PowerPoint, the next slide? All right, I'm going to be speaking practically, okay? And I believe that when we talk practically, then we are able to actually get somewhere with a masterclass lecture such as this one. Now, the aim is not to teach you how to be able to do sound like a god overnight, all right? However, my expectation is that by the time we are done with this, every single person here will have an understanding of the processes required, the kind of equipment required, the kind of spirit required to make a professional picture, get a good sound for your film that you intend to put out there. So speaking practically, equipment. What do I use and how do I use them? All right? Like I mentioned before, planning is the most important thing for you as a sound person. Many times you'd find that the sound person is hired from the beginning of the production, and then by the end of production, you have a different sound person take over to handle post. While that works, I would not advise it. I advise that all the sound people you intend to work with as producers be engaged from the beginning. And even if they are going to be passing over the baton at some point, they have been engaged from the start. They'll talk together with each other. They'll be able to plan what they are going to do, and they'll be able to meet up with their plans as they go on. Okay, so what do I use? When I'm working on sound on any picture, usually I'm engaged from the start. And I'd be on location to record the sound. And I'll also be in the studio to handle post when we're working. From the start, I always make sure that I have different types of microphones. Very important. Boom microphones, lavalier microphones, unidirectional microphones. Unidirectional microphones are microphones that pick sound from, with a cardioid pattern. A cardioid pattern is, the front is the most sensitive part of the microphone. The sides can also pick up some sound, but not as powerfully as the front. And then I also have omnidirectional microphones that can pick sounds from all directions. I have some dynamic microphones and some condenser microphones. So from what I'm saying, you will get the sense that I have a lot of microphones that I use at the same time. You can never be too prepared, but you can be underprepared. When you are on location and you find yourself underprepared, you have a problem. It is better for you to have more things than you need than for you to have fewer things than you need. Microphones are things that any sound person cannot compromise on. You need to have enough point you want to have substitutes. I always advise that. Have recording devices. Often have multiple channels so that I am not recording anybody's sound together with another person's sound. Record every character's sound independently of the other. So that when we're in the studio working on the sound, I have access to character A's sound separately from character B's sound, separately from character C's sound, separately from character D's sound, and I have up to 10 channels when working. This is ideal. This is very good. This way, if there is a problem on character, they have to replace the audio. They will not be replacing everybody's audio. It will just be the audio of the person who had the problem. But when you record a person's microphone has a problem and has a hum, it's going to affect the sound of every other character. Hiring 4 different professional actors, paying flights for you out to wherever they are to go and record their sound and just record people's sound separately, which is how I do it. So I'm speaking from a very practical point. All right? So this is what I do for recording on location. I always have devices that allow me to record sounds separately. This is my advice to those people who are in that line. Let your sound be recorded separately. All right? I want to open the floor. If you have a question, okay, please just indicate. I'll let you ask your question as we go. Okay? All right. For the post-production, all right, well, I'm going to talk more about post-production when I come down to track lay. Okay, so stages, setup, pre-production. Your pre-production as a sound person begins from what we call the location recce. All right? Location recce is the process where you join all the big shots to go check out locations. So when they are going to check out the locations where they're going to film, go with them. I always try to tag along. All right? I always tag along. Tag along. Go with them. Go and see the places. Because you may find a location that is excellent for the operations of the cinematographer, but it's terrible for the sound. And some people will be like, yeah, it's just sound. The picture is okay with it. Let's record there. I say, no. We don't work like that. Remember what I said. Your sound, you should love that sound as much as what? Commandment number 1. All right? So you will tell the producers respectfully, okay, this place is really not good for sound. The hall is extremely large. You're going to have reverberations on the sound. When the people speak, it's going to be a problem. Like, no, we are going to demarcate this hall and use it as a sound stage. You say, yes, but the hall doesn't have any acoustic treatment. When you speak in this area, it's going to reverberate. And if what you are trying to accomplish is supposed to be set in a room with dead sound, it won't work here. That could be it. The place that you're trying to work might be close to a call center. Right? The picture is excellent, but you're going to be working with radio mics. And some of these things operate on frequencies that could be intercepted by other electronic devices that are transmitting sound. Maybe you're working close to a police station. Maybe the DSS office is around the corner. All those guys are operating on walkies. Some of them are operating on the same frequencies that will cross your sound, you know, and when you put on your device, you have interference. So as a sound person, you need to be knowledgeable of these things. You need to check these areas out and say, look, we might have problems, so we are going to be using wireless microphones here. We might have problems of interference. All right? So sometimes you put on your device and you wonder why you're having that all through. You don't know why. There's some other device there that is intercepting your sound. It's causing problems for you. So you have this hiss that just keeps coming up. My device is new. My equipment are new. Everything is new. My cables are new. What's this? What's happening? There's some other device that is transmitting signal that is very close to the signal that you're transmitting on your radio device. It will cause problems for you. So you want to tag along. Your preparation begins in there. So when I say prepare, these are the things I'm talking about. I'm not just talking about gathering equipment. I'm talking about having the foresight to see the kind of problems that you could run into. All right? So, of course, you want to check acoustics in every location that you go to. You want to check how fast the sound reverberates. You want to check if that room has been treated to have, to give you some nice, you know, effect on the sound or the microphones that you're using. The kind of microphones you're using are also very important. All right? You want to check things like frequency response, noise ratios, and some of you might not understand all these things I'm saying now, but these things I'm saying them because they are being recorded, and this PowerPoint will be available to you if you want. You can get it from the media desk. So when you go back over these recordings, you can now look up some of these things I'm talking about. They'll be very, very useful to you. Some microphones are able to record sounds from 30 hertz to 20,000 hertz. Those are really good microphones. You want to get them. Some can only record sounds as low as 100 hertz, you know, and as high as 17,000 hertz. You want to get ones that actually work for what you're trying to do. All right, so not every microphone is ideal for every situation. These are things you want to check. All right, you want to check the noise ratio. Some have noise ratio that are up to 60 decibels above 0. That's very, very good. Something you want to check. Okay, so production. Recording sound is a creative process. Be creative. I'm going to go out and say this. There is no exact format. And when I say format, I'm talking about way that you must record your sound on location. There is no exact way. The reason why there is no exact way you must place your microphones or record your sound on location is because every film will have its own scenario. The kind of situation you find yourself in is what will determine the kind of method you would employ when trying to set up your microphones. You may be recording a scene where the characters, ladies, are wearing very skimpy stuff. You can't get a wireless mic in there, especially when the shots are coming from the front. You can't do that. You have to be creative. They're going to take wide shots. Your boom microphone might not be close enough to pick quality signal. What do? Get creative. Mic the sound or mic the character through her hair. So you hide the microphone in the hair. Again, that will now affect or have a bearing on the kind of wireless microphone you're using. There are tiny ones, there are fat ones. You choose. All right? You can hide the microphone in our hair. It's all about you. Be creative. Okay? Don't let the eyes of the people on set with you judge you. You be creative. Think of what's going to work. Think of how you can accomplish it, and then go for that. Sometimes you'd have to hide multiple microphones all around the set. Different angles, you'll have to hide 6 microphones on a small set so that every angle is mic'd, properly, so you can get a good general signal. Sometimes that's what you have to do. It's for you to be creative. If you want to stick to the conventions and the traditions of sound recording that you know, or the ones that you are taught in school, like school teaches you the basics, teaches you what you should know. So those of you in film school, please listen to everything that you're being taught, okay? But one thing you're going to find is when you enter into the industry to practice for real, the situations you meet are not the ideal ones you have been taught in school. You will always meet challenging situations that will seek to challenge every knowledge that you've gained as a student. But you're no longer a student. Now you're a full-time practitioner. You need to be creative. Figure it out. Sound does not have an exact way it's done or an exact way the microphones are placed. That is your creativity. Be creative about it. Yes, let's we'll go back. We still have another one there. Okay, post-production. Now, this is where the magic happens. All right? This is where the magic happens. I'm going to take some time to talk about post-production for sound. And the reason why I'm going to emphasize this is because in our industry, we have not yet put enough emphasis on, post-production sound. All right? When we've gone on location and we've recorded some neat audio, we feel good about ourselves. We come in, we edit with Premiere Pro or Avid Media Composer or Final Cut, depending on the one that you like, or the one that works for your workflow. When we are done with that, we are excited about our sound. We throw in some music and export, and then we want to go win the award for best sound at the AMA Awards. It doesn't work like that, okay? You have to put in some more work. Post-production sound is one of the areas where those films you watch from Hollywood gain their dominance in. Because of the work that they put in post-production sound, when you go to the cinema and you watch their movies, you find yourself completely immersed in the experience. You find yourself shouting, "Hide! Hide!" when the protagonist is about to get struck by somebody. You are shouting "hide" as if he can hear you. You find yourself kicking the seat in front of you. What's moving you is the sound you're hearing. Picture is very important, but I assure you, the tension that you're feeling, the suspense you're feeling, is not being caused just by the picture. What you are hearing, the vibrations being sent out to you, those are the things that are affecting you. How many of you know that vibration of sound in certain frequencies will elicit certain responses in you? For example, they'll tell you that if you were to put a sound out on your speaker and keep that sound between 0 and 400 hertz constantly for a period of time, everybody inside that room will suddenly become afraid. There's no picture. They are not watching anything. But for some reason, they are just tensed. They are afraid. They are scared. They don't know why. The sound is what's doing that to them. And these guys over in Hollywood, they know these things. So when they are creating a thriller or horror film, they make sure that their sounds are in the range of 100 hertz to 400 hertz for their low frequencies. And they really pump those frequencies higher than the others. So you're sitting down there and your heart is racing. And you don't know why your heart is racing. Nothing has happened yet. But they are manipulating you. And it's working. So you find yourself engaged in whatever film you're watching, you don't know why you can't leave your seat. It might even be a very bad film, but you still can't stand up because they've glued you there, they've gotten your mind, they've hooked you on what they've given to you. You can't move. You will sit down there and you will take in everything that they are giving to you. The sound. That's what's doing that to you. You will not accomplish that from treating your sound haphazardly on your picture editing software. You can't accomplish that. You need to have post-production sound treatment. So in post-production, we gather all the things we've recorded from location, the elements we've recorded from location. We take it into the studio, and we work on the sound with a digital workstation. For the international standard, they use Pro Tools. Pro Tools, and most times the setup is what they call Yukon, and you'd have the large digital mixer with as many as 140 channels sometimes, sometimes more depending on what you're doing, you know. And so, well, I think that there are other software that people use now. There's Logic Pro. Logic Pro is popular here among Mac users, Apple users, Logic Pro. Among PC, people who use PC, they patronize Cubase, I think. They use Cubase a lot. Fruity Loops, not so much. Not that I know of anymore, anyway. I don't think people patronize Fruity Loops so much for film post-production sound. I think for PC, the most used one mostly, I think it's Cubase. And then, but there are several options you can use. If you want to train yourself with a view to integrate into the international community and do film outside Nigeria, then you want to train yourself with Pro Tools because that's what that industry uses a lot. So all the sound gotten from location is taken into the studio, and then additional sounds are brought in. You have your music, you have effects. We'll talk about those in fair detail. You know, you have all those things brought together, and then you have a sound designer creatively combine all these elements with the help of other hands in the studio, of course, to create the soundtrack. Now, I know in Nigeria, when we say soundtrack, we are thinking of music, all right? But it's much larger than that. The soundtrack is the final file that you give to the video editor to combine with the picture when you're done with your treatment. That's what we call the soundtrack. It is, it contains the music, it contains the effects, it contains the voices, you know, that's the soundtrack. So there are several people that will work together to produce that soundtrack, all right? Now, I want us to look a little bit at some of the things that you combine. We're just going to take a long look at them, and we'll move forward from there. No, let's go back. I'm still on that third point. Okay, so track lay, all right? Track lay is the process of laying down tracks. You lay all the elements recorded from location, your dialogue sounds, you lay them on things that we call tracks, all right? You have these different channels in your digital audio workstation. We call them tracks. We lay down all this different recorded material on those tracks so that we are able to access them. Now we have our dialogue recorded from location. Sometimes you're going to need to do ADRs, automatic dialogue replacement. ADRs are recordings that we invite actors to come and do in the studio, sometimes because the sound from location was bad, or maybe we couldn't record any sound. For example, if we were recording a scene in the rain and we had the machines pumping water, you know, to get that rain effect, those machines are really loud, you know, and you will not be able to record any meaningful audio there. Perhaps you'd be able to record reference audio that would allow you to have a reference. But you're going to need to invite the actors back into the studio to re-record everything that they said while they were on location, all right? Those kind of recordings we do in the studio for the voices are the things that we call ADRs. We replace the dialogue from the studio, from the location, with the ones that we will record in the studio, all right? So you are laying all these things also on tracks. Then you have your sound effects and your Foley, all right? Sound effects are things that you can generate yourself. You can also get sound effects from libraries. There are libraries online that you can buy from. The sound effects have different functions. They would accompany the actions that the different characters will put up. They'll accompany actions or sounds, actions within the scene. The door opening, you're going to need sound effects for that. The handle, the key jangle, the lock, unlock, open. If you want the squeak, you put the squeak, and then the door closes. You want to put all those things inside. Those things are sound effects, all right? Foley, those are also sound effects. However, those ones emanate from the bodies of the characters. So when I'm moving around now, my clothes are making sounds, all right? It's coming from my body. We'll call that a Foley. We'll not necessarily say this is a sound effect. It is a sound effect, but we call it a Foley, okay? Our characters run around. We don't have microphones on their shoes, but we want to get their footsteps. So we record Foley in the studio there. We get a bass, put some sand inside of it, and have the characters or have your Foley artist in the studio walk around just like the characters they are watching on the screen. You know, they do all that and you match the sound. That's Foley. You want to put that on your soundtrack as well, on your track. Well, then you have your music. Music has different segments, all right? You have your score. Now your score, the professional way that scores are made is quite different from what we have practiced for a long time in Nigeria. However, I see us stepping into that place as well. This is one of the areas where the foreign film industries have given us a long gap, all right, with scores. Nigerian films, many of the ones I've been part of, however, hardly score. Hardly score. One of the reasons we hardly score is that it is very cost intensive. To score, you need to get instrumentalists, different instrumentalists. Sometimes you might even need to get, you know, an orchestra, a mini orchestra to come in. You're going to need a composer to watch your movie from the beginning to the end without any sound. He'll sit down and he will compose music for the entire film from the beginning to the end. He'll write it down in musical, he'll write down in staff, he'll write down in sulfur for those that need the sulfur to work. He's going to write down everything on paper. Once that has been written out from beginning to the end, then he will invite the different instrumentalists, the violinists, the people playing the cello, the people in the horn section, the people playing the timpani, and the other instrumentalists. You'll have them in the studio. They'll sit down with their sheet music in front of them. They are watching the picture, watching the conductor, who has a screen in front of him as well, and he's conducting the music. So they know when to come in, and they are playing what has been written down for them on the score sheet. All right? Now, that's really expensive. The money it will take to actually score a film will shoot several other films by the standards that we operate by, you know, here. And for that reason, many Nigerian films have not yet gone into that place. But you see, this is one of the major reasons why we have not been, Nigerian sound people cannot be considered for the Oscars yet, not with the way that we operate, all right? Now we are able to send in our films to compete in the Oscars. I mean, we have one that will be going in. That's beautiful news, excellent. But that will be competing in the category of, what's that category now? It's for best foreign film. It will be struggling for that, but it's not going to be eligible to compete for the other awards in there. Okay. Now, having a professional score is one of those things that will be looked at when you want to say, hey, consider my film for best sound. Professional score is very important. So you've written out the score, you have your instrumentalist all sitting down. This score that will be written down will not just be written by any kind of music composer. It will be somebody who has an understanding of what music can do, the functions of music. And music does have its functions. Music does have its effects. All right? So it has to be prepared by somebody who understands the functions of music, understands the emotional aspects of music, understands what frequencies in sound elicit what kind of response from people who are listening. You need somebody who understands that to be able to compose music in keys and notes that will give that kind of feeling that you're trying to get. Is it a romantic feel? Is it a suspense scene? Is it an action scene? What are you trying to get? All right? So your score performs several functions. It can act as ambient music. Ambient music, that is some music that just keeps the scene going. Sometimes you watch a movie, there's this piece of music. Usually it will be played out with strings, all right? Not pianos like we like to use in our own situation. Pianos have an entirely different emotion that they give out there. They're not very good for ambient music. You want to use orchestral pieces for that. You want to have strings, string session playing that kind of piece for you. So you have your ambient music playing there. That's one of the functions of the scores. Then your scores can also be incidental. You are going to have portions that will, heighten emotion. They, shake the place up a little bit. They create that tension. They create that pressure for the characters, or they create that romantic environment for the action that is taking place. You also want to have scores that accompany your actions. Accompaniment. An action is happening, you have sounds that seem to mimic that action or seem to accompany that action as it is unfolding on the screen. These different things your score will do for you. All right? Then you have your original soundtrack. So now the original soundtrack now talks about the music that has been recorded for the film. All right? It could be a song that you'd bring in a professional musician to come and sing, for your film. The song is written after the theme or the title of the film, and he sings it, to carry. That's what we call an original score. Now, the mistake that many producers make is that we go hire professional musicians in the industry to come make the score for the film. That's an error. All right? These people are excellent singers. However, they are not filmmakers. So while they be able to sing great songs and give you a wonderful original soundtrack, they have no idea what they need to do to create the emotional parts of your film. You need some other person or group of people who actually have an understanding of what it means to create a score. For the original soundtrack, yeah, it's excellent. Get a professional musician. Hey, this is the title of my film. I want you to make the original soundtrack for it. This is the kind of feel I'm looking for. They will go there and they'll just make that and they'll bring it. And when you hear that song, you'll be like, wow, this song is beautiful. It really embodies my film. Original soundtrack. You can have plenty of them. All right? You can have as many as you want. Especially for films that are musicals. There are so many of such soundtracks recorded. In the end, you would see some people will put out an album of all the music used in their film. I'm sure we've seen some of those things, right? Yes, people will put up their music album. So there's an album that has come out of the film. Okay, then of course you have the music that you lease. All right? So you want to use Fela's music in your movie. All right? You're going to contact his agency and you're like, hey, I'd like to use this. Can I write an official application for that? We want to use 40 seconds of your music. And he'll say, all right. They'll say, okay, you need to give us, you're going to pay us 6,000 naira per second that you're going to use. So and when they hear that the film is a film that has a good meaning, well-meaning theme and all that, they'll be like, yeah, go ahead. Just use it for free. But sometimes they'll say, no, you have to pay for that stuff you want to use. And if that's the, situation. But these are the different categories of music that you want to use, when you come in to talk about your post-production sound. Now, these things are not combined randomly. All right? It's easy for me to stand here and tell you.
Direction, I think, in sound, it's like the position of where the sound is coming from.
Okay. Very good. Very good. All right. One last person over there.
Directionality is any property maintaining space.
Very scientific explanation. Any property maintaining space. All right, I'll ask another question and I'll ask you. All right, so just give me a second. All right, let us speed forward a little bit. Your answers are all pointing towards the truth. Now, like the name, like you hear the name directionality, it tells you already it has something to do with direction. All right, what direction is my sound coming from? This is very important. If we are trying to create a realistic feel from the film that you're watching. You want to have your sound be as realistic as possible. Then you need to understand that though the ear hears from both sides, it prioritizes one side over the other with reference to where that sound is coming from. So if somebody starts speaking on my right ear will hear that sound more than my left ear will hear. Okay? Especially when you are in an environment that is not soundproof. So when you're working on your sound, you want to put that into consideration as well. Many times we take the sound and throw it on the speakers and they can hear. Shebi that they hear. Oh yeah, put on there. Did they hear them, Abi? More they go. We want to take our sound to the next level, where we are also taken seriously in the international community. We must also consider directionality. Where is my character speaking from on the screen? If my character is on the left side of the screen, I have no business putting the sound on both speakers at an equal level. That's not realistic. If my character is on the left side of the screen, whenever that character is speaking, I want to prioritize the left side of the screen to the right. I want to prioritize that side. Now you see, that will be impossible for you to accomplish if you have not recorded his sound separately from the sound of the other people. It becomes impossible for you to accomplish. So do you see why you have to plan for this right from the beginning of the film before you even start filming? So you already know that I'm going to obey the rules of filmmaking and sound to the utmost. This means I am going to have to work with directionality. So before I even go on location to film, I will prepare and say, hey, I need a recorder that can record on 10 separate channels for me. Because from this script, I am seeing that there's a scene where they have the meeting in the Igwe's palace. And in the Igwe's palace, there are 9 elders and 1 Igwe, and they are all going to speak. I'm going to set a mic for all of them because they are sitting at different angles on the screen. I need a recorder that can record their sounds separately so that I can control the direction from which the sound emanates when they are watching it. So we have this screen over here. If I have 5 people spread out across this screen, the only person whose sound will come out evenly will be person number 3 in the middle. He's the only person whose sound will come out from the center of the screen. The other people will have their sound coming out on both speakers. However, one side will be prioritized depending on the angle that he is. You can only accomplish that if you plan for it from the beginning and record everybody's sound separately. If you are to record their sounds all on a single track, you will have difficulty separating it, especially when 2 people are speaking over each other. You have a lot of problems separating the sound. And then the consideration for your Oscar awards goes down a little bit more. Your chances to win goes down. They just go down a little bit more, you know. But the more you are able to adhere to these things, the chances keep skyrocketing. Take it back, please. All right. So, directionality, very important. You want to take note of that. When I come to talk about surround, I will, touch the issue of directionality again. Okay. So, let's look at the first part on surround. Surround sound. I know that some of you have heard about surround sound. I'm going to throw the floor open again, and I promised I was going to ask you when I come back. All right. When I say surround sound, what understanding do you have? Surround sound. Yes, I'm going to come to you, but I promised you I was going to ask you, all right? So are you ready to answer me now? I should go and come back. Okay, let's start with him. What comes to your mind when I say surround sound? I want to take a few minutes to talk here because this is the next level for us as an industry.
I think it's a sound that evolves within an environment.
Okay, a sound that revolves in an environment.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll come to you and I'll come to you. I'm making you to travel very far, right? Thank you.
The surround sound, I guess, is like the common theater system, or let me say, it's a sound that is surround. We have the center, we have the front right, we have the left, we have the front right, we have the back. We have the right back, we have the left, we have the front left, and then we have the front back, and then it could be more than that, which is the normal surround sound goes from 5.1, which is 5 speakers, 6 speakers, and above. That's the little understanding I have on the surround sound.
Thank you. That's good. All right, one person here. Yes, and then, so last person.
Okay, quickly to wrap up with what they have said. For me, I would say the surround sound is the sound surrounding the main character or the main object the main sound is coming from. As the sound around that particular one.
Okay. All right, thank you everybody. You all have an idea of what it is. All right, let me paint a picture for you in addition to everything that you've said. Look at this speaker here, right? Now imagine that I take you, all right? I make you very tiny. I open up this speaker. I put you inside. You're right in the middle. Then I start to talk. Or I play some music. Can you imagine what happens to you? The kind of feel that you have. You would feel as if every single sound is like you're floating in the middle of it. It's all around you. Hence the word surround. All around you. The effect we try to accomplish when we say we are doing surround sound for film is that effect of you being inside the speaker. So we want to create an environment where you are the small human living in the middle of a large speaker. But since we don't have a large speaker to put people inside, we now work with different tiny speakers and we try to create a room or an environment with them where everybody in the middle can get that feel we are trying to put out. As a person who works on sound, a sound designer, you want to be able to create that feel from the way that you position your sound in post-production. You want to be able to do that. Now, we've not explored this level of sound design very much yet in Nollywood. There may be a film or two that have attempted doing that. I know that we attempted doing this on Kenneth Young's The Lost Cafe. We attempted doing surround sound on that. But some of the theaters that we have do not yet play sound in surround. Some of our theaters here still play sound in, LCR. And because the sound is played in LCR, if you were to give a surround file, you would not be able to get the exact kind of feel that you want. However, we do have a few theaters around I know of that have installed surround sound, which is really good. But then, our industry has not yet put surround sound in front. You mentioned 5.1 surround sound. That is the place where more advanced and developed industries just left. They left that place about maybe 5 years ago. They moved on from 5.1 surround sound and moved into greater things. But we are still yet to get to 5.1. As a matter of fact, many of the films that are put out for now still operate in stereo. That's left and right, 2 channels, going out there. And as a matter of fact, there are people whose home sets are just mono, right? One speaker is working, the other one is not working. So it affects the way that the sounds put out are perceived. But since Nigeria has now stepped up, especially with our involvement in the Oscars now, it becomes a no-brainer. Entering into the space where we are also beginning to deliver our sounds in surround format is a logical next step for our industry. That's a logical next step. All right, so you start talking about it. We have different levels of sound, the way that sound is finally delivered. First of all, we have mono, but mono expired, or mono reached its peak in the 60s, I think. And then we have stereo. Mono is one speaker, all right? Stereo is sound coming to you from two different speakers. Not the same sound, repeated in both speakers. Each speaker is going to have its own sound source. That's two speakers. Then we have what we call LCRS, all right? Some people like to call that 3.1. So LCRS is left, center, right. The S will now be a sub, right? So left, center, and then you have the LCRS. So 4 speakers operating there. And then you have 5.1 surround, of course, which works with 6 speakers. Then you have 7.1 surround. Your 7.1 surround will work with 8 speakers, all right? And I'm sure you understand how it's being counted, right? 5.1 works with 6 speakers, all right? So we have 5 speakers and 1 sub, right? 7.1 works with 8 speakers, so we have 7 speakers around and 1 sub. And then, of course, 9.1, which is additional 2 speakers to the 7.1. The 9.1 sound now allows you to put 2 extreme front speakers, one to the extreme right, one to the extreme left, in addition to the side surrounds and the back surrounds. And of course, 9.2, which is something that was more experimental, in my opinion, than functional. I mean, it works, but it's more experimental. So 9.2, of course, 9 speakers and 2 subs. And of course, you have Atmos, which figures well into the 9.2 as well. Atmos sound talks about sound coming to you from everywhere, the top, all around. It's still something that is being explored even in the more advanced industries. Well, it might take a while for us to get there, but I believe that once we crack the myth around surround sound for Nigeria's film industry, the rest of them will be a breeze. We'll go in that way. So this is the next place that we need to step into. Is it viable for us to discuss surround sound in Nigeria, especially since the industry seems to be gravitating towards online streaming, and there's less emphasis being put on the theaters and cinemas and more emphasis being put on online streaming. And look at what Netflix is doing. Netflix is taking over from many of the more advanced film companies, such that big companies are partnering with Netflix now to make their movies, release their movies. You have a picture made by Paramount. Netflix is the one that is going to release it, you know. And you have all those big companies now coming in because online streaming is the main thing that we're stepping into now. All right, what effect does that have on our surround that we are trying to step into? Is it something that is possible? Can we, like the HDMI cable, which is a popular cable that many of us have in our homes, we are still able to stream surround sound? And so Nigeria's film industry needs to step into this place logically, where we are able to treat our sound now beyond just left and right channels or left, center, right, and treat our sound with a surround feel to give us that immersive feel in what it is that we are doing. Let me check my time, see how much time I have. Okay. All right, we are doing well. I should not stay up here much longer. Okay, so for every professional who is working on sound in post-production, to know as a film sound person, whether you're doing that sound on location or you're doing that sound in the studio as a sound designer, in the end, one of the things I'll say is that you must be very creative in your application. All right? From the picture, you create. When you watch those films and you watch those movie trailers, those big sounds, they have all those sounds that electrify you. Those things were not there in the beginning. All those things came out of the minds of the sound designers and the sound recordists. It is your job as somebody who is working on sound to be able to think up these different things and create them. Okay? Some of the sounds you're going to think of, you are not going to find them in any library. You can check everywhere online. You won't find them in any library. You must now be creative. Now, sometimes you'll be making film on a budget, and you can't afford to go online and buy any sounds from the library. You have to create your own sounds. You use your mind. Be creative. You want to create the sound of a jet engine, for example. You go to the kitchen and carry your mother's blender or carry your wife's blender, and you fire it on, and the blender is, you know, you take your microphone and you record that sound. When you record the sound of a blender moving that speed, especially the dry one, the dry blender moving that fast, when you record that sound and place it on your timeline, pitch it downwards, all of a sudden that blender sound sounds like a jet engine, you know. So you have the high-pitched one that I need to record the sound of your jet as it's taking off. You have yourself to blame for whatever happens to you. You know, you want to create the sound of a galloping horse. You can do that with coconut shells, right? Open coconut, break the shell in the center, get some gravel, put it on the ground, depend on what kind of ground the horse is running on, and you use that. Create your own sounds. Be creative about it. You want to create the sound of thunder, you can go online and buy it. You get thin metal sheets. You hang them on ropes and get a nice stick and hit it. It will sound just like thunder. The impact sounds and then the after effects. You can record all that stuff and lace it. And before you know anything, you are creating professional audio from homemade tools. By the time you combine that sound that you have recorded with the picture of lightning in a rainstorm, nobody will know it was metal sheet you were hitting. They will interpret it as the sound of thunder. Do you know why? They will believe you because people come to the theater, they want you to deceive them. Yes, they are coming there with their minds ready for you to give them what they want. And somebody who is ready to believe a lie, trust me, when you lie, they will believe you. It's that simple. That's just what it is. And that's how filmmaking is. It's just a creative process. You think about it, think about how you can accomplish it, and create it. It doesn't have to be the most expensive thing. You don't need to go pay $200 for a sound library. I mean, if you have $200 to buy some sounds online, that's good. Go and buy it. It's a good thing to have. But if you don't have it, you can make your sounds. And just about anything you want to accomplish, you can make it. You want to get the sound of vehicles passing from one side of the speaker to the other. You carry your microphone, go out to the road. The Zoom microphone, the simple Zoom recorder, if you put that microphone, it's a stereo mic on it. You know, you put that microphone there, will record a stereo sound of cars passing. You'll hear the sound move from one speaker to the other quite easily. You know, those things are things that you can use your creativity to accomplish. So I could stand here and do a master class for 5 hours and try to teach you step by step every single thing that you should know. We'll do that for the next 2 months dialogue. All right? You want to be able to present 1 hour, 30-minute file of the music, just the music. You want to be able to present a 1 hour, 30-minute file of the effects, only the effects. All right? Can anybody hazard a guess why we do that? Can anybody hazard a guess why we do that? Anybody wants to try? Okay. I'll say it. I'll tell you, since you don't want to try. I'm sure some people have an idea. All right? This is very helpful for many things. Number one, if you intend to re-edit that movie again, maybe take out some scenes, shorten it, or you need to send it somewhere and they want to cut out some parts of the movie. You don't want them cutting your sound on the general soundtrack. When they cut on the general soundtrack, then you'll have certain sounds appear and disappear. A music file could start and then they cut it in the middle, right there. It sounds abrupt, it sounds awkward. You will be unable to have smooth cuts through the sound. So one of the reasons you want to be able to give a DM and E is so that those people who would later need to resize your movie, depending on what they're going to use it for, or maybe you're the one who would need to resize it. You don't need to now go back to the original individual files in your sound session. You can simply use the DM and E to take what you need. If the music is going to be a problem, then you can take the dialogue and take the effects and then find a portion on the music that works for you. So you have some good freedom. Second reason, when you finish making your film in English, they might decide that they want a Yoruba version of the film. Right? And if they want a Yoruba version of the film, it's going to be easy for them to simply take your DM and E, arrange the music, arrange the effects, but they will leave out the dialogue. Then they're going to get actors to come into the studio and voice. Remember the ADR? They will now speak Yoruba for all those portions. The good thing is that the effects and the music will remain the same from the original movie in the Yoruba version. That's how they dub movies. I know that some of you like to watch telenovela, right? What's that one again? What's the name? Okay, so there are lots of them, right? They have this Paloma. I think that was the most popular one in that time, right? So you'll see them speaking Spanish, or speaking English rather, but you can tell that those guys did not record that movie in English. It was recorded in Spanish, but you are hearing it in English. What's happening is that they've dubbed it in English for you, So the effects and the music remain the same. However, they have removed the D and replaced it with their own dialogue. That way, you are able to now enjoy the film in the language that they're presenting it to you. So there's a movie that has been made in French, but we want to hear it in English. We will need a DM and E to do that. So as professionals in the industry, we don't just deliver a soundtrack file, single soundtrack file. We deliver a DM and E to the people who would require it. For those people who have been producing movies only in Nigeria, you may not have had to do that because we speak the same languages most times, But in the international community, we have to do that, deliver sounds in DM and E, because they would want to dub your films into other languages. And that's the professional way that we do it. Okay, so like I mentioned before, I can't teach you everything at once, but I can give you an understanding of where you can pick up from. In the end, nobody learns film in its totality by sitting down and listening to lectures. You learn film by going out there and doing it. That's how you learn film. That is why our degrees are useful. However, the practical aspect is what makes you a filmmaker, not the certificate and the paper that you hold. It's very good. It gets you into the door. But when you are in the door, what are you going to do? All right? So it is my hope that this has been helpful to you in some way, and I trust that you will put it into good use in the future. Thank you very much. All right, I wonder whether you will give opportunities for people who have questions. Okay, all right.
Hello.
Hello.
Everyone. Okay, I have actually about 3 or 4 questions.
Okay. 3 or 4 questions. Okay, so.
Okay, let me start from the end back to the beginning.
Okay.
The first one, which is what you just talked about, this D, M, and E.
Yes.
Now I want to know, why don't we have a system for subtitling movies in Nigeria?
Okay.
Is it, I don't know, I don't leave it for the private sector to do, or are they, because I watch movies, and one thing I like when I watch my movies is using subtitle, but I find it very irritating. I don't know if that's the right word, but then I find it's very annoying that many Nigerian movies don't have subtitles. They don't. I think the only one I have watched, a Nigerian movie I've watched with subtitle, was one that I had to go and download from a foreign company. I had to go and download my own country subtitle. So I want to know, is this left for, is there something that the industry can do about this, or is it left for private individuals to pick it up as a challenge and do that? I don't know. Do I just ask my questions in a stretch?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask the other 2.
Okay. Then the second one. Okay, when you're talking about the score, when you're talking about scoring, now you talked about the reason why many countries and many movies in Nigeria don't have score is because of the expense. Because there's the likelihood that they will not recover the money they put into it. So my question is, can a score consist of just fewer equipments? Maybe you just bring in the, I don't know, the composer, he composes, then you just maybe use 1, 2, 3 equipment and you do that to reduce cost, I don't know. So
Okay.
I guess they may have considered that. There's that. Then, following that question is that the function of the sound person in a movie, or is it the producers that think about that?
Is what?
This scoring and stuff, is it the function of the sound person in a movie, or is it the producer that deals with that?
Okay.
Yeah. Then
So-
my last question.
Okay, you have 4 of them. Okay.
Yeah, okay, when you talked about one of your commandments, the 7 commandments, it said never run sound cables over electrical wires. Now my question is, okay, how about, what if you run it on walls? Does it make any sense? Does that work when you run it on walls? For example, okay, in my church, I work with the maintenance department, and one of the things we do is sound. Now that sound, yes, this shh that you're talking about, we are witnessing it and we are tired of buying new wires. Just now that I've learned what is responsible for that, because yes, we do run it on concrete floors. In fact, the concrete floors are very, very concrete. Yes. So now I'm wondering, when I go back, do I tell them to run it on the walls, or where do I tell them? Because these are classrooms to use for our fellowships. We can't suspend it in the air. It's something that you have to move. The wires are portable. So I don't know what other options, apart from suspending it in the air, what other options aside running it on the floor would you give? Thank you.
Okay, let me start from the last one. You can run it on the walls, depending on what kind of walls you have. Are the walls not concrete as well? If the walls are concrete as well, then I don't think it will make much of a difference. Well, like I mentioned before, I don't know the exact scenario you have in your area, but like I said, it's your creativity. Now you know what the problem is. You know, it will be left for you to think about a way to solve it. The reason why electrical wires can affect your sound cabling is because of the insulation. The insulation on many sound cables are thin. If the insulation on the sound cable is too thin, then a faulty electrical setup will easily, cause noise to move in, especially if you're powering your sound cables, especially if you're powering your sound equipment from that same source with an adapter. You understand? Then you have double problems right there. Your output will all be dzz everywhere. And the reason you're having that problem is because of the electricity that is passing through. So now that you know that insulation is the issue, number one, then you want to try to insulate. All right? Some of the larger sound cables that they have these days, like the snake wires, they are very thick. They are very well insulated so that no matter the kind of setup, you pass the sound through, you won't have any challenges with noise. But then if you're having that kind of leakage in the electricity, the best thing you would do is have the electrician go check it out. What's causing the electrical wires to leak? Because when you can hear that thing, it means that there's a risk of electric shock hanging around somewhere. Somebody will get electrocuted, all right, very soon. So have the electrician check what the issue is. Perhaps they need to earth the device supplying the power. That might just solve your problem. All right, maybe the device supplying your power is not earthed. Let the electrician check it and earth it. If he can earth it, many times that would take care of that spark. And so even if you were to run your wiring over each other, which I still don't advise, you may get away with it. So I think you need to work with the electrician to check that out. All right. Now concerning the score, it is possible to use fewer equipment to do it. It's very possible. As a matter of fact, when people try to use a synthesizer, they get a composer to compose the music, and then they get a music producer to produce after what he has composed. Okay, that will work. It's time-consuming, it's stressful, but then nobody gets into film because you want it to be easy. All right, that will work. That will definitely be cheaper for you. But then there is nothing like live music. All right, doesn't matter how good your electronic devices are. There is just something about that analog music that takes the listener to a place that digital music cannot just go to. That's just the way it is. It's live. it's life. So you want to try and work towards that. Now, can you get fewer people to do it? Yes, you can get fewer people to do it. But the problem is that when an orchestra is playing, you want to sometimes accomplish that full string sound. You can't accomplish that with 3 violins playing. All right? One will be playing the melody line. The other will play the upper tenor. The other will play the low alto, maybe the cello, And then you have these guys playing as a trio. What you have is a trio sound. You don't have the orchestra feel. And you want to get that orchestra feel. That emotion, that swell, that rise, that, climax, that rest. Those journeys. There are things that are better emphasized when you have all this, the full complement of your instruments playing for you. Okay, so that's that one. The first one you asked was about, what was that first one again? I'll come to that last. Yes. Subtitling movies. Now, subtitling movies, we do have that. Okay, we do have that. I watched the movie Citation. There were subtitles for it. I enjoyed it. I've seen several other movies that also have subtitles for them. I think that it is the producer's responsibility to decide whether the movie will be subtitled or not. However, I do know that the software that we have available for video editing have the ability to let you do professional subtitling. You can get a subrip file, an SRT file out of that. For example, Premiere Pro, which is the most popular video editing software we use in Nigerian film industry, it has the function for the subrip title in there, where you do your subtitling based on timing, and you put in your words of all the characters on the timeline, and you time it according to that function. So it automatically creates a whole output for you, and you can output that channel alone as a subrip file. That is what is uploaded to the internet, and then you can go there and download it, 700 kilobytes, and attach it to your video. Just drop it there and it will pick up automatically and play. We have the function. It doesn't take anything. It's just that it's a lot of work to subtitle an entire movie, and most editors will not subtitle the movie unless you have specifically negotiated for that. As a matter of fact, for some of the filmmakers I've worked with, when they finish their editing, they have somebody come in, and his own job on that film is to do the subtitles. So you see the credit titles. It's talking about all the subtitles that he wrote. You will spend some good time typing everything out. But we have that function. It's maybe it needs to be pronounced some more. But we have that. Now, is it the sound man's job to worry about the score and all that? Like I mentioned before, it's important to engage your sound person from the beginning. For the people I've worked with, here's how they operate. They want to make a movie before they even go on. They're like, hey, Ray, we're doing a movie. Would like you to come in for the first meeting. We want you to take care of the sound. And I'll come over, we'll sit down and we'll discuss. And the director will sell the vision, say what he has in mind, what he wants to accomplish, and then he will ask what I think would be best for the sound. After I've heard him, I will now give my suggestions. In that place, we will decide what kind of sound we want for the film, what kind of recording we want, what kind of scores we want, what kind of post-production we want. Everything will be decided from there, right at the beginning before we even start. And so if you have one sound person, as is the case when I'm invited to oversee your sound for you from production to final delivery at the end of post-production, if you have one person to oversee, then yes, it is his job to make sure that all those elements are put in place, because you've given him charge. You're like, hey, come and take charge of my sound. I want to have the best sound a Nigerian movie has ever had. It becomes my responsibility, if I'm the one you've called, to make sure that your sound is perfect from the beginning to the end. I'll tell you what I need. If you can make what I need available, then your sound is going to be perfect from beginning to the end. So yes, it will be the sound person's job. But in a situation where the producer is the one who contracts the people who will go on location to record sound, when they are done recording their sound, the producer will collect the rushes, collect the sound, and then come to the studio. The editor will edit, then they will collect it again, and then come and meet the sound guy. You understand? In that case, where the producer is the one doing everything by himself or by herself, then it's their responsibility to oversee their sound to the end. All right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I listened to you carefully and I'm impressed. I have a question and I also have a contribution. You see, the African music is very highly syncopated, polyphonous. You see, you find that to really score African music is very difficult. But although some people try to do it, Akpabio tried to do it, but when we went with Akpabio to Igbira land, and it was a big failure because they didn't appreciate that music. But when we took the African music, the original African music, when we did the dance we took there, that from University of Ibadan, we discovered that they appreciated that more than the classical kind of scoring. So, but why I was trying to ask this question is that, you know, in Nigeria now we have some music, some films that are urban, that are contemporaneous. We also have some films that are basically traditional. We have some soundtrack that you have in some film that just the flute alone can help. This is the traditional flute. And there are some, just the ogene, there are some different kinds of background. The question I'm trying to say is that, must you score every kind of music? That's the question I'm trying to ask. And secondly, I also discovered that you were talking about recording sound separately. It's good. But don't you think that sometimes, you know, the film of, before the era of sound, film were recorded separately. Right? Sound effects were recorded separately from the dialogue. But in modern, from the 50s down to the present day, discover that sound itself, you can record them at the same time, so long as the, what's it called, the film itself has sound recording facility. But the question I'm asking now is that, you know, you have a sound microphone that has cables. You were talking about some other microphones that you can put in your head, which is, what did you call it just now? Wireless microphone. In a situation where is it in all situations you must use the wireless? Or must you always carry cable all about? See, these are issues that they look complicated, and I want you to unravel them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, all right, okay. All right, so let me start from your second question. So with recording sound, you can have both systems on ground. I always have both systems on ground. Wireless microphones and microphones with cables. I don't think that it will ever, well, not now anyway. My wireless or wired microphones are not outdated. We are still very much in use. And sometimes they are the best bet for you at that point. Because I gave an example of you recording in a place that is very active with lots of radio frequency flying around. In such situations, you want to use wired microphones to record. Microphones, you know, several things that make it work. I loved it. The orchestra book also sent that. They got it. It was lovely. But even the great fella used Western instruments to, was African. That is Nigeria's music. That's African music right there. But he still used Western instruments to accomplish it. So we can score in an African way with the instruments available. We can incorporate ours when such a time comes when we are able to create a complete orchestra of our instruments. Okay, another question? All right, okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You see, there is this issue of transliteration from one particular language to another language. In film, you were talking about, somebody was talking about, what do you call, somebody was talking about, what you were mentioned, you were talking about subtitle. Yes, no, yeah, but I'm talking about transliteration, assuming that is translating the language directly from where it came from. That's the tone, everything of that language. You see, you were talking about the telenovela. I think that's what they have been doing, transliteration of that particular, of the language to another language in film. You see, such films must be very popular before those transliteration can be done. Do you have any software or devices that can be used to do direct transliteration from the dialogue in the film? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'll answer this very briefly. Lately, for the past year or so, I've had to be translating a lot of English material into Hausa so that Hausa viewers could use it as well. And as much as I would love to say there's a software that you just plug in and once it speaks it in English, it will just translate it directly for you into Hausa. Unfortunately, there is not. You have Google Translate and a few other translation machines that would listen to what you're saying and they try to decipher the words and then automatically translate it into the language that you've typed into your computer. Those kind of software exist. The problem is that they are not accurate. They will sometimes misinterpret the word that you said and they will say something else and they will translate, you know, for example, something I was working on, the people said, konkosa, right? Konkosa, if you translate knock, right, on a door, it becomes konkosa in Hausa, right? Well, another interpretation for knock is rankoshi, right? So, rankoshi means to knock somebody on the head. Konkosa means to knock on the door. But the English word for that is knock. The machine cannot know which one you mean. When you say knock in the film and you plug it in automatically, the machine might bring out ronkoshi. Meanwhile, you meant to say konkosa, and then you would now tell somebody, Jeka ronkoshi. And instead of knocking on the door, he will go and knock the person standing by the door, and you have a problem. So it's still a manual process. And I think that for now, it will be like that. In a few years, I'm sure they will come up with something better. But for now, it's still manual.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Alex Ayego. I'm a filmmaker. I must commend that I enjoyed myself in this your class, and that's why I sat here very quietly. You know, you took me back many years, you know, where we're coming from as Nollywood, because I would say I'm part of the early birds in the history of Nollywood, and sound has been, you know, a major challenge, which is now very, very surmountable, you know, and so I enjoyed this thing, and I like the brick and mortar presentation, and I urge the students to go through that drill. You understand? But some of us now who, like Alhaji Tafawa Balewa says, they are dinosaurs, but they are relevant dinosaurs. We are now what street language, we are old school now, but we are old school who know waiting day. You know, I'm a worry boy, by the way. For me, the journey, the pathway you've taken us through, because this is a master class, and the students too should know, you know, that this is one part, this is another part. For some of us now, I do film, and I did it with my last film, which I have not released. I was supposed to enter it for Oscar, but in and out, so I couldn't meet the deadline, maybe next year. And it's a film I shot, it's a shot in my language. It's a language film like Yoruba. I'm Ishekiri. But I did 100% studio sound. Large cast. When I say large, not very large, maybe about 40 actors, excluding the crew. I just use it as a test case. It's not a great story. The story is not great, but technically, I just want to make a statement, and I will make a statement with this film, that film itself has no language. I keep saying it. The language of film is good picture, good sound, good story structure. You understand? The rest is PR, publicity and advertising, and it can travel anywhere. And that is the statement I want to make, because most of my colleagues who do films in indigenous languages, they just believe that they don't need to go the route, the English, language filmmakers go through. So they don't bother about some of this. They use 100% location sound, which almost always is not as thorough as you have taken us through here, and they will never go. And they will never go the route of 100% studio sound. By that, take for instance the film I'm talking about, 100% ADR. I did not bother about yes, I took location sound just so that to guide, you understand, because I produced and directed. So I knew what I wanted to do. I'm not a sound man. I have a sound man, someone heading that department. I have a location sound man, of course. His job ended there, taking all the, sound, the Foley, everything, so that as guide. But I took every of 40-something member of, I shot in Warri. My post-production studio is in Lagos. I flew all of them to Lagos, one after, of course, not the same day. It's expensive. But I am yet to see any indigenous language filmmaker who has ventured. Because it's expensive. I'm talking 2 years plus now. It took me 2 years plus to shoot and, finish. It's done now. So it's good also that the students should know. Like the clip you showed us, that's 100% studio. That is not location sound. They use all those dog barking, all those, that sort of thing. When a pin drops, you will hear, that's the kind of feel. So they will know, I'm not saying, and it's not in any case a lazy way out, so that you don't think, oh, I'll do everything in the studio. But it's good because as a master class, they know. You understand? As students, they may not be able to do that. So they will go through the brick and mortar style, you understand, which may be cheaper, but they must also know that they have to conform with the discipline, the roadmap you have set. But we, old school now, I will just relax. I don't need to bother myself about aeroplane flying, cut, or take. Where I shot, for instance, it's near airport. So it's totally impossible. I can't use that location sound. I knew, and I needed that location for the picture. You understand? So every other thing I did, and I scored. That's it. I did score. My music is original. Everything. I just want to. Some people said I'm wasting money for a language film. Why But for me, I just want to make a statement, which I said is that film has no language, because the camera does not know whether you are speaking English or German or French. You understand? So that's the statement. So it's good the student knows that there is that option too. For us as professionals, and the sound I did, of course, is 5.1, full 5.1 surround, which I've tested. I went to film 1. That's where I agree with you. Most of these cinemas, they don't have any surround. It's just a fizzy. Because when I finished, I said, okay, let me go and test around. And it's not even all the screens in film 1 that have surround. That's when I moved, because I told them Moses Babatokwe is a friend. I said, look, I want to test. I want to be sure before I send this film out internationally. I want to be sure, this rural area own is not surround. I had to go to Lekki. And I knew I did the right thing. Went with my sound engineer. We did it before we certified that we are good to go. The film now is ready to go anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. And it's just small Ishekiri language, a film in Ishekiri language. But it can technically go anywhere in the world. And if not for COVID, maybe it will have started the journey this year. But from early next year, we will start the journey. So you should know that you can do your thing. The language doesn't really matter, but follow the discipline. And for the sound, just decide from the beginning what you want, depending on your budget, what you want to do. You decide on it. For every department, work with an expert in that department, whether cinematography, sound, costume, makeup. Work with the... you see, I end by saying this, and I always say it in most film festivals I go, particularly in Africa. When we just started, when we still had this challenge in Nollywood of sound, that has always been our problem. We have good stories, yes. Our challenge has always been picture and sound. At the time we conquered the picture because we had good cameras everywhere. But the sound, it took us time. And even now, it's been conquered, but most people don't want to go that route. They don't even want to follow this discipline. They don't have that time. Everything is just lumped up in one channel, one or two channels. Like the full this thing I did, about 500 channels. About 500 channels. So I'm okay, it can be done into any language, seamlessly, very seamlessly, any language, When I think it was early days of Nollywood, we went to Cannes Film Festival in France, and we're talking after the conference, and we're discussing. I say, an Hollywood top filmmaker, and I was telling him, I said, look, how do you, overcome this issue of sound? He's a producer, just like us, because he's a producer class. And he just told me, he said, what's the matter with you? You are the producer. Why do you give a hell about sound? Get a damn good soundman to head that department, and it's his headache. Just tell him what you want. He does that. Why should I bother myself about sound? I'm just a damn producer. And you said something. So most producers here and directors, they want to do everything. They are the producers, they are the directors, they are the cinematographer, they are the marketers. They're everything. And they act in the film too. That is tiring. And they will have a fixated idea, and it tells on the film. So I thoroughly enjoyed myself. This your class is very, very refreshing for me. And that's why, if you watch here, most of my colleagues, when I say my mates, they are not here. But me, most times I will even go to primary 6 class to learn new things or to refresh my knowledge. Once again, I commend you. This class for me is very, very refreshing. Thank you. And I will take your contact much later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you. I know you very well, sir. As in, I know all the dinosaurs, the way that you put it. And we really appreciate, the foundation that you set for the filmmakers who have come over on your backs. Please, let's give a round of applause to the early filmmakers who have paved the way for us. Thank you very much. We appreciate that, sir. Yes, absolutely true. I'll come to you in a minute. The sound that, we do, you definitely can do that total studio sound. The clip I played was actually filmed on a set. Yes, it was filmed on a set, and because they filmed it on a set, they had the freedom to record the sound there. So the sound that we heard in their dialogue, just the dialogue, the effects were all put in the studio, but the dialogue was done right there on set. Now, they were able to film it at the back lot in Hollywood. So there are a few of those sets. We make movies. Well, I'm sure you've been to some of the back lots in Hollywood there. All right, so it was one of those back lots that was used to make that film. A few of the other movies that we've made like that over there. I mean, over there it's much easier. It's different from what we do here. We can afford to stay in a lot and just shoot everything and be done with it. You know, over here we have to go to houses, so I can understand you're needing the location at the airport and then having to replace the sound totally, which is something that can be done, but it's something that will cost you a lot of money. If you can afford it, you know, hey, go for it. You know, if you can't afford it, you can do it the traditional way. But it is possible for you to record a great deal of good audio from location if we follow the rules and follow the provided procedure for us. Okay, you had a question? Okay. How much? This is our last guy, huh? Okay. Okay, there's one more person. Please permit us to take him after him, and then that will be it. So you'll be the last person.
So you earlier mentioned Cubase and Logic Pro. What of the Adobe Audition? That's for audio mixing, for mixing the sound. Is it also good?
All right, Adobe Audition is a sound software that comes with the bundle package for Premiere Pro when you buy it, for those who don't know. Adobe Audition, Adobe Audition can be used as well. What you want to check in some of those sound software is their video processing. You need to be sure that the software itself has the ability to process video fast enough for you to treat the sound, because the last thing you want is to be treating sound and then the video is playing some frames behind, or the video is not playing smoothly. If you work on that kind of thing, you are not going to be able to sync up the sound correctly. You are going to be missing the timing. And when you finally output your movie, your dialogue track will be microseconds ahead of your sound. So it goes, hello? What are you doing there? You understand? And your sound is coming behind, or your sound is coming before the picture. And that can happen when your software is not able to process a picture fast enough. Now, sometimes the reason why computers won't process fast enough is the system's processor itself. Sometimes. But sometimes it's the software. All right? So I don't mean to put Adobe Audition down. All right? I've used it once or twice. I did not really enjoy the experience, which is why I didn't even talk about it when I was mentioning the other ones. The better experiences I've had with working on sound are with Pro Tools and Logic. And given that in Nigeria here, there are not so many studios that have Yukon consoles for you to work with Pro Tools. So you can work with Logic on 32-channel mixers, automated mixers, or you can even use 16 or 8-channel mixers and then be multiplying the channels as you go. That Logic will allow you to do that. But in the US, we have bigger consoles, longer consoles that Yukon and allow you to work with Pro Tools. Pro Tools is the industry standard. And when you're working with Pro Tools, it is built for that kind of work. Because it's built for that kind of work, it processes as fast as you need it to process. Your picture is playing directly in step with your audio. You don't have any problems of synchronization. Everything flows very smoothly. It's easy, it's beautiful, it's good. All right? So if all you have is Adobe Audition, then make sure your system is fast. All right? And then go ahead and use what you have. All right, last person there.
Yeah, I enjoyed your lecture. I really do. I have 2 questions. Though I've seen in the professional set where they use iPhone as boom mic. Yeah, iPhone as boom mic, that's what I mean, like in the professional set. So if that's okay, I want to know, please. And can you also use phone for Foley effect? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. I've also seen where people have tried to use microphones from their phones as professional recording devices. Well, what I have to say is I haven't studied the technology of the iPhone. I haven't studied the technology of its microphone setup. I certainly will not advise it for several reasons. Okay. Microphones that we use in the film setup, the boom mics and the lavalier mics, have devices around them that allow us control the way that they take in sound. When you begin to use phones for such things, you lose that control. And control is everything, all right? With an iPhone, I presume that they will be recording on the phone itself. They'll hoist it up on the pole, they'll put it up on the pole, and then use it as a boom mic to pick up the sound. Now, what happens when you have a sudden loud sound? Such phones are fitted with plugins and compressors and limiters that help the sound not to distort when it's too loud. The problem with all those things is that they are not built for film location sound recording. And so when you have such kinds of attack on the microphone, you're unable to control it. With a live mixer, you know, I'm able to set my parameters properly. And because we've rehearsed with the actors, we know where the shouts are going to come and the response are going to come. We can manipulate the mixers in order to make sure we get very clean recordings. You can't do that with a phone. When you put it out there, you're going to have a problem. What was the second one about the phone? Foley effects. Okay, recording Foley with your phone. Well, I would honestly advise you to just use more professional microphones. Some phones have very good microphones in them. All right, you can record with them, but I don't know of any phone that has a 0 to even 30 decibel sound dynamic range. I don't know of, sound range. I don't know of any that has up to 30 decibels greater than 0 for noise. I'm talking about noise ratio now. All right, I don't know of any phone that has even up to 30. With microphones that you're using, you have microphones that can go 60 decibels above 0, which means that 0 noise. When you play it back, no noise. When you record Foley with your phone, you are likely to have underneath. You're very likely to have that. And so if the Foley you've recorded are footsteps, each time the person takes a step, you hear underneath the sound. You don't want that. You'll get irritated and it will get very disturbing. So I would advise you, if you can afford it, use a microphone, a proper microphone. If you can't afford it, then if all you have is your phone, then, well, that's all you have, you know. All right. Okay, I think that's our last question. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ray Dondora, for that beautiful lecture. I believe there are many takeaways from this lecture. We have come to the end of this session, and for today's seminar workshop. And the next thing that we have to hear today is the film screening at Silverbird. So please, we encourage ourselves to get ready. The buses are ready to take us to Silverbird Cinema. Then the other information I have for you is that tomorrow, all the students should come out by 7 in the morning because we're having the Okay, please, with regards to the timing, because the film screening has already started at 6 at Silverbird Cinema, so please, there shouldn't be loitering around here.